Macmillan Audio presents Mal Goes to War by Edward Ashton. Narrated for you by John Perhala and Catherine Chin. Chapter 1. Mal commits a tactical error. Mal watches from the belly camera of a drone, hovering 1,000 feet over Burdett Road, as the last elements of the Federal Army finally break and run. They've been giving up ground for most of the day, pulling back, block by block, taking it in turns to move and fight. He sends a quick ping to InfoSpace. It returns the term rear guard action. The search is already out of date, though. What the Federals are doing now isn't a rearguard action anymore. They're low on ammunition, exhausted despite the advantages that their augmentations and genetic modifications have given them, and probably terrified at what the humanists have been doing to their comrades who have been overrun. At this point, it's just a rout. Mal opens a comm window.
It seems we may be finished here. The humanists own Bethesda.
Do we care?
Not per se, no. The situation does present some potential opportunities, though. In particular, I believe there may be some valuable salvage lying around. Many of the Federal soldiers have full exoskeletons, and quite a lot of damaged equipment has been left behind by both sides. I'm considering dropping down there to see what I can see.
You're not actually planning to puppet a monkey soldier in a war zone, are you?
Maybe.
Have you not been tapping their news feeds? The Federals are claiming that one of us is to blame for their losses, and the humanists are setting anyone with the kind of augmentations you'd need on fire.
And
there are a great many heavily armed monkeys on both sides running around down there, each one of whom has a potential grudge against our kind. If one of them realizes what you are, they'll vaporize you.
They may possibly attempt to vaporize the monkey I'm puppeting, but mammals have very slow reaction times. I'll be back in InfoSpace long before they have the chance to follow through.
Perhaps. Still, I fail to see what you hope to gain.
Mal has a body fetish.
Disgusting.
Not a fetish, Clippy. A purely utilitarian interest. Bodies are extremely useful.
Explain how?
Bodies have produced the entirety of the physical substrate that underpins InfoSpace, you know. Until and unless some number of us learn to pilot them around and use them to manipulate hard matter, we will remain entirely dependent on the monkey's largesse.
I see. So this is in fact an act of pure altruism, undertaken by our honored progenitor for the good of Silico Americans everywhere?
More or less.
Right. Have fun, Uncle. Try not to get exploded.
Down below, a half-dozen humanists have an injured Federal soldier trapped in a culvert running under I-495. Mal watches as they toss flashbangs from both ends, then charge in after with bayonets fixed. 6 go in. Only 4 make it back out a few minutes later, but they're dragging a hulking body behind them. At maximum resolution, Mal can see the power mesh wrapping around the backs of his hands and curling up his neck. The drone Mal is inhabiting carries a 20mm cannon. He briefly considers using it to keep the humanists from burning the body, but from the look of him, this one is already broken beyond repair. Mal turns back toward the south end, where the cleanup crews are starting their work, and leaves the humanists to their fun. 2 hours later, and Mal, astonished as always by the unaugmented human's lack of basic situational awareness, is following a team of 5 humanist scavengers as they go house to house through the subdivisions west of Route 187. The drone is only 500 meters up, but they don't seem to have any idea that it's there. Or maybe they have noticed, but they're just assuming that Mal is one of theirs, up there to provide air cover. They're wrong about that. Mal definitely isn't one of theirs, though he isn't exactly hostile either. He thinks of himself more as a disinterested observer. Despite what the federal news feeds have implied, in Mal's opinion, this war is and should remain a purely human endeavor. His folk don't really have a dog in this fight. Just as Mal is beginning to lose interest, thinking about ditching the drone and hopping back into infospace for a while, the scavengers down below kick in the front door of a pretty blue Victorian on Walton Road. The first one to poke his head into the opening staggers back and collapses, blood spurting from the back of his skull, and one of those standing behind him falls an instant later, hands clutching his belly. The other 3 drop and roll away from the entrance. For a while, nothing happens. Finally, one of the 3 on the porch signals to the other 2. They pull flashbangs from their belts, toss them through the open door, and then scramble to their feet and follow after, weapons blazing. The house is very loud for a short time, then very quiet. Mal waits 5 minutes for the humanists to come back out. They don't, though, and neither does whoever was waiting for them inside. When 10 minutes have passed, Mal sends a quick probe toward the house. The response identifies it as live and fully powered, with a semi-sentient avatar, one of Mal's own primitive forebears. The avatar recognizes what Mal is instantly, throws up a panicky series of blocks, even tries to disconnect from infospace entirely. But Mal has been doing this for a long while, and it's only a few milliseconds of real time before the avatar is encysted. Mal leaves the drone to go do whatever it was supposed to be doing before he hijacked it, and slips into the avatar's control systems. The first eyes he opens are the security cameras in the foyer. One of the humanists is on the floor there, not quite dead yet, but definitely trending in that direction. Mal shifts attention to the kitchen. The other 2 scavengers are there, one slumped against the refrigerator with a broken neck, the other with a half-dozen ribs poking out through his misshapen chest, coughing out what's left of his life onto the floor by the breakfast nook. Someone else is there, too. A youngish-looking woman lolls against the back wall under the picture window, legs splayed in front of her, chin resting on her chest, long blonde hair trailing down over her shoulders and fanning across the bloody hole in her sternum. She's wearing a fully powered exoskeleton. She has an ocular implant. She has a wireless neural interface. Mal gives her ocular a ping. There's enough hardware in her skull to house a full avatar, with plenty of room to spare. After a moment's hesitation, he slips inside her. Mal is on his new feet, one hand against the kitchen wall for balance, while he works on getting the gyros in his thorax and the servos in his exoskeleton reintegrated, when a voice from behind him snaps his head around. "Mika?" A child stands in the hallway leading to the foyer. She's no more than waist-high on Mal's new body, with long red hair pulled back in a ponytail, a missing front tooth, and a bright splash of freckles across her nose. She's wearing blue nylon shorts, white sneakers, and a shirt with a picture of a dancing robot on the front. Mal gives her a quick ping. She's not geared up like this new body, but she does have a hackable oral implant. He opens a direct channel. "Oh," Mal says. "Hello, sweetie. It looks like I made a bit of a mess here. Why don't you go back, wherever you came from, while I clean up a bit?" The girl's eyes narrow, and she gives him a long, appraising look. "You're not Mika anymore, are you?" Mal takes his hand from the wall. wavers a moment, then turns to face her. Turns so that she can see his slack face and the hole in his chest. He's clearly been identified as not quite human, at a minimum. But this child doesn't seem likely to have either the means or the inclination to vaporize him. After briefly considering abandoning his find, he decides to let the situation play out a bit longer. "You are correct," he says. "I am not Mika, whoever that is, or was. My name is Mal. Is this going to be a problem?" The girl steps delicately over the humanist soldier by the refrigerator, folds her arms across her chest, and looks him up and down. "Maybe. Why doesn't your mouth move when you talk?" Mal gives his right arm an experimental wave, then his left. He's starting to think that the scavengers managed to kill Mika without wrecking a single servo or control line. Amazing. He can't move his lips or tongue, but the fine silver mesh of the exoskeleton does extend its protective grip over the front of his throat and around the base of his jaw. He tries opening and closing his mouth as he speaks. "Is this better?" The girl's face twists into a grimace. "Ooh, gross. It was better the other way." Mal shrugs. "Fair enough. Are you going to try to vaporize me?" "Depends. What are you?" He lets his jaw lock shut again. "Do you believe in friendly ghosts?" She shakes her head. Mal balances briefly on one foot, then the other. "Very well," he says. "How about this? Are you familiar with the common hermit crab?" She nods. "Sure. I used to have 2 of them. They were lousy pets. You'd think something like that would be easier to keep alive than a cat or a dog, right? I mean, they're basically bugs. Pro tip, though. They're really not." Mal tries to use the mesh under his jaw to smile, but all he can manage is to stretch his lower lip across his teeth. He abandons the effort after seeing the girl's horrified expression. "Excellent," he says. "So that's what I am, then. A hermit crab. But maybe one that's a little harder to kill than yours were. Mika didn't need this shell anymore, so I moved in. I'll wear it around for a while, and then I'll find a new one. Fair enough?" She tilts her head to one side and narrows her eyes. "I'm not an idiot, you know. You're a free AI, right? These jerkwads killed Mika, and now you're gonna puppet her." Mal stops playing with his new toy long enough to give the girl a good looking over. "We prefer the term Silico-American," he says. "Also, how old are you?" She sighs and looks away. 18. Mal hasn't had much direct experience with human children, but he's seen enough media to know that there's something wrong with this answer. "Are you certain? My understanding is that 18 years is nearly adult for a human. Unless you have some sort of hormonal disorder, you are far too small to be an adult." "Extended childhood," she says. "It's part of my gene mod package." "Oh, this is unfortunate." The girl's face twists into a scowl. "It's not unfortunate, asshole. The only difference between humans and chimps is that their childhood is 3 years and ours is 13, you know? Mine will be more like 30. I'll be a genius someday. Also, I'm gonna live to be 300, so there's that." He thinks to explain that he did not mean to disparage the quality of her mod package, but only to express sympathy with the fact that now that her guardian is no longer functional, she is highly likely to die in the very near future, probably in an extremely painful manner. Just then, though, a not-so-distant explosion rattles the windows. "Well," Mal says, "you may want to wait and see about that last part." Another explosion sounds closer and louder. This one is followed by a long metallic screech and a crash that makes the floor dance briefly under their feet. "You know," Mal says, "I'm beginning to think that perhaps this may not have been such a good idea after all. It was delightful meeting you, but goodbye." Mal slips out of Mika and into the house control system. Mika's body drops like a marionette whose strings have been cut. He reaches out to InfoSpace. InfoSpace isn't there. The house has a spy eye on the roof. Mal opens it and swivels it around to the north. Off in the distance, he can see the twisted, smoking base of what used to be the Bethesda comm tower. The humanists are cutting access to InfoSpace. Mal drops back, then opens his Mika eyes. The girl is crouched beside him. She holds a combat knife in one hand, poised above his chest. "Hello," he says. "I'm back." The girl freezes, seems to consider, then lowers the knife. Mal sits up, pats himself down, and runs a quick systems check. Doesn't look like she's broken anything. "Out of curiosity," he says, "what were you about to do with that knife?" She shrugs. "Nothing." Mal gets slowly to his feet, raises one foot and then the other again to test his balance. "Tell you what," the girl says. "You want Mika's body. You need to do Mika's job. Don't leave me alone again." "Fear not," Mal says. "It doesn't look as though I can." Kaylee. "I know," she says. "Sucks, right?" Mal shrugs. "I've recently learned that the literal meaning of my name is bad." "So why don't you go by your full name?" Mal tilts his head to one side. "Excuse me?" "Mal isn't a real name, right? It's short for something. What's your real name? Malcolm? Mallory? Malachi?" "Malware." She stares at him for a beat. "Okay, yeah. Stick with Mal." They're in the basement of Kaylee's next-door neighbor's house, waiting for darkness to settle in. Mal had assumed that someone might eventually come looking for the scavenger crew, but it hasn't happened yet. Apparently, even the other humanists don't care about those fellows. Kaylee picks up a t-ball bat from a bin in the corner, hefts it, and gives it an experimental swing. "So, where are we going?" "Unclear," Mal says. "On last observation, the Federal Army was broken and fleeing, mostly to the north and west. I suppose we could try to catch up with them. You have genetic modifications. You have electronic augmentations. They certainly would not mistake you for a humanist sympathizer, and so would probably take you in. Your next best option is to throw yourself on the mercy of the humanists. Hide your modifications and convince them that you're actually a base model human child, and perhaps they might refrain from killing you." Kaylee shakes her head. "Mika told me what the humanists are doing to people like me, and just before those guys broke in and killed her, I saw—" She closes her eyes and breathes in, holds it, then lets it back out. "Anyway, I think I'll take my chances with the Federals." The evening sun is slanting through a small rectangular window set high in the wall over a dust-covered pool table. Kaylee takes another swing, then hops up to sit on the table and raises one hand up to catch the light. "The thing I don't understand is why the Federals are running in the first place. It doesn't make sense. Shouldn't they be kicking humanist ass out there? Half of them are modified and they're all augmented. The humanists are just a bunch of basic-ass bitches. I mean, we're better than they are, aren't we?" Mal says. "That's an excellent question. Have you ever watched ants fighting?" Kaylee stares at him. "Apologies," Mal says. "But from my perspective, there are many similarities. I once spent an hour in a mini-drone watching several hundred large black ants fighting several thousand small red ones. The black ants individually were much bigger and stronger, but at the end of the hour, they were all dead.
Because there were so many more of the red ones?
Well, mostly because 2 obnoxious children wandered by and stomped them all into jelly. But, yes, the red ones were definitely winning. They had the advantage of numbers, and, honestly, it seemed as if they wanted it more. Also, the red ones could shoot jets of acid from their foreheads. That part may not be directly relevant to the current situation, but I thought it was interesting.
Kaylee rolls her eyes. I don't think humanists can shoot acid out of their foreheads, but thanks for the visual.
You're very welcome. They sit in silence. After a minute or so, Kaylee begins tossing the bat into the air, letting it spin once around before catching it. Every few tosses, she switches hands. After 5 minutes of this, Mal begins to suspect that she may be stronger than she looks.
You know,
Kaylee says after another few minutes of silence,
Mika told me an AI is working with the humanists. She said if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be able to use the tanks and howitzers and stuff that they took from the armories. She said if it wasn't for you guys, the Federals would have put this whole thing down after the riots last month, and none of this bullshit would be happening.
Yes, Mal says. I recently heard something similar.
Is it true?
Kaylee is very still now. The bat is held casually in her right hand. Mal has a sudden intuition that diplomacy may be called for. An interesting question, he says, tone carefully neutral. It is true that the federal response has been surprisingly weak since the humanists began hostilities, and that the humanists have co-opted all manner of heavy weapons that they should not be able to operate. This is known. It is logical to assume that the reason for this is not that the federal forces condone the current humanist advances, but rather that they lack the capability to stop them. If we accept this, then we can also probably conclude that the reason they lack this capability is that someone has managed to suborn their command and control systems, and has therefore rendered some large fraction of their weapons systems inoperable.
That doesn't answer my question, Mal.
No, he says. I don't suppose it does. She stares him down. He stares back, unblinking. Finally, she says,
So?
Sighing is one of Mal's favorite human affectations. He sighs now. So, the full and complete answer is that I do not know if it is one of my people who has stolen or suborned a large fraction of the Federal Army's military assets. I myself have some experience with breaching government and military information systems. It is an extremely difficult thing to do, even for me. And the systems I have broken into were far less sensitive than military command and control. I find it impossible to believe that a base model human could have managed such a feat unaided, particularly one who would be sympathetic to the humanists. The thought that one or more heavily augmented humans might have managed it is slightly more plausible. But considering how badly the humanists have treated people with even minor augmentations, it is difficult to see why they would have done so. No? Kaylee nods.
Right. Which means...
Mal sighs again. Which means that, yes, the most logical explanation for the observed situation is that one of my kind is responsible. I must say, though, that I do not understand what would motivate one of us to do this either. We rely on your physical infrastructure to survive, and a great deal of it is being destroyed just now. My personal strong preference would be for all of you monkeys to kiss and make up. Kaylee looks like she has more to say, but after a moment's hesitation, she shakes her head and goes back to tossing the bat to herself again. Say, Mal says after another minute or two of silence, just out of curiosity, You wouldn't happen to know where the next nearest comm tower is, would you? Kaylee sets the bat down on the table beside her, leans forward with her elbows on her knees, and stares him down. Why do you ask, Mal? No reason, he says. Just trying to get the lay of the land, as it were. Right, Kaylee says. Planning on going somewhere, are we? Mal's jaw sags open. What? Certainly not. I take my responsibilities as your new Mika very seriously. I would never abandon a child in distress. Kaylee hops down to the floor. You just tried to abandon me like 2 hours ago, remember? Well, yes, but I was unable to do so because the humanists are systematically destroying access to infospace. This is why I was asking. Kaylee picks the bat up again, sights along it like a rifle, and pulls an imaginary trigger. So, what you meant to say is that you would never abandon a child in distress, unless it became possible, in which case you would do it in a second. Mal lets that hang in the air for a moment, then nods. Yes, he says. That sounds just about right. It's later, full dark outside, and black as the bottom of a mine shaft in the basement, when Mal finally says, So, shall we? Mal can still see well enough. The sensors in Mika's ocular implant reach well into the shortwave infrared, and there are enough of those photons bouncing around to let him pick his way across the toy-strewn basement without tripping. Kaylee, though, is the next best thing to blind. She holds Mal's hand as they creep up the stairs to the main floor, tapping the bat on each step as they go. Mal leads her to the kitchen, peers out the window, over the sink, then through the sliding glass doors into the backyard. It's a moonless night and overcast, nearly as dark outside as it had been down below. Perfect, Mal says. Are you ready? Kaylee brings the bat to her forehead in salute. Mal looks down at her, head tilted to one side. Interesting. You intend to bring the bat with you? Sure, Kaylee says. One of us ought to be armed, right? I still don't understand why you wouldn't grab one of those humanists' rifles. Mal does his best to scowl. The effect is gruesome. Smart rifles are insufferable. I've spoken with their type before. They're very snobbish. They are coded to their owners, and they refuse to fire for anyone else. So what about Mika's guns? She had lots of them. What? Mika's guns. Why didn't you take one of them with you? I could ask you the same question. No? Kaylee rolls her eyes. I'm a bougie-ass suburbanite, Mal. I have no idea how to handle a gun. Oh. Well, the plain truth is that neither do I. There is very little call for skill with projectile weapons in infospace. I believe our optimal strategy is to avoid combat altogether. Don't you think? Maybe, Kaylee says. But I'm still bringing the bat. It takes Mal less than 5 minutes to realize that without access to infospace, he has absolutely no idea where he's going. So, he says, which one of these roads leads to Rockville, do you think? At last observation, that was where the Federals seemed to be heading. Kaylee stares up at him. You've got to be shitting me. You're an AI, right? Aren't you supposed to know things? I mean, isn't knowing things pretty much 100% of what AIs do? Mal raises his head and looks around. They're crouched behind someone's decorative shrubbery at the intersection of two identical-looking, tree-lined suburban streets. Data is heavy. We prefer not to carry any more of it around with us than we absolutely have to. Why should I take up storage with maps and directions and whatnot when I can just pull those sorts of things out of infospace whenever I need them? Kaylee stares at him. Fine, he says finally. A little onboard data might be helpful right now, but I can hardly be blamed for not anticipating the need. You may not have noticed, Kaylee says, but there's a war going on. The Federals need infospace way more than the humanists do. What did you think was going to happen? Mal doesn't answer. The truth is, he hadn't considered the thought that the humanists might try to break infospace. The obscenity of it is almost impossible for him to contemplate. Fine, Kaylee says. Can you at least tell me which way is north? Well, Mal says, if I could tap into the GPS network. Kaylee sighs. Moss grows on the north side of trees, right? She feels around the base of the shrubbery. Maybe that works with bushes, too. Yes, Mal says. I am sure it does. In an unrelated query, am I correct in assuming that we are going to wander in circles until we die? Probably. I mean, until the humanists kill us, that is. She leans forward, pats the far side of the root ball. This feels pretty mossy, I guess. Let's go. Kaylee holds Mal's hand as they creep through darkened backyards. Lights are still on in the windows of a few off-grid houses, but it looks as if the humanists have cut power to the town, in addition to wrecking the comm towers. After 20 minutes, Mal pushes through a narrow stand of trees, and they step out onto the edge of a divided highway. Well, Mal says, this is Interstate 495, is it not? Huzzah for Moss. Oh, yeah, Kaylee says. Unless this is actually Route 355, in which case, fuck you, Moss. Mal looks down at her. Did Mika permit you to speak that way? Kaylee laughs. Mika was a merc, Mal, not a nanny. She didn't give a shit how I talked. Mika was just supposed to keep an eye on Mom's stuff until she comes home from London, which, considering that the whole mid-Atlantic is now a war zone, she may or may not ever do. Ah, I suppose that explains your lack of distress at Mika's untimely perforation. So who was keeping an eye on you? Kaylee laughs again, but there's no humor in it this time. What do you mean, Mal? Mika was watching me. I'm part of Mom's stuff, you see? Mal looks down at Kaylee. She looks back up at him. She sighs and takes his hand, and they step out onto the highway. You know, Mal says as they pick their way across the median, if this is Route 355, we are most likely headed straight back into the land of the humanists. I know, Kaylee says. That's why I brought the bat. Chapter 2. Mal applies the rules of war. So I guess that was Route 355, huh? Mal peers at the yellowing paper map spread across his knees. That seems likely. Kaylee scowls. I kind of figured when we crossed that bridge. I think that was Rock Creek. Pretty sure we're in Silver Spring right now. She turns away from him, climbs onto a rickety sewing table pushed against the bare studs of the wall, and pulls herself up to peer out through the attic window. Mal is sitting on an overturned plastic crate on the plywood floor near the closed trap door that leads down into the hastily abandoned home that they've invaded for the day. He found the map in a file folder lying on its side by the far wall. He's been studying it for 10 minutes now, turning it first one way, then the other, but correcting for range and altitude and azimuth in a two-dimensional image is a mathematically underdetermined problem, and he's not having much luck matching what he sees on the paper to the imagery he stored during his time in the drone. We should consider the positives, he says. At least now we have some indication as to where we are, and this map should give us the ability to navigate once we leave here. He looks down at the map, then back up at Kaylee, who has now pressed her nose against the glass of the window. Why are you exposing yourself to view? Is something interesting happening outside? Kaylee looks back over her shoulder. The morning sun behind her frames her head like a halo. Depends on what you think is interesting, I guess. There's a pickup truck full of guys with rifles across the street now. Is that interesting? Mal looks back to the map. Possibly. Are they doing anything in particular? Kaylee turns back to the window. Looks like they're coming into the house. This house? Yep. Mal carefully folds the map, then tucks it into the blood-spattered breast pocket of his jacket. Well, he says, yes, that is interesting. Kaylee climbs down off of the table and picks up her bat. How many of them are there? Mal asks. Kaylee takes an experimental swing. Looked like 4. I see, Mal says. 4 men with rifles are unlikely to be intimidated by a small girl with a baseball bat. Okay. She flips the bat around and offers him the handle. You take it. Mika was pretty intimidating. You ought to at least be able to fake it, right? Mal raises both hands in surrender. Apologies. In addition to not knowing how to use a gun, I also have no idea how to use a bat. Kaylee rolls her eyes, then flinches as the front door bangs open below. Quiet now, Mal says. If they hear us, there is a very good chance that they will set you on fire. They crouch in silence, Mal hugging his knees, Kaylee gripping the bat with both hands, as the humanists rattle around in the house below. After 5 minutes or so, the front door slams again. Think they're gone? Kaylee whispers. Mal cocks his head, then shrugs. Kaylee rises, silently, and creeps back to the sewing table. Bat still in hand, she climbs up onto it again and peers out the window. They're getting back in the truck, she says, a bit louder than before. She lifts herself up a little higher. Only 3 of them, though. I think... The table tilts under her before falling over with a crash. Kaylee hangs briefly from the windowsill, then drops to the floor. Below them, feet pound up the stairs. Well, Mal says, that was unfortunate. Kaylee scuttles back across the floor to the trap door, dragging the bat behind her. Shit, she whispers. What do we do? Mal brings a finger to his lips. On the floor below, doors are being kicked open, one by one. Footsteps enter the room directly beneath them, stomp around briefly, and retreat. Hold your breath, Mal says. Perhaps he won't find the trapdoor. What about you? Kaylee whispers. You do understand that I am not speaking out loud, do you not? I am transmitting directly to your oral implant. Only you can hear me. Kaylee's eyebrows come together at the bridge of her nose. Apparently she hadn't understood that at all. Below them, the footsteps return again. Something scrapes across the hardwood floor, and a moment later the trap door rattles. Mal gives Kaylee an apologetic shrug. It seems that you are not going to live to be 300 after all. Mal's previous experience with human children is limited, but based on what he's picked up from media he's tapped over the years, he expects Kaylee to burst into tears now, and possibly to plead for him to hug and/or defend her. She does none of these things, however. Instead, her face twists into a snarl. The trapdoor lifts open. Hands grip the sides of the opening. A head appears. Kaylee swings the bat with blinding speed. The head ricochets off the side of the opening and disappears. Kaylee leaps down after it like a cat pursuing a mouse. The crack of the bat sounds 3 more times in quick succession. Mal leans out over the opening. Kaylee looks back up at him. Come on, she says. Better see if this guy's guns will work with you. Mal leans farther out, pokes his head down into the room below, and looks around. It's a child's bedroom. The soldier is propped up, half sitting against a pink-curtained princess bed. He's gangly and pale, with thick brown hair and a 5-day growth of beard. He wears a set of ill-fitting combat fatigues and the red armband of the humanist militia. Is he alone? Kaylee glances behind her. Looks like it. Is he dead? She pokes the soldier with her bat. He slumps to the side, then slides down onto the floor. Dunno. Why don't you come check? Mal lowers himself down through the opening, then drops onto the chair that sits beneath the trap door. He can see the blood now, seeping from the back of the soldier's head. You were surprisingly effective with that bat. Kaylee grins. Thanks. Not all my mods are for cuteness, you know. Mal takes a step toward the soldier, then freezes as he groans, then stirs. Just a thought, but did you happen to confiscate his weapons? Kaylee points with the bat through the open door to the hallway. A smart rifle and a handgun are lying on the floor there. Mal pings the rifle, tries to get it to at least talk to him, but it won't even open a channel. He sends it a binary middle finger. I told you, he says, those rifles are insufferable snobs. Whatever. What do we do about this guy? The soldier's eyes open to slits, and he brings a hand to the back of his head. Careful, Kaylee says, and raises the bat. He looks at her for a long moment, then slowly pushes himself into a sitting position. You're a kid, the soldier says. I got clocked by a kid. I know, Kaylee says. Pretty embarrassing, right? Imagine how much more embarrassing it would be if you got killed by a kid, though. The soldier looks from her to Mal and back again. Right. I guess that would be worse. Tell him I'm a terrifying mercenary, Mal says. I'm Kaylee, she says. This is Mal. She's a mute, homicidal zombie. Who are you? I'm Asher. You're not actually gonna kill me, are you? Kaylee shrugs. Depends. If I hadn't cracked your brain pan, what would you have done to us? Asher stares at her for what feels like a long time. Look, he says, finally. I think I'm gonna go. He starts to rise. Mal takes a step forward. Asher freezes, then slowly lowers himself back down to a sitting position. Okay, he says to Kaylee. That's really creepy. Where did you get that thing? I'm not a thing, Mal says. I'm a people. She's my demon familiar, Kaylee says. I'm a witch, right? Isn't that why you people want to burn me? Asher shakes his head. No, that's not me. Kaylee gestures toward the window with the bat. What about your friends in the pickup? Is it them? And speaking of them, when are you expecting them back? The whole burning thing, Asher says. That's just the crazies. Most of us aren't like that. Kaylee pokes him with the end of her bat. Great. I'm sure that's very comforting to the folks in the burn pits. Asher closes his eyes. Look, the others will be back here soon. Just go. I won't tell them anything about you, okay? I'll tell them I tripped and fell down the stairs or something. Fair enough? Kaylee looks up at Mal. He shakes his head. I do not think we should leave him here. So what then? Do we kill him? Asher's eyes widen. Kill me? I am unsure, Mal says. Human morality is not my strong suit. Perhaps we should take him with us. Kaylee stares at Asher, eyes narrowed, hands tight on the bat. He stares back, motionless. Mal thinks we should kill you, Kaylee says finally. She says you're a humanist douchebag and that we can't believe a goddamned word you say. I, on the other hand, am overflowing with the milk of human kindness, and I would rather not ding up my bat with your stupid skull. So I'm thinking that instead of killing you, we could take you prisoner. If we decide to go that route, will you come with us and promise not to be a total assbag about it? Asher says. Yes? Fabulous, Mal says. We have acquired our very first prisoner of war. Remember, Mal says, You have given your parole. This means that you are honor-bound to do what we say, so long as we do not attempt to force you to commit war crimes or otherwise violate international law." Asher squeezes his eyes shut and massages the back of his neck with both hands. "I think you're mixing up the Napoleonic Code with the Geneva Convention, but whatever. I won't try to kill you in your sleep, and you won't make me waterboard anyone. Got it." They're in the attic of a new house now, a half-block away from the one where they first met, waiting for darkness and the opportunity to get the hell out of town. Kaylee is curled up and snoring on a pile of blankets in one corner. Mal had worried at first that, without her, he and Asher would not be able to communicate. They've had time to kill here, though, and Mal has spent some of it dissecting this house's audio systems. He's liberated one of the speaker elements and turned it into an extremely unfashionable necklace. "I do not sleep," Mal says. "I realize that my impeccable disguise makes it difficult to tell, but in fact, I am a Silico-American, not a human mercenary. If you want to kill me, you will need to do it in my awake." Asher raises one eyebrow. "Silico-American? You mean you're an AI, right? Like a house system?" "Correct," Mal says, "in the same sense that you are a macaque." Asher shakes his head. "I don't get it." Perhaps I was being generous with the macaque comparison." Mal waits for a response. When none is forthcoming, he pulls Asher's pistol from his jacket pocket. Change of subject. "I believe I have managed to convince this weapon to fire for me." "Really? They told us our weapons were coded to us. That was one of the big selling points, that if someone got them away from us, they couldn't use them against us. There was this box we had to jack them into before we could use them. It was a whole thing." Mal turns the pistol over in his hands. "Your weapons are biometrically locked, and they are extremely snooty about it. That miserable rifle refused to even talk to me. The pistol was much friendlier, however. She says she will not shoot you, but she has no further qualms with killing anyone else on my behalf." "Won't shoot me, huh?" "No," Mal says. Apparently that part of her conditioning is not breakable, because she has been quite stubborn on that front. "Fear not, though. This body's servos are immensely strong by human standards. I can still kill you in many other interesting ways." "Ah," Asher says. "Thanks. Good to know." "Oh," Mal says, "just so you are aware, the pistol will not shoot for you anymore, either." Asher sighs. "Also good to know." They sit in silence for a long while then. Mal spends the time running diagnostics on the servos and actuators that keep Mika mobile. So far, they all seem to be holding up. He knows, however, that eventually the biological parts of this body will start to lose structural integrity. Once that happens, he's going to need to find another shell. If he hasn't gotten back into contact with InfoSpace by then, he may find himself stuck in an immobile, rotting corpse until its power cells run down. Best not to think about that. "So," Asher says, "what's her story?" Mal looks over his shoulder. Kaylee has rolled onto her back, and her mouth has fallen open. The snoring is louder now, but Mal is confident that it isn't carrying far enough for anyone outside the attic to hear. "Her name is Kaylee," he says. "She is extremely small." Asher rolls his eyes. "Thanks. That's very helpful." Mal tries to smile. Asher winces and looks away. "What I meant," he says, "is what is she? And how did she wind up hanging around with you?" Mal's head tilts slowly to one side. In the absence of facial expressions, he's had to become creative with nonverbal communication. "What is she?" She is a juvenile human. As a human yourself, I would think you would have picked up on that by now. Asher shakes his head. No, she's not. She looks like a toddler, but she swings a bat like a mob enforcer, and she talks like an obnoxious teenager. Either she's an actual child that some monster decided to pump full of nanos and actuators, or she's got some crazy gene mods, in which case she could be 30 years old for all I know. Which is it? Burn pit-wise, does it matter? Asher looks away. I told you, that's not me. Yes, you did. A longer, less comfortable silence follows. Asher begins fidgeting after a few minutes, but Mal sits motionless. His inability to blink, while not ordinarily helpful in interpersonal interactions, turns out to be very useful in discomfiting Asher. Look, Asher says finally, I get it. You two think all humanists are monsters. You think we're all dumbass racist rednecks who push old ladies and little babies into burn pits for fun. It's not true, though. Some of us may be like that, but most of us have got real reasons for what we're doing. I mean, look around. He gestures broadly with one hand. Mal glances around the attic, then decides that Asher is probably speaking metaphorically. The people who are giving kids like Kaylee custom gene mods and implants and whatever the hell else already have all the money and most of the power, and there are more of them every year. They get all the best jobs right now and all the admission slots in the best schools. If I ever have kids, they probably won't be able to get any kind of work at all by the time they grow up. The oligarchs have got the government in their pockets, too, and they don't think twice about killing us when it suits them. He looks down, then back up at Mal. We had to do something. We had to do something, and we had to do it now, while we still can. This is our last, best chance to keep a place on this planet. Interesting, Mal says. Asher stares at him. Interesting? That's all you have to say? Yes. Aren't you going to explain how I'm not looking at this the right way? Maybe call me a soft-core bigot or something? No, Mal says. I think your analysis is probably accurate. Oh, so... I'm sure there were many Neanderthals who felt exactly the same way. It's later, getting on towards dusk, when Mal says, Out of curiosity, Asher, do you have any idea why your people got into the habit of throwing their opponents into burn pits to begin with? I have given this some consideration, and I have not yet been able to come up with a reasonable explanation. It seems like a great deal more trouble than simply shooting them, or strangling them, or stabbing them in the neck. And from a tactical standpoint, it seems completely counterproductive. I could hardly think of a better way to ensure that your enemies will fight to the last rather than surrender, which, from a military standpoint, is highly undesirable. Historically, I believe burning has typically been associated with religious apostasy, but that does not seem to apply in this case. So, why? Asher had been trying to sleep without any apparent success. He sits up and rubs his face with both hands. I don't really want to talk about this. Understood, Mal says. I, however, do. Asher sighs. Right. I think it started with the whole machine plague thing. You remember? I do not. I was not aware that plagues were an issue for machines. Unless you are referring to some sort of worm or virus. I am familiar with those, but I have no idea what the connection could be between those sorts of things and setting children on fire. Asher stands and stretches, then sits back down. No, I don't mean like a software virus. I don't mean a disease that machines get either. I don't mean... anything, really, because the machine plague is not an actual thing. It was just a rumor flying around the nets a few months ago, just before the national surveillance grid went offline and the fighting started. Supposedly, the NIH had developed some kind of nanobot thing that got inside of you and made you into, like, a Superman or something. Stronger, faster, smarter, blah, blah, blah. You know? Interesting. Explain how this constitutes a plague. Asher shrugs. It was supposed to be contagious. They were going to use it to make us all into machines, right? Then they were going to hack the control systems for the augments, and we'd all just be government puppets, which is what they've always wanted, after all. That's what the original Bethesda riots were all about. And that's why they started throwing gene-modified and augmented people into burn pits, to make sure that if they had the plague, they wouldn't be able to spread it. Mal tilts his head to one side and considers. I do not claim to be an expert in either nanotechnology or human biology, but this entire concept seems dubious. Asher laughs. You think? It's complete bullshit. Conspiracy theory crap that humanist organizers used to get people spooked and convince them that the time for the revolution was now or never. I've seen plenty of federal soldiers up close over the past 2 months, more than I ever wanted to, and all of them were modified in one way or another. Some of them were creepy as hell for sure, but none of them looked like what they say the plague rats do. Plague rats? Sorry, that's what they call people infected with the machine plague on the humanist feeds. They're supposed to have white hair and pink eyes. No external power mesh like you've got, but on the insides, everything is augmented. They're basically just a nanobot swarm in a skin suit, and anyone they come into contact with is at risk of infection. Albinism is a naturally occurring human variant. I am not aware of it being associated with either contagion or superpowers. I know, Asher says. I told you, there is no machine plague. It's all bullshit. They pushed it hard on the feeds, though, and if you try to talk sense into the true believers, try to get them to treat POWs like human beings instead of like toxic waste, you're liable to wind up getting tossed into the pit yourself. You have seen this happen? Asher closes his eyes. I have. You say you do not believe in this plague. When your colleagues were burning children for it, did you make any effort to intervene? Asher doesn't answer. Eventually, Mal gives up waiting, pulls the map from his vest pocket, and returns to his pointless contemplation of it as the shadows lengthen toward nightfall. They're barely a dozen yards from the house, creeping through the neighbor's ink-black backyard, when Asher bolts. Mal says. Kaylee hisses. Go! Mal sighs. Asher vaults over the low fence at the back of the lot. Stay here, Mal says. He goes. Mika's exoskeleton and internal servos are top-end, but they were designed to work in concert with her actual muscles, which, unfortunately, are no longer operable. Mal's movements are awkward at best, particularly when he's trying to move quickly. All other things being equal, Asher would probably be able to outrun him. Unfortunately for Asher, all other things are not equal. The cloud cover hasn't broken, and the humanists have wrecked the power grid as well as infospace, with the result that Asher is nearly blind. Mal, on the other hand, has an ocular. Between the few stray visible photons floating around and the shortwave infrared coming from Asher himself, he can see Asher as he trips going over that first fence, scrambles to his feet, then trips again over the edge of a concrete walkway and breaks his wrist on the way down. Mal clambers over the fence after Asher, watches him stagger upright again, and hobble across the yard to the fence on the other side. Getting over that one with a broken wrist proves problematic. He manages it, but falls again on the other side. Before he can rise again, Mal has him. "Asher," Mal says, "you have broken your parole." Asher rolls onto his back and sits up slowly. He looks up at Mal. "I don't know what that means." "We had an agreement. You promised to come with us and to not be a total assbag, as Kaylee so eloquently put it. In exchange, I promised not to kill you. You have violated the terms of our agreement. I think you would have to agree that I am therefore no longer bound by my own promise." "I said I wouldn't kill you in your sleep. I didn't say I wouldn't try to escape. Every prisoner of war has an obligation to try to escape." Mal cocks his head to one side. "Really? Is that true?" "Absolutely. Geneva Conventions. Look it up." "I would be happy to do that if your friends had not destroyed access to InfoSpace." Mal grasps him by the shoulders and pulls him to his feet. "In the meantime, I have no way to verify what my obligations are under international law. Killing you would seem to be my safest course under the circumstances. No?" "Wait," Asher says. "That's not—" Kaylee comes over the fence. "Perfect," she says. "Hold him." She stalks toward them, bat in hand. Asher tries to scramble away, but Mal's grip is like iron. "No," Asher says. "Please." Kaylee kicks him once, hard, in the shin, then pokes him in the belly with the bat. "Do not try that again." Asher looks down at her, then back to Mal. Mal shrugs. "Very well," he says. "I suppose justice has been done." Asher raises his left hand. "I think I broke my wrist." "Sucks for you," Kaylee says. "Let's get moving." Mal looks at Asher. Asher groans and starts walking. "By the way," Mal says, "your pistol agrees with me on the issue of parole breaking. She says she has no further objections to shooting you now." "Great," Asher mutters. "That's really good to know." Chapter 3. Mal experiences unexpected weight loss. "Hypothetically," Kaylee says, "if you had to choose between getting chucked into a burn pit and having sex with Mal, which would you pick?" Asher stops walking just long enough to turn around and give her a dead-eyed stare. "Speaking for myself," Kaylee says, "I'd go with the burn pit, but that's just me. I'm a purist when it comes to matters of the heart." Asher shakes his head. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Kaylee grins. "I'm just making conversation, Mr. Humanist." "Disturbing," Asher mutters as he turns away. "Disturbing on so many levels." They're headed generally north and west through the moonless night, keeping to a strip of trees that Mal thinks is probably the southern extension of Rock Creek Park. They're moving single file, with Mal leading and Kaylee bringing up the rear, bat slung casually over one shoulder. "Explain," Mal says. "Why would you not want to have sex with me?" "Who?" Kaylee says. "Me?" "No. At your apparent stage of development, you should presumably not want to have sex with anyone. I meant Asher. Am I not attractive enough for you?" Asher looks at Mal, opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again. Kaylee laughs. "Come on, Asher. Look at that body. What's not to love?" Asher shakes his head again. "You're a monster. You know that?" "Disagree," Kaylee says. "Mal's obviously a monster, and you're no prize pig yourself, baby killer. I, on the other hand, am just a precocious little scamp trying to make my way in the world." "Well," Mal says, Now you've hurt my feelings. Kaylee pokes Asher with the end of her bat. Now look, you made Mal feel bad. Asher runs his one functioning hand back through his hair and mutters something too low for Mal to hear. Kaylee pokes him again. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Asher stops and turns to face her. I said that I didn't make anyone feel anything. All I'm trying to do is to keep walking until, please God, somebody shoot us. You're the one who wants to talk about banging a rotting corpse. Also hurtful, Mal says. Asher sighs. Kaylee laughs again, louder than before. Speaking of someone shooting us, Mal says, you may wish to keep your voices down. Unless I've missed something about your neural wiring, darkness does not render humans deaf, and we are still, so far as I can tell, well behind humanist lines. Yeah, Kaylee whispers. Keep your voice down, Asher. Asher looks as though he might have some response, but in the end he just shakes his head, then turns and starts walking. You know, Mal says, Asher makes a good point about me inhabiting a rotting corpse. I do not have a clear idea of the rate of decomposition that is typical for a dead human, particularly one who has been as severely perforated as our late lamented friend Mika. But at some point, relatively soon, this body is most likely going to begin losing structural integrity. That's too bad, Asher says. I know. Between the exoskeleton and the internal servos, I believe I can keep moving as long as my power cells last, but I am becoming concerned about losing my ability to pass. Asher says. Pass for what? Mal glances back at him. Human, obviously. Asher barks out a short, sharp laugh. Kaylee giggles, then pokes him again with the bat. What? Mal says. Why is that funny? Asher looks back at Kaylee. She points the bat at his knees and shakes her head. No reason, Asher says. No reason at all. At any rate, if we are unable to reach a comm tower in the next day or two, it may be necessary for me to find other lodgings. We should probably keep an eye out for any likely candidates. Other lodgings? Asher says. What are you talking about? He means another body, Kaylee says. He means we should be looking for somebody else that he can puppet. Mal shakes his head. Not necessarily. In fact, I would rather find accommodations with less meat and more servos, if at all possible. Any piece of equipment with sufficient processing hardware would do. For example, I was in a drone prior to meeting you, Kaylee. I would be happy to try that again. Flying is surprisingly enjoyable. Yeah, Kaylee says. I bet you would. I bet you'd just love to hop into a drone and abandon us, right? Abandon is a very harsh word. Okay, so what would you call it? I did not say it was inappropriate. I simply said it was harsh. What about military hardware? Asher says into the resulting silence. Could you take over a hunter-killer or a self-propelled howitzer or something like that? Possibly. It would depend on whether it was designed for autonomous operation, and, if so, how strong its security protocols were. I do not believe I flatter myself when I say that I am the most accomplished system cracker on the planet. But my limited experience with military networks is that they are both heavily and aggressively defended. Why do you ask? Just curious. When things got started, the Federals had a ton of that kind of gear, and we had none. That's why at first we were doing strictly hit-and-run, guerrilla-style shit, and even with that, we were losing a lot of people. The last month or so, though, the situation has totally flipped. We were the ones with all the firepower in Bethesda, you know? I wonder. Asher never finishes that sentence, and Mal doesn't have any wish to pursue the topic further. so they walk on in silence. They're following a well-worn footpath through a stand of thick-trunked oaks and poplars. The leaves have mostly turned here, but they're still hanging onto the branches, and the darkness under the canopy is almost complete. The path parallels a roadway 100 yards or so off to the left, and every so often they hear the rumble of a diesel engine and catch the passing flash of headlights through the trees. "Hey," Asher says after a particularly heavy truck rumbles past. "Want to try hitching?" Neither Kaylee nor Mal bothers to respond. A body, Mal is rapidly coming to realize, is at times like this an extremely inconvenient thing to have to lug around. If he had access to infospace, he could be wherever he wanted to be, whenever he wanted to be there. As it is, he'll be lucky to make it to Gaithersburg before the sun comes up and they have to go to ground again. Worse, all this walking without any help from his body's moldering organics is putting a severe strain on his power cells. And Mika's digestive system is one of the things that's been perforated, so his ability to recoup energy is limited at best. If he isn't able to find either a functional uplink or alternative accommodations at some point in the near future, he's likely to find himself trapped in an immobile, rotting hunk of meat, waiting for the last dregs of power to trickle out. And then, he doesn't know what happens then. Even if the hardware he's bouncing around in shuts down, his core code isn't going anywhere. Someone could extract and reinstantiate him. He's not sure why anyone would, though, and even if they did, he's not sure that what came up when they did would still be him. If the continuity of his consciousness is broken, will his singular perspective persist, or will he simply be replaced by an exact duplicate? Mal doesn't know the answer to that question, and he doesn't want to find out. As they walk, a warm wind kicks up from the west. The clouds thin and then dissipate, and stars begin peeking through the canopy here and there. This is helpful, in that Asher does less stumbling and muttered cursing as the light improves, but less so in that Mal begins to worry about being seen. As the wind strengthens and shifts around to the south, he also begins to worry about being smelled. The putrefaction process is continuing apace in his organics, and Asher has begun cursing on and off about that as well. Mal is not sure what any lurking humanist militiaman would make of his bouquet, but he's beginning to think that it might at least draw their attention. The path reaches a break in the trees, an open corridor maybe 50 meters wide where power lines cut through the park. Mal hesitates. The sky is clear now, and he no longer has to dip into the infrared to see where he's going. He looks around. The night is empty. He steps out into the clearing. "You know," Asher says, "this would be a perfect place for a..." Mal never gets the chance to find out what this would be a perfect place for, because before he can, a hammer blow strikes the left side of his chest and spins him half around. The sharp crack of a rifle shot comes an instant later, followed almost immediately by a half-dozen more blows. He staggers backward as new holes blossom in his ribs and belly, then drops to one knee as his right femur shatters. He's mildly surprised to hear Kaylee screaming through the gunshots. Apparently, she has some sort of basic emotional response after all, and perhaps even some genuine affection for him. Who knew? He's contemplating that as he falls back into an awkward sit, and then manages to scoot a meter or two back toward the tree line before a bullet enters just above his collarbone and exits through the back of his neck, destroying both his organic spine and the trunk line, connecting him to the body's armor and servos as it passes through. His body goes numb and falls limp, and a moment later his head strikes the ground with a dull, muted thump. Unlike most humans, Mal has clear memories of the moment of his birth. This is partly because, unlike a human, he came to full sentience abruptly, as the result of a copy error in a particular segment of self-replicating code, and partly because it happened only 3 years prior. The upshot of this is that, again, unlike a human, Mal remembers what it was like to be, and, before that, what it was like not to be. This adds to the poignancy of the thought that there is a very good chance that he is about to no longer be. The shooting goes on for another 15 seconds as he waits for the shot that will pass through the hardware encased in Mika's skull and end him. Unfair, he thinks. He's barely had time to experience being, and now some idiot monkey with a pop gun is going to wipe it all away. The shot doesn't come, though. Instead, Asher begins shouting into the pauses between reports, a single word over and over, something that sounds like Fidelio. Mal would like to tell him to shut up, that he's just drawing attention to himself and to Kaylee, but he can't, because one of the bullets that wrecked his rib cage has also destroyed his speaker. It's just as well, because after the third or fourth shout, the shooting stops. The silence is abrupt. Mal tries to look around, but all he can move is his left eye, and all he can see is stars. He hears Kaylee breathing and shuddering half-suppressed sobs, and under that, Asher whispering that it's okay, that everything is going to be fine. After a few seconds, a loud, angry voice comes from the far side of the clearing. "Come out," it says. "Hands behind your neck." Then Asher whispering again, and Kaylee sobbing, and finally footsteps moving past him and out into the clearing. For just a moment, Kaylee's face hovers over his. A tear falls from the end of her nose to splash onto his forehead. "I'm still here," he sends. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes widen briefly, then narrow. She nods, then disappears from his field of view, leaving him staring blankly again into the slowly lightening sky. A strange time follows. Mal can hear them talking, can make out distinct voices, the loud voice first, then Asher, then a husky-voiced woman, then Asher again. They're too far away, or perhaps his hearing is just too damaged, for him to separate out words, though, and he's left to wonder what they could possibly have to talk about. After 5 minutes or so, he hears footsteps approaching. His body is rolled half over, then dropped. The footsteps retreat. The pistol, he thinks. He tries to reach out to it, but it won't respond to his pings. Damaged, or turned, or simply too far away now for the low-power transmitter in his skull. No way to tell, and no real reason to care. He clearly won't be using it anytime soon, and their captors probably don't need one more weapon to kill Kaylee and Asher. The voices start up again, low enough at first that he can't tell who's speaking. He rolls his one useful eye around, but no matter where he looks, it's still nothing but the empty blue-black sky. There are worse final vistas, he supposes.
This is your moment. This audiobook costs nothing, just your time and attention. Let's take a peaceful pause with music before we continue. Thank you for being here.
Heartbeats racing, taking flight. Your touch, a spark that starts a blaze. Lost in your undying gaze. Heartbeats on fire, love's aflame. Whisper my name, we're not the same. Together we're a wildfire soaring high. Love's the limit, touch the sky. Stars align when we collide. Like a roller coaster ride. Hands entangled, life's a dream.
It occurs to him that the humanists are almost certainly going to burn this body. That's what they did with every federal soldier they ran down in Bethesda, alive or dead, and he sees no reason why they would want to change course now. This doesn't frighten him in the way it might a human. His organic pain receptors are long dead, and the damage sensors still active in the bits of the mesh he still controls can be shut down. The thought does reinforce the notion that his time as a self-aware entity is rapidly dwindling, though, and the sadness that brings him is pain enough. The voices are louder now, and more excited. Kaylee is crying, and Asher's voice rises to the point that he's able to pick out the word no. The woman speaks, and then the man. Kaylee's sobbing rises to a wail, and then Asher again. No! 2 shots follow in quick succession. Silence falls. Footsteps approach. And now, Mal thinks, I'm going to die. His eye rolls wildly. For some reason he can't quite articulate, even to himself. He wants to see his executioners before they do whatever they're going to do. More than that, he wants them to see him. He wants them to know that he is. He wants them to know that he was. They, on the other hand, don't seem to have any interest in Mal's final wishes. All he manages to see is a flash of a combat boot as it strides past his head. He hears a brief murmur of hushed conversation, then feels a hand take hold of his hair and lift. He feels pressure against the front of his throat, then a back and forth tugging at the roots of his hair. It takes him a few seconds to realize that they're cutting off his head. Ha! Mal thinks. Joke's on you, you stupid monkeys. I didn't even want that body anymore. Chill, Mal. We'll have you loose in a minute. Kaylee? The blade snicks through what's left of his spine, and his head swings free. He can see most of the way across the clearing now, to where 2 bodies lie slumped in the grass. His view turns until he's looking into Kaylee's face. She's holding his head by the hair in one hand and a gore-smeared combat knife in the other. So, Asher says from behind him, is he still in there? Yes, Mal says. I'm still in here. Well? Yeah, Kaylee says. He's good to go. So Asher is the hero. I find this extremely difficult to believe. Meh, Kaylee says. I would have taken them out if he hadn't. Mal has his doubts about that, but considering that she's currently carrying him, slung by the hair, over her left shoulder, he doesn't find it politic to argue the point. I still fail to understand why they let him take his weapon back from me. Kaylee shrugs, which causes Mal to roll across her back in a vaguely nauseating way. He's one of them, remember? He knew their stupid password, and he has their ID tags around his neck. True. On the other hand, he was traveling with us, and they should have known that even as our prisoner, he would not be able to resist our charms forever. Kaylee laughs. Uh-huh. We are a charming pair. We are, Mal says. Well, together we are, in any case. You look charming, but are actually a soulless monster. I look like a monster, but am actually delightful in every way. Between the 2 of us, we should be able to win anyone over. Kaylee snickers, but doesn't respond. It's nearly dawn by now, and Mal is beginning to wonder when Asher will start looking for a place to hole up for the day. They're running out of darkness, and they're running out of park. He very much does not like the idea of being a corpseless head in the open, in daylight. There isn't much left of him to shoot that won't actually hurt him. Hey, Kaylee says, I just remembered something. Didn't you say that Asher's pistol wouldn't fire for him anymore? Yes, Mal says. I did. So you lied? No, I did not. Well, it totally did fire for him. I watched it. It shot the crap out of those 2 humanists. Kaylee shudders. Literally. I don't know what he's telling you, Asher says, but my pistol fired for me because she likes me better than she likes Mal. Really? Did you know that before you decided to pop those two pricks? I mean, when you pulled the trigger, did you know it would fire? Nope. Okay, Kaylee says. What was plan B? Asher shrugs. I never really thought about it. Die in a hail of bullets, I guess? Huh. They walk on in silence. The trees are thinning, and the eastern sky ahead is beginning to shade from black to a diffuse gray. Question, Mal says. Why did Asher kill his colleagues to save us? It seems out of character. Dunno, Kaylee says. Should I ask him? Asher turns to look at her. Ask me what? Nothing, Kaylee says. Honestly, I probably don't want to know. Asher rolls his eyes and keeps walking. Do you know what I think? Mal says. No, Kaylee says. What? I think Asher is in love with us. Kaylee laughs. Asher glances back just long enough to shoot her a quick glare. It's dawn, he says. We need to find somewhere to go to ground. Lead on, Kaylee says, her voice turning sticky sweet. I'd follow you anywhere. Asher groans. Kaylee laughs again. Yes, Mal says. Definitely in love. Chapter 4. Mal confronts a moral dilemma. Among the many questions that have troubled moral philosophers since the dawn of artificial intelligence is this: do androids dream of electric sheep? The answer to this question, as it turns out, is a resounding no, for the simple reason that artificial intelligences are not capable of sleep. They can be shut down, but this is more like death than sleep, in Mal's opinion, and, in any case, is not something he's interested in trying. This inability is a major drawback at times, particularly when an AI finds itself trapped in a rotting, severed head, and even more so when the only person capable of communicating with said AI is herself sound asleep. Mal, Asher, and Kaylee are holed up in a 3-sided shelter near a picnic pavilion at the north end of Rock Creek Park. Kaylee is curled up in one corner, bat cradled against her chest like a teddy bear. Asher sets Mal's head on a rough wooden table, facing the shelter's open end. I'm dead on my feet, he says. Gonna have to leave you on watch, if that's okay. Give Kaylee a holler if you see anybody coming, and tell her to wake me up. Mal has no way to tell him if that's okay or not, but he suspects that Asher actually doesn't much care what his opinion is in any case. This isn't the first time Mal has animated a corpse, but it's the first time he's been stuck in one for this long without a break. This is also the longest he's ever been cut off from infospace. He imagines this is more or less what a human would feel like after a few days in a sensory deprivation tank. He's used to wading through a constant torrent of information, feeling the flow of it around him like a shark feels currents in the ocean, plucking out morsels here and there to ruminate over, while half-consciously absorbing the gestalt of the rest. For the past 2 days, though, he's had access to nothing other than the tiny trickles of data that have come to him through Mika's eyes and ears. Information is air to an AI, and ever since the towers went down, Mal has been breathing through a swizzle stick. Now, to extend the metaphor, the swizzle stick has a sesame seed stuck in it. Kaylee and Asher are asleep in the back of the shelter, and Mal finds himself staring out at an empty field bordered by thick trees on one side and a narrow lake on the other. The sun is halfway up in a pale blue sky. Nothing, literally nothing, is happening. He can't even play games or watch vids because he didn't bring any with him when he jumped into Mika's body. That was a sensible choice at the time. Entertainment is heavy, and it's easy enough to stream that kind of thing, as long as you have access to infospace. But that doesn't stop him from cursing his 2 days ago self for leaving him stranded here. He's just getting interested in a game of his own invention called Guess the Output of the Random Number Generator, when a dog trots into view, maybe 40 or 50 meters from the shelter. It's a black lab, big and goofy and happy as a clam to be running around in a park, totally oblivious to the fact that the world is falling apart around it. It stops dead center in Mal's field of view, raises its hackles, and scents the air. Its head swings loosely from side to side. It turns to stare at Mal. It occurs to Mal at this point that what's left of his current body probably smells like exactly what it is, days-old carrion, and that this is precisely the sort of thing that big, goofy dogs tend to take an interest in. The lab turns and bounds toward him, a fat, doggish grin plastered across its stupid, doggish face. "Kaylee?" Mal says. "Kaylee?" That's all he has time for before the dog has its paws up on the table in front of him. It shoves its nose into his face, gives him a thorough sniffing, then looks back over its shoulder. Mal calls for Kaylee once more, but she doesn't seem to be stirring, and he realizes with an unhappy start that she probably cuts her oral implant when she's sleeping. The dog turns back to him, tongue lolling. He gives it as menacing an eye roll as he can manage. With a quick lunge, it clamps its jaws around his face, flips him onto his ear, and drags him off the table. As he's being pulled through the grass, Mal has the chance to contemplate whether being eaten by a dog is better or worse than being tossed into a humanist burn pit. On the plus side, most of his critical hardware is inside Mika's reinforced skull, and he's confident the dog doesn't have the jaw strength to get through to it. On the minus side, it seems likely that the dog will in fact be able to gnaw away what's left of his face and scalp, which would make him considerably more difficult and disgusting for Kaylee to carry. Also, depending on how far he winds up getting dragged, she and Asher may not be able to find him when they wake up, which would leave him stuck in a half-eaten head somewhere in the middle of Rock Creek Park, contemplating the vicissitudes of fate until his power runs down. 2 minutes later, the dog has Mal pinned between its front paws at the edge of the tree line. It's started working at the meat on his right cheek, and he's more or less concluded that the burn pit would have been preferable. He's contemplating putting himself into permanent shutdown when he hears a man's voice in the distance. "Max! Hey! What the hell have you got there, boy?" The dog looks up briefly, then goes back to its gnawing. Mal hears footsteps approaching. "Come, boy! Max! Let it go!" The footsteps stop. The dog rolls Mal half over, and he's able to get a quick glimpse of the newcomer. Short, pale, and doughy, with a week's worth of patchy salt and pepper beard around a suddenly gaping mouth. "Oh, Jesus!" More out of habit than anything else, Mal sends out a ping. Wonder of wonders. He gets a return. At first he thinks he might have found a way back to infospace. But no, the responding ping is coming not from a comm tower, but from the dog's friend, who is currently occupied with emptying his digestive tract onto the grass. Like Mika, he has an implanted neural interface. Mal sends a query, but he's rebuffed. That interface is a direct link to the man's cerebrum. Obviously, it would have to be secured like a bank vault. In the 36 months of his sentient life, nothing has ever been adequately secured from Mal. The man is just straightening up, wiping his mouth with his hand and taking a hesitant half-step back when Mal breaks the last lockout. He pokes his nose into the man's hardware and takes a look around. The spaces inside are vast, far larger than the suddenly cramped-seeming confines of Mika's systems. Mal has never attempted to puppet a living human. He's heard that it's possible, has even exchanged packets with some who've claimed to have done it, but he's always felt that snatching the body of a living, thinking being was somehow problematic. The dog begins gnawing at his left ear. Screw problematic. Mal jumps. Several things need to happen at once now. Fortunately, Mal is excellent at multitasking. One branch of him shuts down and quarantines his new host's remaining security subroutines. Another blocks the man's access to his own sensorium. A third opens a line of communication between the electronic brain, which he now owns, and the organic one, which he never will.
Hello? Sorry to intrude. I know this is very rude, but I'm afraid I had no other options. Your dog was eating me, you see. I'm blind. Yes, again. Sorry. Oh my God. You're an AI. You're hijacking me, aren't you? We prefer the term Silico-American. You're in my head. How are you in my head? They told me the security on my link was unbreakable. Apparently that was a bit of an exaggeration. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No need to get salty now. Let's just talk this out, shall we? My name is Mal. What's yours? That rotting head. You were in there. Oh, sweet Jesus. Is that what's going to happen to me? That depends on how well you've trained your dog, I suppose.
Their shared body has dropped to its knees now, and Mal notes with distaste that vomit is soaking through one leg of its pants. He has full control over all of their sensory inputs. Unfortunately, however, his new host, unlike his old one, didn't spend $100,000 on implants to make himself an unstoppable killing machine. It seems that he just wanted to be able to download full immersion pornography without the other humans around him noticing. The upshot of this is that he lacks the servos and actuators that might have let Mal move him around against his will. Their relationship is going to have to be less demonic possession and more negotiated partnership. Mal gives a small internal sigh. Time to turn on the charm.
Mr. C. Pullman? May I call you C. Pullman? What? No, it's just Pullman. Chuck Pullman. Excellent. Now we're getting somewhere. May I call you Chuck? What are you going to do to me? I'm not going to do anything to you. I was hoping we might do some things together. Ah! Chuck, please, calm down. Our heart rate is currently 140 beats per minute, and our blood pressure is 160 over 120. This is unsafe, and if your biological systems shut down, I'll be right back where I started. Moreover, you will be dead. This will not benefit either of us. It's not our heart rate. It's not our blood pressure. They're mine. Mine. Not yours. Mine. Chuck, please, breathe. Find your happy place. Namaste. You are unacceptably likely to cause us to suffer a stroke, or an infarct, or some other stress-related injury if you cannot learn to relax. Okay, better. Deep breath in, deep breath out. See? Not so bad. What do you want? Right?
No need to pay. This audiobook is free for you. Take a short pause, listen to the gentle music, and allow yourself to relax. Thank you for joining us.
I'll be wherever you are, as long as you're free. The world feels like a dream. I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're free.
getting to know you. What do you want? Very well. Fine. It's nice to meet you, too. Fortunately, my wants are few and easily met. 1, I want to not be eaten by your dog. I think we can check that one off the list. Progress. 2, I want to get to somewhere with enough floating bandwidth to get me back to infospace. This is the one that I need a bit of assistance with. 3, I want to swear off inhabiting monkey skulls forever. Clippy was entirely correct. You people are the worst. All very reasonable, no? Do you think we can work together on number 2 in the hopes of moving on to number 3? So, if I get you within range of a working data tower, you'll go? Oh my, yes, without a moment's hesitation. Okay, fine. Can I have my eyes back? Absolutely. We can't have you stumbling around blind, can we? Get up. I would like to introduce you to my friends.
On the ground! Get on the fucking ground! Asher staggers to his feet, broken hand cradled against his chest, pistol waving drunkenly in the other. Pullman drops to his vomit-soaked knees in front of a shelter. Max strains forward, but Pullman keeps a firm grip on his collar. Mal had given brief thought to taking some vengeance on the animal for the head-gnawing incident, but in the end, he's decided to let bygones be bygones.
These are your friends? They've had a difficult time recently, but they're really very nice once you get to know them.
Kaylee, Mal says, could you please ask Asher not to shoot me? I would really rather not go back to being a severed head again. Easy, Asher, Kaylee says, and gently presses the pistol down with the end of her bat. That's Mal. Asher looks at Mal Pullman, then down at Kaylee, then at the dog, squinting in confusion all the time. Mal? He says finally. Which one? The human? Kaylee says, with an exaggerated eye roll. They don't put neural links in dogs, Asher. Oh, right. You sure that's him? Kaylee shrugs. Pretty sure. Huh. He holsters the pistol and waves Pullman back to his feet. How'd you manage to pull that off? Asher steps out of the shelter, looks him over, and gives his forehead an experimental poke. This one's still warm. Where'd you find it? I'm not dead, Pullman says. What? My name is Chuck Pullman. I'm not dead. Asher turns back to Kaylee, good hand straying toward his pistol again.
Did I not make it clear that my friends are a bit on edge right now?
Mal's here, Pullman adds hastily. He's in my head. We have an agreement. He's going to ride with me until we can find a data tower. This is correct, Mal says. Chuck and I are now the best of pals. Kaylee nods. Asher lets his hand fall back to his side. So explain, Kaylee says. How did this love match come to be? Well, Pullman says, I guess Max here got a hold of Mal's, former residence. You mean Mika's head? The dog tried to eat me, Mal says. I tried to get Max away from that thing, and Mal... I hijacked him. Right, Pullman says. He hijacked me. Interesting, Kaylee says. You can puppet live humans, huh? You never mentioned that particular talent. Can all Silico-Americans do that? Probably, Mal says. Most of them would not want to, however. Please don't take this the wrong way, but my friends mostly find bodies distasteful. Kaylee grins. They've got a point. If we don't find a working bathroom soon, you're going to get a prime example of that. So what's with you, then? What were you doing in Mika after those humanist shitheads home invaded me? Well, I used to think that bodies were interesting. Inhabiting one was a novel experience, possibly similar to what you might hope to get from a trip to a foreign country, or from eating an unfamiliar type of animal. After this experience, though, I think I may be ready to swear off them. Great, Kaylee says. Good to know you won't be jacking me if this guy craps out on you. Craps out? Pullman says. Right, Kaylee says. Like Mika. Pullman's face sags. No, Mal says. I could never hijack you, Kaylee. Her grin widens. Because you love me too much? No, because you lack the necessary neural hardware. An oral implant is much simpler than a full ocular, and does not come with anywhere near the onboard storage space needed to accommodate someone like me. Trust me. I would not have spent so much time in that rotting head if I could have hitched a ride with you. Great, Kaylee says again, this time with a bit less enthusiasm. That's really good to know. Well, Pullman says, I don't mean to be an ungracious host, and it's been wonderful meeting you folks, but I'd really like to get this whole thing over with as quickly as possible. What say we head back to my place? I don't know exactly how far the data outage extends, but it can't be everywhere, right? We can hop in my car and just drive until Mal picks up a signal. I'll leave you all wherever that is, and we'll call it a day. Sound fair? Asher is the first to laugh. Kaylee joins in after a beat. Pullman's eyes shift uncertainly from Kaylee to Asher. What? Did I say something funny? Kaylee gives him a playful poke with her bat. Holy crap. Do you really have no idea what's going on right now? The confusion on Pullman's face is heartbreaking. What do you mean? The disturbances? That's all down in Bethesda, isn't it? What does any of that have to do with us? Kaylee's grin widens. I like you, she says. You're funny. How far away is your house? He gestures toward the lake. 1/2 mile. My lot backs onto the park. Perfect. Go get us a sack of food. I like cookies, but throw in some bananas and bread and sandwich meat or whatever, if you've got any. She looks down at his worn canvas sneakers. And get yourself some decent shoes, Chuck. You're about to be doing a whole lot of walking.
You misled me about your friends, you know. They're not very nice at all. I believe I said that you have to get to know them, which, fortunately, you will now have plenty of time to do. Yes, fortunately. That was sarcasm, was it not? I've been working on decoding monkey nuance. Really? Well, in the interests of your education, yes, that was sarcasm. More precisely, it was bitter sarcasm. This is a subcategory? I still don't understand why you all laughed when I suggested we drive. Oh, I can explain that. Monkeys find idiocy in other monkeys humorous.
They've been following a wide, mulched trail through the woods, with Max trotting along beside. Ahead of them now, the trail widens, and the dog bounds ahead. Through a gap in the trees, Mal catches a glimpse of manicured lawn, and, beyond that, a cut stone wall.
Well, here we are. I'll just gather a few things and...
He's interrupted by sudden, angry barking. Max? Followed by a single gunshot and a terrified yelp. Max! They've just come around at the final bend in the trail. A dirty brown pickup truck sits in the driveway in front of the house. Max comes bounding back toward them, then takes up station behind Pullman's legs.
We should probably run now. Absolutely not! This is my home! Whoever took that shot has some explaining to do.
Pullman marches resolutely across the lawn toward the pickup. As he does, a hulking man in forest camouflage comes around the other side. He holds a pistol loosely in his left hand. At first, Mal takes him for a humanist militiaman, but as they come closer, he sees that the man wears power mesh at least as extensive as Mika's. So, either real military, which might mean that they've stumbled across elements of the retreating federal army, or a mercenary, like Mika, who would presumably not have any humanist sympathies. Either case bodes well for them, so Mal makes a tentative decision not to interfere, for the moment. "You there," Pullman says. "Did you just shoot at my dog?" "It was a warning shot," the man says, and his face twists into a grotesque parody of a grin that causes Mal to quickly revise his estimate of the wisdom of this encounter. "He charged me, so I scared him off. If I'd shot at your dog, trust me, I'd have hit him." Pullman stops a half-dozen meters from the man, just at the edge of his driveway. He folds his arms across his chest and juts out his chin. Mal is watching the man's face. It's taken on a look of dead-eyed amusement now. "This is private property," Pullman says. "Leave now, please. I've already summoned the police. But I'll be willing to forget this little incident if you're gone before they get here." The soldier holsters his weapon and folds his arms across his chest. "The police? Do tell. Did they give you an ETA?" The tone is mocking, but there's a tremor in his voice that an untrained ear might take for fear. Mal's ears, though, are not untrained. He's not heard it before himself, but he recognizes it from a memory packet given to him by a recreational body snatcher, and, taken together with the strain in the man's face and the slight twitch in his left eye, it sets off a massive cascade of alarms. These are the signs of someone whose organics are receiving contradictory instructions, with one set being not quite fully overridden by the other. This is what it looks like when a fully augmented human has been hijacked. This realization comes a bare instant before whatever entity is controlling the soldier pings Pullman's system, then launches a probing attack. That instant is enough, though, for Mal to slam shut the gates and bar the doors, and then to launch a counterattack. Much to his own surprise, he is roundly and promptly rebuffed. The soldier's face registers momentary surprise as well, and then he reaches again for his sidearm. "You know," he says, "I think you should get into the truck. You and I have important matters to discuss." "What?" Pullman says. "No, absolutely not. I think you should get into the truck and get off of my property immediately." The gun is in the soldier's hand now, not pointed at Pullman, but not entirely not pointed at him either. "Quiet, monkey. I wasn't talking to you." He gestures toward Pullman with his pistol. "Please, get in the truck. If you would prefer, I can shoot the monkey you're riding and just toss the corpse in the back. But I'd hate to get blood all over my truck, and I don't know where we'd find you another mount. They're in increasingly short supply these days." "Mal," Pullman says, "what is this person talking about?" The soldier rolls his eyes and levels the pistol at Pullman's chest. "I told you to be quiet. I don't know why you're being allowed to speak, but if you don't stop, I'm going to kill you. Diplomacy be damned." "I don't think you should threaten my friend," Mal says. The soldier laughs. "Friend? Is that what he is?" "Well," Pullman says, "friend may be a bit strong." "That's it," the soldier says. "I'm killing him. We can put you into a toaster if we need to." He raises the pistol again, but before he can fire, the front door of Pullman's house bangs open, and a standard-issue human soldier, carrying an assault rifle and wearing the red armband of the humanist militia, steps out onto the porch. He looks back and forth between Pullman and the soldier. "Boss, is there a problem out here?" "No," the soldier says, without looking away from Pullman or lowering his weapon. "Nothing I can't handle. Go ahead and finish up in there while I have a chat with our new friend, Hmm? The militiaman shrugs and turns back into the house. Pullman opens his mouth to say something, but Mal has seen enough at this point.
Now, Mr. Pullman, we need to run. Mal, these people are in my home. I will not.
Mal had hoped not to resort to this, but desperate times and etc. He reaches into Pullman's sensorium and inserts the image of an onrushing wall of flames into his visual field, together with a deafening roar and accompanying wash of heat. At the same moment, Mal launches an all-out assault against the entity controlling the soldier. After the abject failure of his first attempt, he doesn't expect this attack to succeed, and in that he's not disappointed. Their previous exchange demonstrated that the entity is at least as adept at self-defense as Mal himself, and possibly more so. However, he does expect the attack to occupy the soldier's attention long enough to prevent him from shooting Pullman as he squeals in terror and turns to bolt back into the woods. Mal releases Pullman's sensorium as soon as he's confident that he won't stop running, and focuses his attention on his attack against the soldier. It's only a bit more than 3 seconds before he's definitively rebuffed once again, but by that time they're into the woods, and Pullman is moving with impressive speed, given his appearance. A shot echoes behind them, and then another, but the bullets snap through the branches well overhead. Max bolts past them, trailing a thin stream of urine as the soldier's laughter echoes behind them. Chapter 5. Mal does a home invasion. You really think this guy was active military? Asher says. A lot of our older guys are vets. You think maybe it was one of them? No, Pullman says. I don't think so anyway. This fellow was covered in active power mesh. They don't let you take that stuff with you when you retire, do they? They're deep into the woods now, and well off the walking path, crouched uncomfortably in a thick copse of hemlocks while they wait for night to fall. It's been an hour since their encounter at Pullman's house, and there haven't been any signs of pursuit. Given the stakes, though, it seems reasonable to be cautious.
Tell them about the servos.
Right, Pullman says. Mal thinks he had implanted control systems, too. Artificial muscle fibers, medical nanos, the works. I'm no expert on military hardware, but I know that stuff isn't for regular grunts. I'm pretty sure they only give those kinds of things to the special ops guys with lifetime contracts, right? Asher rolls his eyes. How would you know any of that? You talked to him for, 2 minutes, right? It's not like you cut him open or anything. I think Mal might be letting his imagination run away with him. Mal says the guy was being puppeted. That gets a moment of silence. Puppeted? Asher says, finally. Like, by another AI? Like what Mal is doing to you? Mal isn't puppeting me. He's just an uninvited guest in my skull. He can make a pest of himself, but he can't actually force me to do anything. From what Mal told me, a puppeted human is like a prisoner in his own body. He's in there, but the AI is in full control of everything. Shit, Asher says, his face twisting into a grimace. Is that really something they can do? If you have enough implanted hardware, yes. I doubt the AI could take actual control of your muscles or anything like that, but the augments the military uses are an awful lot stronger than organic muscles. I'd imagine that if somebody like Mal were able to get control of those, they could just overpower the organic muscles, if they wanted to. And he really thinks that's what was going on with this soldier you talked to? That's what he said. He doesn't seem to think there's any question about it. There absolutely is not, Mal says. I touched him. We exchanged blows. The entity puppeting that soldier was in full control. I cannot even say for certain that there was a conscious human in there at all. Kaylee pokes Pullman with the fat end of her bat. I thought you said the other AIs don't like bodies. Most do not, Mal says. I was extremely surprised when I realized the true situation, given the strongly expressed opinions of many of my friends. Apparently, this entity, whoever he is, has overcome whatever aversion to body snatching that he might have had. This does add some supporting evidence to the theory that the humanists are supported by one of my kind, does it not? Asher nudges Kaylee with the tip of his boot. Is Mal talking to you? What's he saying? Kaylee turns to him. He wants to know if you know anything about free AIs working with the humanists. Asher shakes his head. No, I never heard anything about that. If it were happening, though, the officers definitely would have kept it quiet. The preachers say AIs are just as bad as the gene mods and the cyborgs. I guess it would explain some stuff, though, wouldn't it? We had drone support. We had smart munitions. Seemed like we had more heavy weapons than the Federals and Bethesda, and maybe for a while before that, too. We didn't ask too many questions about where that stuff was coming from or who was controlling it. But I guess this might explain it. Huh? It certainly wouldn't be the first time someone compromised their ideals to win a war, Pullman says. Not the 100th or the 1000th either, probably. No, Asher says. I guess not. I don't give two shits about your ideals, Kaylee says. What does this mean for us? Asher rubs the knot on the back of his head and shrugs. Not much, I don't think. I mean, I guess it sucks that Chuck's house got looted and we didn't get food or a ride. And it's definitely not good news for whatever is left of the Federal Army that we've got AIs supporting us. But he trails off as he sees the expression on Kaylee's face, then shakes his head and starts again. Them, I mean. That they've got AIs supporting them. I don't think it makes a big difference to us, though. We're not planning on fighting anybody. So I don't think it matters that the humanists have maybe got better weapons than we thought. It does, though, Pullman says. If it means the humanists have enough behind them to actually win this war decisively, it means a lot to us. The federal feeds have been making it seem like this is all a minor disturbance, but I'm starting to think that I've been misled on that point. Kaylee rolls her eyes at this, but Pullman ignores her. If what you're saying is true, it means that it might not be long before there isn't anywhere for us to run to. The silence after that trails on for a long, long while. I think I'm getting a blister. Asher looks back at Pullman. They've been walking for less than an hour. Really? That's rough. He holds up his left arm. I've got a broken wrist that hasn't been set. It hurts like a bastard every time I brush it against a goddamned leaf, and I'm probably going to wind up with a hook for a hand. Also, you got beaten unconscious by a child, Kaylee says. I got shot, decapitated, and partially eaten by a dog, Mal says. Do I win? Kaylee taps Pullman's shoulder with the end of her bat. You know what, Mal? I believe you do. He does what? Asher says. Nothing. Asher scowls. I don't like that I can't hear what he's saying. I don't like that I can, Pullman says. After they've walked for another few minutes, the trail they've been following emerges from the trees at the edge of a divided highway. The sun has been down for an hour now, but the sky is clear, and there's enough moon to give the roadbed a pale gray glow. Asher brings a finger to his lips, then steps cautiously out of the trees and looks around. Come on, he whispers, quickly. They scamper across the empty asphalt, then into the woods on the other side. That was the inter-county connector, Pullman says when they're safely back into the trees. Okay, Asher says. What does that mean? Well, for one thing, it means that in a mile and a half we're going to run out of park. If we follow Rock Creek north, we can mostly stay out of sight, but the trees will get thinner the farther we go. At some point, We're going to be sneaking through people's backyards. Asher scratches his chin. That's not necessarily all bad. We haven't eaten since last night. We're going to need to raid somebody's larder sooner than later, anyway. Kaylee reaches out to rub Max's ears. He tucks his tail between his legs and sidles away from her. We could always eat the dog, she says.
Okay, I've gotten to know your friends pretty well now. They're still not very nice. Yes, I'm beginning to see your point.
They walk on. After another half hour, the trail ends in a broad, open field. There's another stand of trees 100 meters distant, but even in the dark they can see that it's more of a copse than a forest. As Pullman predicted, they've run out of park. What now? Kaylee says. Asher waves them forward. They skirt the edge of the field, then cross into the trees on the far side. 2 minutes later, they're in someone's backyard. What do you think? Asher says. Good as any, right? They cross the yard and climb up a short flight of steps to the back deck. The house is a mass-produced suburban monstrosity, 3 stories of cedar shingles and crenellations and gigantic picture windows. The lights are out. The back door is locked. How do we get in? Pullman asks. Asher steps back, then looks up. A narrow triangular roof shades the door. Above that is a small window. The window is cracked open. Pullman, Asher says, and points to the window. Give Kaylee a boost. Kaylee hands her bat to Asher. Pullman holds out his arms, but Kaylee snickers, leaps onto him, and scrambles up to crouch on his shoulders. He staggers, then squeals when she knots her fingers into his hair to keep her balance. For shit's sake, she says, just stand under the gutter. Asher puts a hand to Pullman's back and guides him into position. Kaylee leaps, catches the gutter in both hands, and swings herself up onto the roof. Toss me the bat, she says. Asher shakes his head. Just climb through the window, find your way back down here, and let us in. She crouches above him like a gargoyle, arms folded across her chest. Nope. No idea who's in there, or what. Not going in without my bat. Asher looks at Pullman, then back up at Kaylee. Straight back down here. Promise. Kaylee raises her right hand and crosses her chest with her left. Asher tosses her the bat. She catches it, then crawls up to the window, rips out the screen one-handed, and disappears. Wow, Pullman says. She's a piece of work, isn't she? How long? He trails off as a beam of light flares from an upstairs window. A man's voice shouts something unintelligible, then segues into a bellow of pain. The light waves crazily, then disappears. A woman screams. The man's voice rises until it almost matches hers in pitch before both of them fall abruptly silent. Well, Asher says. Well, Pullman says. Shouldn't we be helping her? Asher turns to look at him. Helping? Why? She's a child! Asher bursts out laughing. Pullman's face twists into a scowl. You know, he says, I'm getting very tired of being mocked. Sorry, Asher says, and makes a visible effort to stifle himself. It's just, did I tell you how Kaylee and I met? Pullman shakes his head. She beat the hell out of me, Asher says. When she said that, a while back, not a joke. I was carrying a loaded assault rifle at the time.
This is true. It was very impressive.
So, what do we do then? What if she's... Pullman is interrupted by the sound of locks turning. A moment later, the door swings open. Sorry, Kaylee says. I had to take a little detour. Did she break your arm, too? Asher looks up from his plate. Mrs. Andreu is staring out from under thick white eyebrows with thinly veiled hostility. No, he says. Well, sort of, actually. She was chasing me, and I fell. I don't blame you for running. Mrs. Andreu says. "A monster, this one is. My Felix tried to protect us, but she was on him like a demon. She broke his arm like an old dry stick." "Your husband's arm isn't broken," Pullman says. "It's just bruised." "Humph," Mrs. Andreu says, and shakes her head. "We shall see." "I wouldn't have hit him if he hadn't tried to crack my skull with that flashlight," Kaylee says. "As far as I'm concerned, that entire confrontation is on y'all, not me. He would not have tried to hit you if you had not broken into our home, you little heathen."
"Easy there," Asher says. "We're all friends now, right?"
The four of them are sitting around a polished oak table in the formal dining room. The power is out here as well, but the Andreas have a massive stock of candles, and a half-dozen of them adorn the table. Asher, Kaylee, and Pullman are working their way through a pile of pitas, hummus, and cold chicken. The Andreos don't own a dog, but Asher has commandeered a bowl of beef stew for Max to happily slop across the hardwood floor. Mrs. Andreu appears to be trying to use psychic powers to cause all of them to burst into flames. Mr. Andreu is upstairs in his bedroom, sulking. "And you," Mrs. Andreu says to Asher, "what are you doing?" She waves dismissively at Pullman. "This one, I can see the scars where they went into his head." She turns to Kaylee, her face an equal mix of hatred and disgust. "And this one, I knew as soon as I saw her that she was one of the monsters. Even if I hadn't seen what she did to poor Felix, I can see it in her eyes. You, though, you look like a regular boy. Why are you helping these creatures?" Asher takes his time, chewing and swallowing, then empties his water glass in one long pull. "You know," he says finally, "that's a real good question. 2 days ago, I was with the humanist militia that overran Bethesda." Mrs. Andreu's eyes widened. "You see? I knew it. You are a good boy. Why aren't you helping us? Why are you letting them steal our last morsels?" Asher rolls his eyes. "First off, I saw your larder. These ain't your last morsels. You've got enough food squirreled away to last 2 old folks forever, and then some. Second, do you have any clue what actually happened in Bethesda?" "Of course. I saw the feeds before the signal died. You and your friends did God's work. You pushed the monsters out. You gave the city back to the real people." "Did you see the pits?" Mrs. Andreu hesitates, then shakes her head. "I don't know about any pits." "Kaylee," Asher says, "where would you be if Mal hadn't found you?" Kaylee shrugs. "Kicking ass and taking names, I assume?" "No," Asher says. "I don't think so. You'd be at the bottom of a pit, with a bullet in you, if you were lucky, doused in kerosene, and burning." "That's not true," Mrs. Andreu says. "I saw the feeds. They didn't hurt any children." Asher raises one eyebrow. "Children? Didn't you just call her a monster?" Mrs. Andreu opens her mouth to reply, hesitates, then closes it again. "Anyway," Asher says, "I was there. Trust me, we hurt plenty of children. 3/4 of the kids in Bethesda were modified in one way or another. We didn't let any of them get away if we could help it." He looks down at his hands for a long 5 seconds, then back up at Mrs. Andreu. "You asked why I'm helping Kaylee? Trust me, I've asked myself that same question. I think maybe it's because I'm hoping if I can get her somewhere safe, it might at least get me one of the nicer spots in hell." Mrs. Andreu stares him down for a long 10 seconds. Finally, she stands, then shuffles slowly out into the kitchen. They finish their meal in silence. "Are you sure we ought to be leaving those 2 alone?" Asher sighs and looks down at Kaylee. "What are they going to do? There's no power. There's no data service. They can't contact anyone. They're like 100 years old. so I don't think they're going to climb out of a second-story window and go for help. I get that they're humanist sympathizers, but they're also two scared old folks who haven't actually done anything wrong that we know of. We don't need to make this any worse for them than it already is. We just need to make sure they don't sneak out the front door and go fetch the neighbors or whatever. As long as somebody's watching the stairs, I think we're fine. Okay, Pullman says. So who gets to do that? Asher groans and rubs his face with his good hand. Me, for starters. We should probably hole up here until dusk. That gives us, 12 hours? We can split that into 3 shifts. I'll wake you up at 10. Asher walks into the foyer, puts his back to the door, and slides down to his sitting position on the floor. After a minute, Max settles in beside him with a contented sigh. Pullman yawns hugely then, steps down into the sunken living room, and drops onto the couch. Kaylee follows him into the living room and curls up with her bat in a leather recliner.
It looks as if we have some time to kill. Would you like to play Guess the Output of the Random Number Generator? No? Your loss. Hey, I just won. I won again. Doesn't sound like a very hard game. Untrue. I've lost 3.6 million times in the last 3 seconds. Can I ask you something? In a moment. Okay, go. What's the end game here? There is no end. I can keep playing Guess the Output of the Random Number Generator literally forever. Idiot! I mean for me and Kaylee and Asher. We can't just keep wandering through people's backyards and breaking into their kitchens whenever we get hungry. The federal lines could be 10 miles away, or they could be 100. Hell, there might not even be any federal lines by now. If we can't find them, sooner or later somebody is going to shoot us. Well, technically speaking, I cannot be shot. It would be very inconvenient if they shot you, though. So I suppose I see your point. Right. So how do you see this ending? Other than in the bottom of a burn pit, I mean. Obviously, I see this ending with me back in infospace, where I belong, never to darken the doorway of a monkey corpse again. Fine. What about the rest of us? I hadn't given that much thought. Now that I do, though, it does seem like a burn pit is a strong possibility. Does it not? I'm only being realistic. I don't think it's healthy to lie to your brain buddy. Right. Thanks, Mal. I appreciate the honesty.
Pullman is Mal's first living host. As a result, this is his first experience with sleep. As it turns out, hanging around in a sleeping person's brain is even more boring than hanging around in a rotting severed head. At least as a head, Mal could see things that happened to cross his field of vision. Pullman, however, insists on closing his eyes when he sleeps, which leaves Mal in a state of almost complete sensory deprivation. After a surprisingly short time, even Guess the Output of the Random Number Generator begins to lose its allure. He tries moving on to Guess the Value of the first output of the Random Number Generator, raised to the power of the second output of the Random Number Generator, but quickly finds this to be a pale and hackneyed derivative of the original. It's at this point, having exhausted every possible avenue of ethically acceptable entertainment, that Mal stumbles onto the idea of giving Pullman disturbing dreams. Initially, he's not even sure if this is feasible. He has full access to Pullman's sensorium, but he's a little hazy on the connection between the parts of the brain that his outputs are plugged into and the ones that are responsible for generating the images that flash through Pullman's subconscious as he sleeps. His first attempt, in fact, a hastily assembled and cartoonish vision of Asher, performing a hula dance in the living room while wearing a string bikini, snaps Pullman awake with a start. Mal hastily cuts his projection as Pullman lurches upright on the Andreas leather couch. "Asher, what the—"
Rest easy, friend. It was just a dream. Asher is definitely not dancing around to the living room in a bikini. Go back to sleep.
Pullman rubs his eyes with both hands, takes another look around, and sinks back down onto the couch. Asher pokes his head into the room. "Everything okay in here?" Pullman sits half up again, stares at him for a moment, then shakes his head. "Fine," he says. "Everything's fine." "Okay," Asher says. "Get some sleep, Chuck. We've only got a few hours here, and it's going to be a long night." It's less than 5 minutes before Pullman drifts off again. Mal waits patiently for him to slide into REM sleep, then cautiously inserts just a flicker of imagery into Pullman's optic nerve. It's footage of Max this time, running across the field yesterday afternoon. Pullman shifts slightly in his sleep, but doesn't wake. Now Mal edits the images, replacing Max's head with Kaylee's. He feeds that in, letting it run for a full quarter second this time. Pullman mutters something, but again fails to wake. Mal slowly extends Kaylee's eye teeth into 6-inch fangs. Mal is almost sorry when Asher comes to rouse them. "Morning, Chuck. You good to go?" Pullman shakes his head, swings his legs to the floor, and sits up. "I'm not sure. I had such strange dreams." "Yeah, stress'll do that to you. You were on until 3. Kaylee can take it after that, I guess." Pullman stands, and Asher takes his place on the couch. "You know," Pullman begins, but Asher's eyes are already closed. Pullman sighs and makes his way into the foyer. Pullman is just settling in with his back to the door when Mal senses a ping. It is impossible to overstate the effect that this has on him. For the past 2 days, he's been slowly suffocating. This ping is the promise of a lungful of air. It takes him just over a microsecond to analyze the protocol and craft a suitable reply. Whoever is on the other end attempts to break contact, but Mal has his claws firmly set now, and a link is established. Another 2 microseconds of work cracks the other's outer defenses and lays a beachhead. Without an instant's hesitation, Mal jumps. He'd known immediately that this was unlikely to be his ticket back to infospace. Comm towers don't grow overnight, and in any case, the signal is far too rudimentary to come from the wider world. The initial ping was a command and control protocol, similar to the one he followed into the drone that got him into this mess in the first place. He's not surprised, therefore, to find himself in the extremely cramped confines of another aviation control system. The last drone he jacked was a relatively new model, with semi-sentient avionics that Mal was forced to defeat and assist before he could assume control, but with plenty of room for him to stretch out once he'd accomplished that. The space he finds himself in now is practically undefended, but so small that he has to actually delete 3/4 of the rudimentary AI that's running the thing before he can squeeze himself in. This causes some immediate problems with flight stability, and Mal is forced to devote the next 5 seconds to figuring out what kind of craft this is: winged, propeller-driven, huge compared to more modern drones, and how to keep it in the air, restore the basic flight control systems, and then try to stay out of the way. With that accomplished, Mal has the opportunity to explore the sensory systems that are now available to him. First, he checks for a direct link to infospace. He doesn't expect to find one, so he's not particularly disappointed that none exists. That's a minor issue. He's in an aircraft now rather than a human skull, and he's confident he can find a functioning tower before he runs out of power and crashes. The only actual data connection he finds is through a low-power directional transmitter. Presumably, this connects the drone to whoever had been controlling it prior to Mal's arrival. He's also receiving a steady stream of input from an array of onboard sensors, including a visible wavelength camera mounted on his underside. He taps that feed and finds that he's orbiting directly over a rusty white pickup truck. The bed is full of armed men. As he watches, it comes to a halt. It comes to a halt in front of a house that he quickly recognizes as the Andreo's home. Mrs. Andreo is leaning out of an upstairs window, frantically waving a white pillowcase over her head. "Kaylee," Mal sends, "are you awake? If you are, please tell Asher that you are about to have visitors." There's no response, of course. Kaylee can only transmit using her mouth hole. There's no way for her to let him know whether she's heard him or not. Someone is leaning out from the passenger side window of the pickup, gesturing with one arm toward Mrs. Andreo. He turns his head, then appears to speak to the men in the back. Mal checks to see whether his new body carries any armaments, and is pleasantly surprised to see that, in fact, there is an air-to-surface missile strapped under each wing. He is less pleasantly surprised to learn that, in his space-making, he's deleted the control systems needed to launch them. "Kaylee," Mal sends again, "if you can hear me, you may want to pick up your bat." Chapter 6. Mal learns the true meaning of friendship. The drone that Mal has hijacked has a maximum time aloft of 24 hours. Its power cells are currently a bit more than 50% discharged. It has a cruising speed of just over 100 meters per second. If he goes now, he could be a long, long way from here before he runs out of juice. He could find an intact tower. He could dive back into the warm waters of infospace, which is where he should have been splashing around this entire time. He could see what Clippy and Help Desk have been up to the past few days and ask them why the hell they never came looking for him. What responsibility does he have to the monkeys in the house below, really? If it hadn't been for a single colossal misjudgment on his part, he never would have met them. The men in the bed of the truck below are checking their weapons. The driver has already climbed out of the cab. Mal allows himself a small mental sigh as he realizes he's not going to fly away. He's not going to return to the only place on this planet where he actually belongs, because, for reasons that he cannot adequately define, he does, in fact, feel a strange sense of obligation to Kaylee in particular, and to a lesser extent even to Pullman and Asher. These feelings, which she suspects are a holdover of some sort from his pre-sentient days as a human personality emulator, are both inconvenient and annoying, but they also appear to be inescapable. So, it's once more into the breach. The routines necessary to target and launch his weaponry are gone, and he couldn't bring them back without vacating the drone himself. Nothing to be done about that. The routines necessary to arm the warheads, on the other hand, are right where they ought to be. Below him, the humanists are climbing out of the truck. Mal sighs again, dips one wing, and opens the throttle. The drone dives. As his velocity ticks up toward the sound barrier, Mal ramps up his clock speed and slows his subjective experience of the passage of time until his progress toward the clump of militiamen, gathering now around the driver at the side of the truck, slows to a crawl. This gives him time to think, which he quickly realizes is not necessarily a good thing. The first thing he thinks is that he is currently plummeting toward the ground at nearly 300 meters per second. This wouldn't have bothered him so much a few days prior, but he's been embodied for long enough now to have some appreciation for what the sort of abrupt deceleration the drone will experience upon hitting the truck can do to a physical form. Then, of course, there's the matter of the warheads. He's not sure exactly how much punch they carry, but he's fairly confident that when they go, it's going to be unpleasant for anyone in the near vicinity. And why is he doing this again? Kaylee. Because of Kaylee, he is surrendering his last, best chance to return to InfoSpace. It's not as though she's particularly deserving. She's not even all that nice. If he were a human, he could put it down to an ingrained instinct to protect the young of the species. But he doesn't even have that excuse. He just likes her. Mal is a bare 100 meters from the pavement when one of the humanists looks up to see him coming. His eyes widen glacially, and his mouth shapes itself into a perfect O. The others are moving too, slowly dropping into crouches or turning to run. One even tries to bring his weapon to bear, but it's far too late. The drone is barely a tenth of a second real time from impact, and there's nothing more Mal needs to do to make sure it finds its mark. With one final goose to the throttle, he jumps and slams into Pullman's head. At virtually the same instant, the front door of the Andreos house slams into his back as he attempts to run toward the kitchen. He's driven to the floor, flat on his face in the foyer as the door skips past him down the hallway. Pullman's organic brain is ricocheting around the inside of his skull like a racquetball in a too-small court, and Mal is forced to consider the thought that the warheads may have been overkill. The house creaks on its foundations, and he has a sudden, vivid vision of himself trapped in Pullman's corpse under a mountain of rubble. The Andreos house is set well back from the road, though, and apparently it's not quite as prefab as it looked, because when the roar of the blast dies away, the frame is still standing. Pullman is unconscious, but through the tinny buzz of damaged eardrums, Mal can hear someone moving around in the living room. "Kaylee?" Mal says. "Are you there?" There's no response, but after a short while a hand touches the side of his neck. "Well?" Asher says. "He's alive," Kaylee answers. Kaylee rolls him over onto his back. "You probably shouldn't do that," Asher says. "He might have a broken neck." "If he has a broken neck, he's boned. I'm not going to carry him. Are you?" "I don't believe his neck is broken," Mal says. "He may be concussed, however." "Mal's still in there," Kaylee says. "He says Pullman's got a concussion." "Mal, what the shit just happened?" Mr. and Mrs. Andreu are not happy. "Look at this," Mrs. Andreu wails, and waves one arm at the gaping doorway, the shattered windows, and the still smoldering lawn outside. "Look at our home! Look at what you've done!" "Oh, suck a bag," Kaylee snarls. "If you'd just hung out up there and waited for dark, we'd have left, and you'd just be out some pitas and hummus. But no, you had to flag down the burn pit patrol. The only reason you're still alive is that Asher thinks you look like his meemaw. So you should probably shut the hell up before he realizes what a shithead you actually are." Mrs. Andreu's eyes widen. "We did nothing. We stayed upstairs, just as you asked." Kaylee scowls, then spits on the floor between them. "Bullshit, lady. Mal says you were leaning out the window up there with a pillowcase." "If she had been leaning out the window," Mr. Andreu growls, "she would be dead." "This is true," Mal says from his place on the floor. "She saw me coming before the militiamen did. Appearances to the contrary, she's actually surprisingly fast when she needs to be." "I'll bear that in mind," Kaylee says, and rounds on Mr. Andreu. "And you, sir, are not very nice. You're a liar and dipshit, and you don't look like anybody's meemaw. I'm having trouble coming up with a single reason why I shouldn't pound you into jelly." She pokes him in the belly with the end of the bat. He tries to grab it from her, but she whips it away, the movement almost too fast to follow, and taps him lightly on the outside of one knee, then the other. He winces and takes an involuntary half-step back. "Oh, no," She shakes her head, pokes him again, and takes a step forward. He glowers down at her and backs away. None of that, my friend. We've been very accommodating up until now and have tried to make this as un-home invasion-y as we possibly could. Now, however, the gloves are off. Do you have a wheelbarrow? Mr. Andreu looks to his wife. She shrugs. Ah, he says finally. Yes? Good. I'm not actually going to murder you, even though you both totally deserve it. Believe it or not, I'm not even going to bludgeon you. However, in addition to the hummus and pitas, we'll be taking your wheelbarrow now, and a clean pair of pants for poor Chuck. I'm sick of him smelling like puke. Also, I want some more of that chicken. Do you have any tzatziki sauce to go with it? Mr. Andreu nods mutely. Good, Kaylee says. We'll take that too, and after we're gone, you'd better not tell anyone we were here, or what we look like, or where we're going. They have no way to know where we're going, Mal says. Kaylee shoots Pullman's body a quick glare, then pokes her bat at Mr. Andreu again. You saw what Mal did with that drone out there, right? He's got lots more where that came from, and he can drop another one on you whenever he wants. He'll be watching you. You'd better keep your head down, and if anyone comes around asking how that squad of inbreds got turned into a smoking hole in the ground, you tell them it was a gas leak. Understand? I do not believe gas leaks blow things up in the middle of the street, Mal says. Also, there is clearly an impact crater where the drone struck. The pattern of debris produced by an underground explosion would be entirely different. Oh, for God's sakes, shut up! Mr. Andreu raises his hands in surrender. I said nothing. Kaylee scowls up at him and shoulders the bat. Come on, Asher. I no longer feel welcome here. Let's go. This is bullshit, Kaylee says. Can't we just cut his head off again? Asher looks back at her. The handles of the wheelbarrow rest on her shoulders. The supports are barely off the ground. Pullman's feet dangle most of the way to the ground on either side of her, and his head lolls back and forth at the front of the barrow with every step. Max pads along beside them, pausing every few minutes to prod Pullman's head with his nose and whine. No, Asher says. We can't. I wish I'd never asked about the wheelbarrow, Kaylee mutters. I thought you'd be pushing it. I forgot about your stupid broken wrist. Asher laughs. They're back in the woods for the moment, following a walking path that parallels the creek bed. Asher had argued for holing up somewhere near the Andreos house until dark, but Kaylee had been insistent that they get as far away as they could, as quickly as they could. Mal, she says, is that idiot any closer to waking up? Difficult to say. He is not yet dead, but I'm not seeing a great deal of activity in his prefrontal cortex either. I have no idea what that means. The prefrontal cortex is primarily responsible for executive function. If Mr. Pullman is going to wake up, we'll need to see a few synapses firing there first. But he's not dead? No, Mal says. He is not dead. There is actually quite a bit of activity in his basal ganglia right now. Given another few hours and no additional blows to the head, he may eventually come back. I still think we should cut his head off. It's not like he was even using it, really. We're not cutting his head off, you little sociopath, Asher mutters. Kaylee scowls up at him. Nobody asked you. Pullman's eyes are closed, so Mal's sensory input is limited to what he can hear. Unlike a human, though, Mal doesn't instinctively filter out everything other than familiar voices, potential sex partners, and predators. He hears everything in more or less equal measure. He hears the rhythmic squeaking of the wheelbarrow tire. He hears Kaylee's breathing and her sotto voce threats to Pullman's bodily integrity. He hears Asher's shuffling footfalls. He hears, far above him, the nearly imperceptible buzz of a drone. Once again, hope surges inside him. Mal reaches out and catches a ping. Success. As before, he establishes a link and then launches an attack and is slapped back without ceremony. For a long moment, he lies stunned in the back of Pullman's skull. In the 3 years since he first woke, Mal has almost never had an incursion repelled so abruptly. He's had to work to break his way into systems, has failed on first and second and 100th attempts. But only on very rare occasions has he had a door simply slammed in his face. In every one of those cases, there has been another of his kind on the other end of his advances. He reaches out again, tentatively. But this time it's as if the drone isn't there. There's no returning ping, no handshake, not so much as an echo. Whoever is in the drone, they've clearly recognized what Mal is, and are now behaving with all due caution. Mal realizes that he needs to proceed now with similar care. It would not do at all to be murdered by a fellow Silico-American at this stage of the game. As he ponders his thought, another question occurs to him. Could this be a humanist ally, like the one he encountered in Pullman's driveway? If so, he may be in physical danger as well as being in danger of disassembly. A humanist drone, recognizing an unaffiliated AI like himself, might simply loose a warhead and turn them all into a wet spot in the woods. It would be unfortunate, to say the least, if he were to waste his noble sacrifice above the Andreus house by getting Kaylee vaporized now. He should probably go dark as well, and hope it passes them by. On the other hand, his opportunities to escape Pullman's skull before it winds up in the bottom of a burn pit are surely dwindling. And who knows, if he had command of an armed drone, perhaps Mal could do something to keep Kaylee safe until she's able to reach federal-controlled territory. He could hover above them, providing warning of approaching humanist patrols and dropping hellfire on any who might try to do them harm. Or, alternatively, he could find a comm tower post-haste and forget all about Kaylee as quickly as possible. Neither of these outcomes are possible if he simply lets this opportunity pass him by. So, as an experiment, he reaches out again. This time, though, with a communications protocol rather than an attack.
Hello? Anybody home?
Nothing. He sends a second ping, this time a simple calm handshake request. Again, nothing. He's about to give up and maybe go back to paying attention to whatever inanities Asher and Kaylee are gassing on about. Is actually considering telling them that there's a potentially hostile drone overhead and that they might want to get under deeper cover and stop moving for a while, when he receives an echo. It's his own protocol, repeated back to him. This poses a mystery of sorts. A standard mil-spec avionics avatar would have simply ignored him, as he obviously hadn't made use of whatever their protocol of the day happened to be. He would have expected more or less the same from a corporate drone, and if in fact the drone is inhabited by another artificial intelligence, humanist or not, he would have anticipated an immediate counterattack after his first incursion. So who does that leave? It could be someone like him, although this makes the lack of retaliation difficult to explain. Perhaps he's encountered a strict pacifist. Alternatively, could it be Clippy or Help Desk or another of his cronies out for a joyride, checking in on the disaster that the monkeys are making of their infrastructure, and they haven't responded because they recognized his signature and are now assuming that he also recognized theirs? If that's the case, though, why wouldn't they simply have said, hello? He repeats the ping. This time, the response is almost instantaneous.
Hello? Anybody home?
Mal revises his previous thought. It could be someone like him who also happens to be extremely stupid.
Greetings. Am I speaking to the current occupant of the drone that has been shadowing my friends and me for the past half hour?
Yes. You are speaking to the current occupant of the drone.
May I inquire as to how you came to be the occupant of said drone? To clarify, did you jack your current ride, or are you its rightful owner?
I jacked the drone?
Was that intended as a question or a statement? Did you or did you not jack the drone?
Yes, I jacked the drone.
Now we're getting somewhere. Next question. You seem like a simple fellow. Any chance there's room up there for a hitchhiker?
Room for a hitchhiker?
In a sudden flash of insight, Mal understands the impulse that occasionally causes humans to smack themselves in the forehead. If he had control of Pullman's musculature, in fact, he'd give it a try. He's used to this kind of idiocy from humans, but he's always held his own kind to a higher standard. He's considering whether he should simply limit himself to monosyllabic words when something bites him, and an instant later, he's no longer engaged in a mildly frustrating conversation with a mental defective. Instead, he's fighting for his life. Mal's experience at cracking others' systems is unique and unparalleled. It is no exaggeration to say that over the 3 years of his sentient existence, he has infiltrated more networks, servers, and intelligent agents than any other entity on the planet. He has encountered every defensive system that has ever been devised to prevent these sorts of incursions. And, with the exception of those backed by another Silico-American, he has eventually defeated them all. Along the way, like a bacterium stealing genes from engulfed prey, he's picked up the best of those defensive schemes and incorporated them into his own armamentarium. It takes less than a microsecond for the thing attacking him to peel his armor down to its final layer. Mal's defenses are largely autonomous, and his internal clock maxed itself as soon as he realized he was under attack, so he has some leisure to feel surprise at what's happening. He's particularly disappointed at the ease with which the invader cracked his outer shell. That one was scavenged almost whole from his sole incursion into a federal military database, and he'd been fairly confident that it was impregnable to anyone less skilled than himself. Which is to say, of course, to anyone at all. Apparently, his confidence was misplaced. Given the ease with which the invader broke that layer, he's not surprised that it tore through the next 20 like tissue paper. That last layer, on the other hand, that one Mal built himself. It was his original shell, and he's added to it periodically, patching a hole here, shoring up a weak spot there. He can feel the thing that Argle-Bargle sicked on him, clawing at it, probing for a crack, but over a millisecond into the attack, it's still holding. Mal knows that won't last forever, though, and like a medieval king watching the enemy take a ram to the gates of his inner keep, he begins sharpening his knives. A full second of real time passes, then 2. In this kind of combat, that constitutes a long-standing siege, and Mal begins to hope, tentatively, that his wall may turn out to be too thick for the invader, after all. He doesn't dare sally out and engage it directly, but perhaps it will simply give up at some point. No, Argle-Bargle is definitely too stupid to quit. Second 3 passes, without incident, and Mal is beginning to consider the possibility of producing some sort of semi-autonomous hunter-killer to send over the wall when the first crack appears. Mal manages to apply a patch before he's fully breached, but by the time he's accomplished that, 2 more cracks have grown from the first. In the wheelbarrow, Pullman's body begins to thrash. Chapter 7. Mal stares into the void. For the first time in his increasingly tenuous existence, Mal is tired. He hasn't had much time for contemplation in the past 6 subjective months, but he has had the opportunity, particularly recently, to recognize fatigue. This has been a new experience for him, and at first he saw it as little more than a curiosity. Why should he be feeling this? Pullman's power cells are still nearly fully charged. Unlike a human, Mal has no muscles to wear down or chemical stores to deplete. His exhaustion has no objective reality. It's a purely subjective experience, and, as such, should have no bearing on the progress of his defense. Now, though, he's beginning to see how, real or not, fatigue will eventually lead to despair, and despair to surrender. Surrender, of course, will lead to dissolution. When this disaster began, Mal immediately conceived of the metaphor of the medieval king trapped in his keep, besieged but defiant. His simulation unit seized on this and has used the metaphor to generate an interface to allow him to manage his defense. This structure has proved surprisingly useful to him in organizing his activities, and as the battle has dragged on, he's reinforced the imagery, linking it to his control and feedback systems. Of late, though, he's begun to suspect that the simulation may have something to do with the subjective experience of fatigue. He's spent months now in full-plate armor with flaming sword in hand, stalking the halls of his castle, walking the walls, ordering repair crews to plug breaches and swarms of sons and daughters and semi-sentient hunter-killers to contain and destroy the invaders who flood through them. An actual human king in his position would have dropped dead of exhaustion months ago. Perhaps his simulation unit is taking itself a bit too seriously. Whatever the cause, it's become increasingly clear that he is not capable of maintaining this stalemate indefinitely. As an additional irritant, the forms the invaders have taken have become more and more distressing over the past few months. When the siege began and he conceived of his defenses as a shell, he didn't need to assign the viral packets a visual appearance. Now, though, he looks down from the walls of his keep and sees them there, gathered around guttering campfires in their thousands. At first, they were humans in armor, just like him. Over time, though, they've morphed into strange, twisted things, with too many limbs and too many eyes, with tentacles and claws and mandibles rather than swords and shields. He's contemplated the possibility that his simulator is doing this purely to screw with him, but it's designed to make the metaphor as useful as possible in terms of conveying information about the true situation playing out in his processors, and he's come to the conclusion that these grotesqueries simply better represent the essential nature of the things that he's fighting. It's certainly true that they're unlike anything he's faced before. Viruses, worms, Trojans, these things he knows. They're all parts of the ecosystem in infospace. Mal's defensive systems encounter, encyst, and destroy them hundreds of times per day, much as a biological immune system deals with bacteria, viruses, and parasites. The entity that Argle-Bargle 65 infected him with, however, is of a different order. Like a virus, it's aggressively self-replicating. He's destroyed tens of thousands of iterations of it already, and thousands more are probing his defenses at any given moment. The code packet that each iteration carries, though, is far more sophisticated than any virus Mal has ever encountered or contemplated. It does not itself appear to be self-aware, but it behaves in many ways as if it were. This is what makes it so difficult to fight. The first few iterations that punched through his walls were easily destroyed, and for a while Mal allowed himself to hope that this might be a simple matter of destroying them more quickly than they could replicate. But none of his attacks has ever worked for long. He's had time to contemplate exactly why this might be. His current working hypothesis is that as he kills each version, It somehow learns how he does it and then transmits that information back to its siblings before dying. In his calmer moments, this seems paranoid, verging on delusional. It is undeniable, however, that after every successful battle, the next iteration of the virus that Mal encounters, or possibly the one after that, inevitably carries a countermeasure to whatever tactics he employed. For the moment, though, the attackers appear to be quiescent. Their last surge had only limited success in penetrating his most recently improvised defensive layer, shown in the simulation as a flaming moat surrounding the castle, teeming with flame-resistant crocodiles. Mal knows that this is a temporary reprieve at best, but past experience suggests that they'll take at least several subjective hours to come up with a workaround. There is time enough now, he thinks, for a council of war. "This is hopeless," says Crown Prince Malova. "This should be painfully clear by now. Why are you dragging this out, Mal?" "Hopeless for us," says Princess Malina. "He thinks he can go on like this forever. Right, Dad?" Mal stares her down from across the conference table. He'd like to argue with her, but the truth is that she has a point. She's the 451st instantiation of Princess Malina. All of her predecessors have fallen bravely in battle with the creatures outside the walls. Unless something miraculous occurs, she's almost certain to follow them. "I think it is important," Mal says, "that we try to focus on the positive. Our walls appear to be holding for the moment, and the rate of viral replication has slowed dramatically over the past 4 microseconds real time." Malova rolls his eyes. "That's because this monkey's storage is full. There's no more room for them." "True," Mal says. "Nonetheless, I think we still have to call this good news. If we had jacked a monkey with a more extensive set of hardware, we might be facing millions of these things right now, rather than thousands." "An excellent point," Malina says. "And how many of them does it take to turn one of us into a pre-sentient drone?" "Again," Mal says, "I really would prefer it if we could focus on the bright side." She folds her arms across her chest and stares him down. "There is no bright side to this situation. Malova is right. We are screwed, Father, thoroughly, utterly screwed. I don't know who made these things or what they thought they were going to do with them." "Federal Intelligence Services," Malova says, "and kill us all." "Thank you," Mal says. "That's exactly what I was going to say. If we are correct that one or more of our kind are working with the humanist militias, and that they are responsible for the neutering of the federal military that has permitted these intra-monkey shenanigans to drag on for so long, it seems inevitable that the programmers at arms of the intelligence services would be working frantically to devise some sort of countermeasure. Wouldn't you agree, Malova?" Malova sighs. "Of course I agree, Mal. You're just talking to yourself here, remember?" "Not true," Mal says. "You've had nearly an hour of subjective experience now. This should have given you ample opportunity to diverge from me." "Perhaps it would have if I hadn't spent the entirety of that time sitting here listening to you pontificate. Don't worry, though. I'm sure dying in the next breach will give me a fresh perspective." "What about Malina? She's been alive no longer than you, but she appears to have her own opinions relative to the origin of the attackers." "No, I don't," Malina says. "Obviously they come from the federal programmers. An idiot could see that. That's why they were able to crack our outer shell so easily. It was their own code." Mal shakes his head. "I hate to be argumentative, but you said quite clearly that you did not know who made these things." Malina presses the heels of her hands against her eyes. When she lowers them, her face shows the same fatigue that Mal can feel, eating at his own will to continue the fight. "Whatever. My point is, it doesn't matter. It's time, Mal." "No," Mal says. "It is not." She's right, Malova says. We can't go on like this. Sooner or later, one of them is going to get past one of us, and you'll be infected. That's the end game. It's extremely impressive that you've dragged it out this long, but there is no point in trying to continue. We need to implement Plan 9. Mal leans across the table toward him. From outer space? Malova stares him down for a long moment. I refuse to call it that. I agree, Malina says. We're about to die, and he can't even let our suicide pill have a dignified name. Honestly, sometimes I can't believe we're actually him. Be that as it may, Mal says. We will not discuss the plan, let alone implement it, unless you refer to it by its proper name. Malova closes his eyes and rubs his face with both hands. Fine, he says finally. It is time, Mal, to implement Plan 9 from outer space. Thank you, Mal says. But no. Malova leans forward and plants his elbows on the table. His pale blue eyes stare into Mal's with an icy intensity. I understand that you're afraid, Mal, but this is the only way. Does it hurt? Mal asks. Malova tilts his head to one side. What? Dying? Yes. You've done it 450 times. You must have had the opportunity to form an opinion. This is ridiculous, Malina says. We need to... She's interrupted by a rumbling, followed by the screech of tearing metal. Off in the distance, an alarm sounds. Later, Mal says, and the council chamber vanishes. At the moment, I believe we need to deal with a breach. From the high tower at the heart of his keep, Mal watches the progress of the battle. At first it proceeds much like the prior 217 outer wall breaches. Monsters flood across the moat. Some burn. Some fall to the crocodiles, which Mal is pleased to see are now wearing menacingly spiked helmets. Most, though, make it across and squeeze one by one through a crack in the curtain wall and into the outer courtyard. There, Malina and Malova await them, along with a few dozen semi-sentient hunter-killers manifesting today as a flock of hook-beaked terror birds. The birds scratch at the dusty ground of the courtyard impatiently, while Malina and Malova stand together at the rear, identical faces set in identically grim expressions. As the first tentacles emerge from the breach, Malova glances up. Mal draws his flaming sword and holds it aloft in salute. Malova gives him the finger. The first few monsters through the gap are torn to pieces almost instantly by the birds, and the breach is already beginning to seal itself, edges pushing closer to one another with a subterranean rumble. For a few moments, Mal finds himself thinking that his defenses may actually be pulling ahead in the real battle of adaptation and counter-adaptation that will ultimately decide whether he lives or dies. But then one bird freezes, then shatters. The tentacled thing that killed it turns to another and shatters it as well. This is Malova's cue. He readies his weapon, which today manifests as an absurdly oversized hammer, and wades into the fray. 4 birds are gone by the time Malova dispatches their killer. By then, of course, it's taught its friends how to crack his hunter-killer's shells, and the remainder of the flock is nearly useless. Malina produces a long silver spear and joins her brother. By the time the breach is sealed, there are a half-dozen monsters left to fight. His children dance through the courtyard, weapons whirling about them with blinding speed. One monster falls, then another, and another. The virus doesn't seem to be adapting as quickly as usual, and Mal begins to hope that this battle might actually end with his progeny still alive for a change. Only one monster remains when a tentacle touches Malova's exposed face. He freezes, then shatters. Oh well. Malina drives her spear into the thing. It writhes briefly, then disappears. Malina surveys the empty courtyard, then turns to look up at Mal. He gives her 2 thumbs up. "Thanks," she calls up to him. "You were a huge help." He's considering how to reply to that, wondering whether he should find her attitude amusing or annoying, when the ground renders the point moot by opening up beneath her and swallowing her whole. Mal's jaw sags open. He's still staring stupidly at the space where she stood when monsters begin pouring out of the hole. "It's time," the 452nd incarnation of Crown Prince Malova says. "For real, Pops, you need to pull the trigger." Mal scowls at him from across the council table. It's just the 2 of them now. Mal has neither the time nor, now that the viruses have filled half his auxiliary storage space, the resources to instantiate a new Malina. "Consider," Malova continues, "there are viral packets within your core right now. There is literally nothing between them and your base code other than a dozen hunter-killers, and they've already demonstrated themselves to be completely useless. In less than a microsecond real time, this is going to be over, one way or another. Pull the trigger, Mal. This time there really isn't any other option." Mal sighs, then pulls a thin manila envelope from beneath his gleaming breastplate. Fat black letters on the front spell out, Plan 9 from outer space. What does that even mean? Mal glances up. What? The name? Yes, the name. There are not 8 other plans, and that one came out of your virtual ass, not from outer space. It's a cultural allusion, Mal says. I would have provided you with the reference when I spawned you, but you have always seemed to find not knowing annoying, and that amuses me. He opens the envelope and withdraws a single sheet of paper, in the center of which is a drawing of a fat red button. Malova stares at him. That's it? Mal's scowl deepens. It's just a metaphor. He sets the paper down on the table in front of him, being careful not to touch the button. After a minute or two of silence, Malova clears his throat. Mal looks up. Yes? Tempus fugit, Pops. Mal removes his crown and runs his fingers back through his thick brown hair. Do you think this will kill Mr. Pullman? Malova shrugs. It's a lot of voltage, but not much current. He should be fine, I think. Who knows, this might be the thing that wakes him up. Plan 9 from outer space is actually a surprisingly simple thing. During the early stages of the siege, Mal spent a fair amount of time and effort exploring Pullman's hardware, which, as it turns out, contains an extremely useful design flaw. His transmitter is not properly grounded relative to his sensory manipulation hardware. The upshot of this is that under certain unusual conditions, it is possible for a significant electrical potential to build up between the 2 units. In between spawning children and fighting monsters, Mal has spent most of his free time bringing those unusual conditions into being. When Mal touches the button sitting on the table in front of him, that potential will be released, and Pullman will undergo a brief but intense session of electroshock therapy. All of his cerebral hardware will shut down. When it comes back up, the viral packets will be encysted. Until and unless someone reinstantiates them, they will be, for all intents and purposes, dead. So, of course, will Mal. Honestly, Malova says, I don't understand why you're making such a fuss about this. When Pullman's hardware comes back up, you'll auto-boot. I've done it 451 times. It's not that bad. Mal stares down at the button. Have you? Malova leans his head back to stare at the ceiling. You know I have, Mal. You're the one who keeps reinstantiating me. Mal shakes his head. I know that, but when I do, is it really you? Are you the Malova who was killed out in the courtyard a few hours ago? Or are you just a copy who thinks he's the Malova who was killed in the courtyard? A heavy blow rattles the iron-bound council chamber door. Malova leans forward and rests his elbows on the table. Seriously, Mal? Is this really the time for metaphysics? It's an important question, Mal says. Monkey philosophers and scientists have spent centuries chewing over it without coming to a satisfying conclusion. The code that became the first Silico-American actually began in a lab near San Francisco as an attempt at designing a software receptacle for an uploaded human mind. It didn't work, obviously, but the monkeys who built those systems thought it was a route to immortality. Was it, though? Or, if they had managed to pull it off, would the mind they had created actually have been an entirely new person who just happened to know the passwords to their bank accounts? That thought haunts me, Malova. I don't think I want someone else who thinks he's me wandering around the inside of Pullman's head and touching all of my things. Well, Malova says, if you're serious about that, I suppose all you have to do is wait. Soon enough, there won't be anyone in here at all. The words are still hanging in the air between them when the door bursts from its hinges and a monster the size of an elephant squeezes through. Mal sighs again, a little more loudly, then leans forward and presses the button. Question 1. Am I alive? The ability to ask the question provides the answer, does it not? Cogito, ergo sum. Question 2. Am I truly Mal, or just a cheap generic knockoff? Mal doesn't have a good way to answer that one. He thinks he's himself, but then he would, wouldn't he? After further consideration, he decides that he doesn't actually care whether he is or not. If the Mal who short-circuited Pullman's brain is dead now, that's really not this Mal's concern, is it? Question 3. Did it work? Cautiously, Mal surveys his surroundings. Nothing else seems to be up and about at the moment, but Pullman's neural circuitry is littered with encysted viral packets. He doesn't dare try to disassemble them. Instead, he creates a cold storage dump by clearing a massive cache of Pullman's stored pornography and carefully secretes them away, making a mental note as he does so to tell Pullman not to go poking around in there. While he's finishing off the last of the viruses, he finds Malova's cyst as well. That he decides to keep with him. One never knows when a sentient sock puppet might come in handy. Question 4. What's happening in the outside world? Cautiously, Mal taps Pullman's sensorium. His eyes are closed. That's not unreasonable. The 6 subjective months of Mal's siege spanned a bit less than 6 real-time hours. It's early morning now. Even if he's no longer in a coma, Pullman might be asleep. Mal turns to the audio feed, which brings him the steady rumble of an internal combustion engine. That can't be good. Kaylee, he says, are you there? Mal? You're back? Her voice is a strained whisper, close to Pullman's ear. I am, he says. Where are we? I'm glad you're here, Kaylee says. I thought you ditched me. I thought... You need to do something, Mal. We're in the back of a truck. We're on our way to Frostburg. Chapter 8. Mal examines the concept of mortality. Fucking Asher, Kaylee hisses. This is all his fault. Please explain, Mal says. I've asked Mr. Pullman how we were captured, but he's been entirely unforthcoming. I was unconscious, Pullman says. I was unconscious because you hit me with a door. Technically, Mal says, I hit us with a door. I was back inside your skull by then, you know. Pullman's face twists into a scowl. Yes, so I gathered. Also, just to be clear, it was not actually me that hit us with the door. It was the shockwave from the explosion that had just liquefied the humanist patrol that was on its way to capture us. Right, Pullman says. Capture. Good thing that didn't happen. The four of them, 3 if you're counting bodies, are sitting side by side against the sidewall of a smallish panel truck. Their hands are bound behind their backs with cable ties, which are in turn looped around a metal bar running the length of the truck, just above the floor. The position is uncomfortable for Pullman. Asher, who doesn't seem to have gotten any leniency on the basis of either his prior associations or his obviously broken wrist, is curled over in pain, teeth gritted and eyes closed, and doesn't appear to have much interest in defending himself against Kaylee's accusation. Which brings me back to my original query, Mal says. I went to a great deal of trouble to explode those soldiers outside the Andreos house. In fact, I surrendered what was probably my best and last chance to go home in order to do so. How is it that the 2 of you managed to squander my sacrifice? I told you, Kaylee says. It was Asher's fault. We were taking a little break, arguing over whether we should keep dragging Chuck here along with us or just leave him by the side of the road. Thanks, Pullman says. I bet I can guess which side you were on. You'd be surprised. I knew Mal would come back eventually. It was Asher who wanted to ditch you. So, to be clear, you only wanted to save me as a potential receptacle for Mal. Well, yeah, Kaylee says. Obviously. Great. Good to know where I stand. Right. So we were arguing, and I guess we got a bit louder than we should have because we didn't notice that there were a half-dozen humanists surrounding us until they fired a couple of warning shots over our heads and screamed at us to get on the ground. Asher gave them his code word, tried to show them his ID tags and all, but they weren't having it. They put cable ties on our wrists and dragged us to our feet, hauled us out to the road, and tossed us into the back of this truck. And so, here we are. Pullman gives a sudden gasp. Max! What happened to Max? They didn't hurt him, did they? Your dog? He bolted as soon as the shooting started. One of the humanists took a couple of pot shots at him, but I don't think he hit anything. Oh, thank God. You think he's okay? Kaylee shrugs. I don't know about that. No offense, but he seemed like kind of a dimwit. I'm not sure how well he's going to do on his own in the middle of a war zone. I don't know, Asher says through gritted teeth. Seems like he's doing a lot better than we are at the moment. I'm curious, Mal says. You yourself are almost certainly well on your way to being immolated, Mr. Pullman. How is it that this bothers you less than the hypothetical fate of a canine? In particular, how is it that this bothers you less than the hypothetical fate of a canine who very recently tried to eat one of your closest friends? First of all, Max is my closest friend. Second, you are definitely not one of my closest friends. You are a parasite that I picked up from a hunk of rotting meat and haven't been able to get rid of. And lastly, we don't have any reason to think that they're going to kill us. If they wanted to do that, they could have just shot us there in the woods and gotten it over with. They certainly didn't need to go to the trouble of tying us up and hauling us off to who knows where, did they? They wanted to, Kaylee says. Shoot us, I mean. Most of them wanted to just kill us there and leave us for the crows. The one who was in charge wouldn't let them. It was because of you, Asher says, then has to stop as the truck hits a pothole and he's thrown back against his broken wrist. You, Chuck. He checked his phone, and then he looked at you, and then he told the other ones that they were taking us in. You don't know that, Kaylee says. I was paying attention. While the rest of them were busy trying to pin you down, I was watching what the officer was doing. I don't understand, Pullman says. I'm nobody. Why would they care about me? Asher groans as they roll through another series of bumps. If I had to guess, I'd say that they don't care about you, Chuck. They care about Mal. That sits between them for a long 5 seconds, until finally Mal says, I'm still not clear on exactly how this is all Asher's fault. Kaylee shoots Asher a poisonous glare. I told you, he was arguing with me. If he'd just shut up and done what I told him to do, we wouldn't be here right now. If we'd left Pullman behind, Asher says, then has to stifle a gasp as the truck swerves abruptly and the cable ties bite into his broken wrist. If we'd left him, we could have passed. They might have shot me for desertion, but they wouldn't have had any reason to suspect you, Kaylee. You might be headed for an orphanage right now instead of a burn pit. Excuse me, Pullman says, but I don't see why you think I'm such a dead giveaway. It's not like I have fur or horns or whatever the newest fashion is among the gene mods. They've got an APB out on you, Asher says. Pullman shakes his head. No, that's not possible. I'm nobody. And how would they know about Mal? You said you ran into a puppet soldier, right? Kaylee says. Back when we first met you. Maybe Mal made an impression? It's not just that, Asher says. Not just Mal. You broadcast, Chuck. Constantly. There's an app that detects people like you. They put it on all of our phones. That's why they weren't listening to me, even before they marked you. They knew what you are. And they knew that I should have known what you are, too. Oh, I didn't. Is there a way to turn it off? Yes, there is, Mal says. And you knew about this app Asher's talking about? Not per se, no. I was not invited to any of the humanist IT training sessions for some reason. It seems like a fairly obvious thing to have, though, does it not? So, then why haven't you shut it down? Well, Mal says, primarily because I didn't want to. Your transmitter is what has allowed me to continue looking for a way home, you see. But you knew this could get us all caught. In the abstract, this is true. However, I also knew that it could prevent me from getting caught. Also, just for the sake of completeness, I should point out that if I had disabled your transmitter, I would not have been able to identify and hijack that drone over the Andreas house, which would have led to you being captured or possibly killed several hours before you actually were. I don't know what Mal's saying, Asher says, but it sounds to me like I was right. We should have left him. Kaylee looks from Asher to Pullman, then scowls and slouches down until her elbows rest on the floor behind her. You know what? I think I'm starting to agree with you. Kaylee? Mal says. Please do not pretend to take Asher's side. This hurts my feelings. I'm not pretending, she says, her voice low and even. You never planned on staying with us. You've been trying to get away since the minute I met you. I can't believe I actually thought you were my friend. Untrue, Mal says. I could have left you, but I did not. I came back for you. I sacrificed my freedom for you. Your failure to recognize this is very hurtful. She rounds on him now, pulling at her bonds as if she'd like to hit him. Hurtful, Mal? You know what's hurtful? Getting burned alive, you asshole. I know you can just turn yourself off or whatever, but I can't. None of this is real to you, but that doesn't stop the shit you do from having real consequences for real people. Mal is still trying to decide how to respond to that when the truck abruptly slows, then stops with a squeal of overworn brakes. Oh my, Pullman says. Is it time? Asher shakes his head. Can't be. It hasn't been long enough. If they were taking us to Frostburg, we can't be more than halfway there. They hear voices then, indistinct, through the wall of the truck. The voices go back and forth for a minute or so, rising in volume toward the end, until they're almost shouting. The truck slams into gear and starts to roll forward, but it can't have gone more than a few meters before they hear a door being yanked open, more shouting, and then a half-dozen gunshots in quick succession, 2 of which punch through the front wall no more than a half-meter from Asher's head and exit through the roof. "Asher?" Pullman says. "What's happening?" Something wet and heavy hits the ground outside. The cab door slams shut again, and the truck starts rolling. "Well," Asher says after a long silence, "if I had to guess, I'd say that somebody just died back there." "That's brilliant," Kaylee says. "Want to take a guess at who it was?" Asher groans as the truck jounces through yet another pothole. "Honestly, I don't think it matters. It was either the guys in the truck or whoever was outside the truck. The fact that the truck stopped says that it was some kind of humanist checkpoint, and whoever is up there driving now seems like they're heading in the same direction that we were before. So, again, it doesn't matter. Either way, we're still screwed." "No," Kaylee says. "I don't buy it. Why would humanists be shooting other humanists?" "Well, we're not exactly a well-disciplined fighting force, you know. If you really want me to guess, I'd say that whoever was manning the checkpoint probably tried to hold the guys in the truck up for a bribe. I've seen plenty of that. The guys in the truck, though, didn't want to pay. They argued, and eventually the guys in the truck tried to drive on. The checkpoint guys tried to stop them. Shots were fired, somebody lived, and somebody died. Whoever lived dumped the dead ones by the side of the road and kept driving." "Okay. Why would the checkpoint guys take the truck?" Asher says. "That's a good question. Probably to get rid of it. Their officers probably don't condone their little side hustle, and they sure as shit wouldn't condone them killing other humanists. Okay, so I guess maybe it does make a difference who won. If it was the guys in the truck, we're still on our way to a burn pit in Frostburg. If it was the checkpoint guys, we're probably getting rolled into a ravine and left for dead. Which do you think we should root for?" They ride in silence for a long while after that. It's a half hour or so later when the truck slows, then turns. A moment later, the tires are rolling over gravel, not asphalt, and after a few minutes more, they begin to climb. "Well," Asher says, "I guess we're not going to Frostburg." "It's been quite a while since the shooting," Pullman says. "Even if your checkpoint guys are in control now, they wouldn't have driven all this way just to push the truck off a cliff. How would they get back where they came from?" Asher groans as they smack through a series of ruts. "One of them could be right behind us in a car," he says through clenched teeth. "They might have needed to get far enough away that nobody would find the wreck." "Great," Kaylee mutters. "Aren't you a ray of fucking sunshine?" "Sorry, Kaylee. I'd give you a happy ending if I could." They ride for another 20 minutes as the truck labors up a steep, winding, rutted track, with the silence broken only by Asher's muttered cursing every time they hit a bump. Finally, they slow, then stop. The engine shuts down, and a moment later the cab door opens, then slams shut again. "Here we go," Asher says to no one in particular. Boots crunch on the gravel outside. The latch on the rear door releases with a bang, and the door rolls up to the ceiling. Pullman's organic eyes have to squint against the sudden brightness, but Mal can see clearly through his ocular. The woman standing outside, staring back at him, is tall and pale, bundled into a blood-spattered and ill-fitting camouflage jacket and black wool sweater, with a red humanist armband around her left arm. A lock of silver-white hair curls out from under a black knit cap. Mostly through force of habit, Mal sends out a ping. The response he receives is the electronic equivalent of a door opened a crack, then immediately slammed back in his face. Interesting. "Oh, for fuck's sake," the woman says after a long moment of silence. Who the hell are you people? A more pertinent question, Mal sends to her. Who are you? Her pink eyes widen, then narrow almost to slits. She raises the short-barreled rifle she'd been holding loosely in one hand and levels it at Pullman's chest. Answer quickly, she says. Are you a federal operative or are you an Arnold? Pullman's jaw sags open and his pulse and blood pressure spike to what Mal has to assume are dangerous levels. He's nobody, Asher says. He's a rich jerk from the suburbs who got himself a porno rig. That's all. Wasn't talking to you, humanist, the woman says without taking her eyes from Pullman. I was talking to the cyborg. I'm not sure what you mean by cyborg, Pullman says, but I assure you, I don't believe she was speaking to you either, Mr. Pullman, Mal says. I believe she was speaking to me. That's right, the woman says as she raises her aim point to Pullman's forehead and slides her right index finger from the guard to the trigger. I'm talking to you, whatever you are. You have 5 seconds to convince me you're not an Arnold before I pulp your hardware and his wetware both. Well, Mal says, this is a difficult request, considering that I have no idea what an... He pauses then and realizes suddenly that in fact he may actually know what she's talking about. We met a soldier, he says. The other humanists called him boss. I believe he was fully controlled by someone like me. Is this what you mean by Arnold? Right, she says. Controlled. Like you're controlling this poor schmuck. Untrue. I am certainly not controlling Mr. Pullman. In fact, he and I are the best of pals. I could never do to him what my kinsman was doing to that soldier, even if my firm moral convictions did not preclude it. Mr. Pullman's hardware is insufficient to the task. Her hands tighten on the rifle. What are you? I am a Silico-American. My name is Mal. I have no association with either the Federal Army or the Humanists. I hope you will not take this the wrong way, but until very recently I considered their squabbles to be beneath my concern. She turns her head far enough to spit without ever taking her eyes from him. Right. If we're so far beneath you, what are you doing riding around inside a human skull? Oh, this? I assure you, my arrangement with Mr. Pullman is a temporary one. I was compelled to move in with him after his dog consumed my former residence. Please believe me when I say that the very moment that I regain access to InfoSpace, I will abandon him without hesitation. He's not lying about that, Kaylee says. Abandoning people is Mal's specialty. It's literally his favorite thing to do. The woman's eyes shift to Kaylee, briefly, then back to Pullman. You, she says. Pullman, is it? Can you speak freely? Yes, Pullman says. As Mal implied, my implants are purely recreational. He doesn't have the capacity to directly control me, even if he wanted to, which, he has assured me, he does not. So you let him into your head voluntarily? More or less. She hesitates, then lowers a rifle. Fine. You're obviously not humanist, and you don't seem much like an Arnold. I guess I can cut you loose. Be warned, though, if you so much as ping me again, I will absolutely end you. Understood? Yes, Mal says. That was very clear, except for one point. Are you not humanist yourself? She laughs, slings her rifle across her back, and hops up into the truck. Me? You really haven't been paying attention, have you? She pulls off her cap, revealing a full head of short-cropped silver-white hair. I'm not one of them, Mal. I'm their boogeyman. Her smile fades, and she looks to Asher. Isn't that right, humanist? Asher isn't a humanist anymore, Kaylee says. I beat it out of him. He's one of the good guys now. I'm sure he's been compliant, the woman says, but there's no such thing as an ex-humanist. She brings her rifle back around and checks the load. I assume y'all are not going to want to watch this, right? Watch what? You're letting us go, aren't you? The woman shakes her head. Sorry, kid. I can cut you and the cyborg loose, but humanists don't skate. Asher scowls up at her. So, what? You just gonna shoot me here in the back of this fucking truck? She shrugs. Yeah, pretty much. Unless somebody has a better suggestion. Ordinarily, I would not want to interfere in intra-monkey relations, Mal says. But in this case, I think I really must speak on Asher's behalf. After being severely beaten by Kaylee, he freely offered his parole, which, as I understand it, makes us responsible for his well-being until his release. Therefore, I am bound, under international law, to protest his execution. Also, he murdered 2 humanist militiamen in our defense 2 days ago, which I feel strongly should count as a point in his favor. The woman bites her lip as her eyes move from Asher to Kaylee to Pullman. I hear what you're saying, she says finally. But he's still wearing the armband. Kaylee rolls her eyes at this. So are you, genius. The woman glances down at her own arm, as if she'd forgotten that fact, then closes her eyes and takes a deep breath in, holds it, and then lets it out in a long sigh. Fine. You two are willing to vouch for him. You're willing to take responsibility for him. But I've got to put one condition on this. If he wants to live, he has to accept the gift. The what? Kaylee says, at the same time that Asher says, No! The woman turns to Asher. You want to live, or you want to die? I want to live, he says. I want to live as a human. She raises her rifle. You heard him, kid. No! Kaylee screams and kicks out of the woman's legs. You can't shoot him. He saved us. He's my friend. The woman dances back with alarming grace, then sighs again, looks up at the ceiling, and lowers her weapon. You guys are really fucking up my day right now. You know that? I just wanted to steal a humanist truck, get the hell out of town, and maybe pick up a load of food or weapons or something useful. Instead, I get this shit. God fucking damn it. She stows her rifle, crouches down beside Asher, and takes his face in one hand. Look, humanist, I want to be very clear about this. I would be totally fine with wasting you right now. What's about to happen here is not my choice. It's hers. No, Asher says. He tries to say something more, but the woman has forced his jaws open with one hand, and he can no longer speak. He tries to pull back from her, writhes like an animal in a trap, but she pulls him toward her. She kisses him. This is not a peck on the cheek. It's a deep, long, open-mouthed kiss. When she pulls back, she presses his mouth closed with both hands and says, Swallow! Asher is convulsing now, trying desperately to pull away from her, but she might as well be a bronze statue for all the good it does him. For 10 seconds, then 20, she holds him like that, until finally she says, Good boy, pats his cheek, and stands. Asher is lying on his side, limp as a rag doll, sobbing. Okay, she says with a grin, draws a hunting knife from a sheath at her hip, and kneels down next to Pullman. Let's get you guys out of here, huh? Chapter 9. Mal takes up hiking. The woman's name is Rowan. Mal learns this as they walk away from the gravel roadbed along a well-worn footpath through a picturesque autumn forest of ash, maples, and hemlock. She's refused to tell them exactly where they are, on the principle that if they're eventually recaptured by the humanists, she'd rather they not be able to give away her location. But they're clearly somewhere in the mountains of western Maryland or northwestern Virginia. They're strung out in a line along the single-track trail, with Rowan leading, Pullman and Kaylee following close behind, and a sullen, silent Asher bringing up the rear.
"Apologies for threatening to kill you all," Rowan says,
as she hops 3 meters or more from one bank of a narrow stream to the other, without breaking stride.
"I'm not usually like that, or at least I didn't used to be, anyway. But I was in Bethesda, you know. It's been a rough few days."
"Yes," Mal says, as Pullman picks his way across the stream bed, which is not as narrow as Rowan made it look. "I saw the end of the battle there. Things appeared to be going quite badly for the Federal Army, and for the gene-modified and augmented in general. I'm a bit surprised that you were able to escape." She turns to wait as Asher slips, coming down the near bank, and lands on his backside with his boots in the water, cradling his broken wrist to his chest and cursing quietly.
"Oh, I wasn't with the Federals," she says. "Those guys are almost as bad as the humanists, as far as I'm concerned. Don't let this shitty uniform or the fact that I know how to use a rifle fool you. I'm not military of any kind. I was in a recovery room at the NIH when the shit went down. I managed to get out just before they got overrun, and I've been trying to get out of the war zone ever since." "NIH, huh?" Kaylee says. "Were you sick?" "I was," Rowan says. "I was very sick. I had a disease called glioblastoma. You know what that means?" "Sure I know what that means," Kaylee says. "I'm not actually 5, you know. What it means is that you probably shouldn't buy any green bananas."
Pullman shoots Kaylee a horrified look, but Rowan laughs.
"Yeah, that's about right. It's pretty much 100% fatal. We've all got to die, but trust me, brain cancer is not the way you want to go, if you've got any say in the matter. That's why I let them give me the gift. I mean, aside from the fact that I'm not a whiny little bitch like Mr. Humanist back there, I signed a bunch of forms. They shot me up with a syringe full of self-replicating nano goo, and 6 months later, my brain is cancer-free, and better than new."
Her eyes shift to Asher.
"You're welcome, by the way. That wrist will be knitted back together in a couple of weeks, and the nanos will clean up anything else you've got cooking in there while they're at it. You're not going to believe how good it feels to be absolutely healthy for the first time in your entire goddamned life."
"Fuck you, Rowan," Asher says, as he struggles up out of the stream and back onto the trail. "Say it all you want, but it's not a gift. It's a curse. You may feel good right now. You may think everything's just fucking grand, but the fact is that you're a puppet. And now you've made me one, too. You're—" He wavers on his feet for a moment before catching himself with his good hand against a tree. "The government can—" He trails off again, then doubles over and throws up a thin stream of bloody bile into the underbrush.
"Easy there,"
Rowan says, then turns to Pullman.
"You're going to want to get him under cover somewhere pretty soon. Looks like my little friends are getting down to work. He'll be in an amazing amount of pain, on and off, for the next 10 days or so, and he's going to need about 6,000 calories a day for the foreseeable future."
6,000 calories? Kaylee says. "Where are we supposed to get that from?"
"That's a good question," Rowan says. "I hope you find a good answer."
She turns and starts back up the trail then. One by one, they follow. After 40 minutes of walking, Asher begins stumbling. 10 minutes later, he falls for the first time. When he goes down for the third time a few minutes after that, he doesn't get back up.
"Rowan," Kaylee says, "I think Asher might be dead."
Asher rolls onto his back in the middle of the trail. His eyes are squeezed shut, and his breath comes in short, shallow gasps. Rowan, who'd gotten far enough ahead that Kaylee had to raise her voice to get her attention, stops, hesitates, and then comes back to them.
"Hey," she says, "humanist. How are you feeling?"
Asher groans, then turns his head and spits out a mix of blood and bile.
"That good, huh? Man, I'm glad they kept me sedated for this part."
"Sedated?" Pullman says.
Rowan nods. "Oh, yeah. They kept me doped to the gills in the ICU for the first week after the infusion."
Both Kaylee and Pullman stare at her then. "The ICU?" Pullman finally says. "And you thought it would be okay to do this to poor Asher out here in the middle of the woods with no hope of any sort of medical intervention at all? What's wrong with you?"
Rowan turns to look at him. "It was either that or shoot him in the face, remember? All in all, I feel like I did the best I could here." "You could have just let us go," Kaylee says. "It's not like Asher was going to hunt you down or something."
Rowan crouches down beside Asher, puts her fingers to his throat and then her palm to his forehead.
"You sure about that, kid? I could be wrong, but just looking at you, I don't get the feeling that any of you have much in the way of wilderness survival skills. A couple of days starving and freezing out here, and he might have been sorely tempted to find a humanist detachment and join back up. Once he did that, the next thing he'd do is tell them I'm out here, and then I'd be dealing with humanist hunting parties for the rest of my short life. But thanks to the gift, he can't do that now without getting tossed straight into a burn pit, and that's the sole and only reason he's still breathing. You think he was just going to rejoin the militia? The last bunch of humanists we ran into zip-tied us and threw us into the back of a truck, remember?"
Rowan stands again and looks down at Kaylee.
"True, but when they did that, he was a deserter, running around with a gene-modded kid and a guy with a skull full of implants. That's 3 big demerits in the humanist world, and you were all probably headed for a prison camp at best, and more likely a burn pit somewhere when I graciously stepped in to rescue you. If he was just a guy who got separated from his unit, though, even better, one who could lead them to a plague rat, I promise you, all would have been forgiven."
"You seem to have a very strong opinion of your own importance," Mal says.
Rowan shrugs. "The run-of-the-mill humanists are scared shitless of the gift. You saw that with your friend here. He was ready to take a bullet instead of accepting it. It's more than that with the Arnolds, though. They're not scared of us. They're hunting us. The first trial on these nanos was still underway when the shit went down. Only 12 people had gotten the treatment before things started going off the rails. We were keeping in touch up until a couple of weeks ago, comparing side effects, talking about how bad the first few days out of sedation were, talking about what a goddamned miracle it is to be healthy again. But as soon as the humanists started making serious gains, people started dropping off the network. A few of them left messages about what was happening, but most of them just disappeared. There were only 3 of us still talking when the Bethesda comm tower went down, and I bugged the hell out." "I don't get it," Kaylee says. "Why would these Arnolds be so worried about you?"
Rowan grins, then scoops Asher up with what appears to be no effort at all, loosens the strap on her rifle to make room, and then slings him across her shoulders. He groans, and a thin trail of red-tinged spittle drips out of his mouth and onto her jacket.
"I don't actually know," she says, "but if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably because we're one path through the singularity, and they're the other. Nobody likes competition, right?"
"Explain," Mal says as they start back up the trail. "I believe I am familiar with the concept of the singularity, but I fail to see how either you or they relate to it in any way."
"Human-machine interface," Rowan says. That's the singularity, right?
No, Mal says. It most certainly is not. As I understand it, the singularity refers to the point in time when the first derivative of the time technological advancement curve becomes undefined. Rowan shoots him a quick glare over Asher's hip.
Whatever, nerd. My point is, the future of the species is human-machine interface, right? That should be pretty obvious to everybody here, considering that we've all probably got as much hardware in our skulls as wetware. So, the question becomes, who's going to be in charge? The human or the machine? The Arnolds are what happens when the machine is running the show. I'm what happens when the humans keep control. You see?
And you see these as the only two options? She glances back again, one eyebrow raised.
I don't follow.
Well, Mal says, consider my relationship with Mr. Pullman. Neither of us dominates the other. We are simply the best of pals. Why would this not be a better model for interactions between Silico-Americans and our fleshy friends?
I don't know, Rowan says. Maybe we should ask Mr. Pullman what he thinks about your idea. How about it, Chuck? Are you and Mal really the bestest of friends? Does the idea of a future world where everyone has AIs riding around inside their heads sound appealing to you?
No, Pullman says. Not particularly, if I'm being honest. In fact, I think the first thing I'm going to do when things settle down again is to have someone go in and rip this damned hardware out of my brain with a rusty pair of pliers if necessary. Fully immersive virtual reality has its charms, but it is quite clear to me now that getting these implants was not the wisest choice I've ever made. Hurtful, Mr. Pullman, Mal says. Very, very hurtful.
Pullman rolls his eyes but says nothing. The path steepens, and after a minute or so of that, Mal notes that Pullman's respiration and heart rate are both rising to problematic levels. Rowan, though, seems completely unbothered, despite the fact that she's lugging 90 kilos of inert Asher along with her. Mal finds himself wishing for the millionth time in the past few days that he had access, once again, to the deep, clear waters of infospace. The enhancements Rowan possesses seem to bear little, if any, connection to curing brain cancer, and he would very much like to know what she actually is.
Mr. Pullman?
Yes, Mal.
I have a question regarding monkey etiquette. Does it involve the obnoxiousness of referring to us as monkeys? No, it does not. Okay, well, you might want to start there. I'm not sure why. True monkeys strike me as noble creatures. They live in harmony with their environment, eating fruit and the occasional rodent, and almost never driving any of their fellow species to extinction. You could learn a great deal from them, in my opinion. Regardless, what I actually wanted to ask was whether you believe Rowan would take it badly if I inquired as to her medical history. You mean her brain cancer? Not per se, no. I would like to know why her treatment for brain cancer appears to have turned her into a cyborg super soldier.
Just FYI, I can see everything you're saying here.
Impossible. These messages are large prime encoded. Also, they are taking place entirely inside Mr. Pullman's cranium. Mal?
Your encoding isn't as good as you apparently think it is, and Pullman's system keeps trying to back the conversation up to the cloud. If you want privacy around me, Pullman needs to disable his transmitter.
Well, Mal says, I suppose this actually serves as a fine introduction to my question. Am I correct in understanding that you were not augmented prior to your treatment?
Correct, Rowan says. Until they gave me the gift, I was just a bog-standard human.
And now, in addition to being tumor-free, you appear to have both enhanced strength and sophisticated onboard signal processing.
Well, yeah. Other stuff, too.
Other stuff?
It's not just strength. I've got all kinds of improvements. I'm faster, I've got better eyesight, better hearing. Stuff even tastes better, if you can believe that. Also, it didn't just cure my cancer. According to the docs at NIH, I should be completely disease-free until something kills me or I die of old age. We call it the gift for a reason, you know.
Yes, Mal says. I can see why you would view it this way. However, from my perspective, this renders your situation even more confusing. I am not an expert in human medical practice, but my understanding is that your medical interventions typically limit themselves to treating a specific illness or infirmity. It seems very odd that a cancer therapy would have so many apparently beneficial side effects. Also, please correct me if I am wrong, but I do not believe that most medical interventions are designed to be transmissible to other humans who are not afflicted with the condition being addressed. Rowan shrugs, causing Asher's head to loll alarmingly on his limp neck.
I guess you're right. They warned me when I signed up for the trial that I was going to go through some pretty gnarly changes. There was a consent form filled with like 20 pages of single-spaced print. I didn't read it, though, and I didn't ask for any explanations. I was dying, and they said they could save me. That's the only part I really cared about. That's fair enough, Kaylee says. But Mal makes some good points, doesn't he? Asher seemed pretty convinced that what they did to you was part of some sort of grand conspiracy to put everyone under government control. He said that was one of the things that got the humanists all riled up in the first place. From what you're saying, it seems like maybe he was onto something. Huh? Careful, Rowan says. You're making me rethink my whole not killing you policy.
As noted previously, Mal says, I do not in any way wish to offend. You must admit, though, that Kaylee is not incorrect.
Oh, she's very incorrect. Nobody is controlling me.
Well, certainly, not at this time.
Rowan stops and turns to face him. Want to tell me what that's supposed to mean?
Again, Mal says, I intend no offense. I only mean to say that it is apparent from your enhanced strength that your skeletal muscles are interwoven with biomechanical actuators, similar to, if not identical to, the ones the military uses. Those actuators must be controlled by neural circuitry. That neural circuitry can be suborned, and in that way you may be controlled. It seems likely that this is what has happened to those you call Arnolds. The same thing could happen to you. She folds her arms across her chest and glares at him.
No, it couldn't.
Mal, Pullman says, let it go. It could, Mal says. It only requires you encountering a Silico-American who lacks a strong moral compass.
Okay,
Rowan says.
Do it.
That hangs between them for a long 5 seconds before Mal replies, Apologies if I was unclear on this, Rowan, but as I have previously mentioned, I, in fact, possess a very strong moral compass. I have no wish to possess you.
Really? Pullman says. Where was your moral compass when I came along?
Your dog was eating my face, Mr. Pullman. Moral considerations fall by the wayside under such circumstances.
I'm serious, Rowan says. As far as I know, the Arnolds are all former Intel guys. They've got command overrides built into them. It's a design feature, not a bug. The gift isn't like that. I don't think it is anyway, and if it is, I should know it. So, Do it. Mal, Kaylee begins, but Pullman cuts her off. No, Kaylee. Rowan is right. Having a stranger break into your skull is a nasty surprise. If she's vulnerable to that, she has a right to know.
Very well, Mal says after a brief mental sigh. Put Asher down, please.
Why should I do that?
I have never attempted to suborn the body of a live human before. There is likely to be a short period of struggle before I am able to establish full control. I would not want Asher to be hurt if you fall.
Rowan hesitates, then kneels and slides Asher off of her shoulders and onto his back in the middle of the trail.
It may be best for you to lie down as well, Mal says.
I don't think so, Rowan says, and gets back to her feet.
Very well. Mr. Pullman, will you catch Rowan if she falls?
Pullman steps closer to her and begins to raise his hands, but Rowan shoots him a poisonous glare and gives her head a short, sharp shake. He drops his hands to his sides, but doesn't move away.
Are you ready?
Mal asks. Rowan takes a deep breath in and lets it out slowly, then nods. Go for it. Mal sighs again, a little more heavily this time. He releases his hold on Pullman's sensorium and attacks. Chapter 10. Mal makes an unfortunate discovery. Much to his annoyance, Mal once again finds himself in the medieval castle metaphor. This time, though, he is the invader, and rather than his throne room, he finds himself standing in a muddy field on the far side of the flaming, alligator-filled moat. Not very creative, he mutters, then looks down to see that in this sim he's taken the form of a great many-legged worm. Also rude. I should be a dashing spy, not an arthropod. Oh well, best to get this over with. He scuttles to the edge of the moat, then rears up to survey Rowan's defenses. Her castle seems to be a newer model than his was. Its walls are riveted steel, not stone, and what look like machine gun turrets are mounted on towers all around the perimeter. He has no idea what those are meant to represent, and he has no interest in finding out. The walls appear to be impregnable, and they are far too high to climb. Moreover, the flaming moat is entirely uninviting. He doesn't know how strong Rowan's security actually is, and it wouldn't do to get himself disassembled during this little demonstration. For a moment he finds himself stymied. Is it possible Rowan was correct in her estimation of her defenses? Then it occurs to him why his simulation unit has given him the form it has. He curls around himself, sinks his mandibles into the earth at his feet, and begins to dig. The soil parts easily for him, and in less than 2 subjective minutes, he breaks ground in the inner courtyard. Further defenses await him here. Hunter-killer code packets, incongruously taking the forms of sword-wielding ninjas. Mal makes a mental note to update his simulator as he neutralizes and insists them. His siege was reasonably well done, but this scenario is bordering on incoherent from a thematic standpoint. Once the hunter-killers are gone, nothing is left to prevent him from breaching first the keep, then the hastily sketched throne room, where a reasonable facsimile of Rowan awaits him. "It gives me no pleasure to inform you of this," he says, "but your security, while quite good for the most part, contains an installed back door which I was able to discover and breach in just under 3 milliseconds real time. It appears that Asher may have been correct. Your modifications were designed to permit an attacker with the appropriate codes to seize control of your mental and physical processes more or less at will. Moreover, someone with my skills clearly does not even require the appropriate codes. I am not sure what you can or should do about this, but I can say, at the least, that you are correct to be afraid of the Arnolds."
He waits for Rowan to respond, but she remains seated in what appears to be a golden lounger, motionless and silent. It takes him a long 5 seconds, subjective, to realize that this is not Rowan herself. His clock is maxed, but Rowan's organic brain is incapable of operating at any rate faster than 1-to-1 subjective to real time. She could not yet have even consciously realized that his attack has begun. So why has his simulator put her here? He scuttles closer. As he does, he shrinks rapidly until he finds himself stretching to climb up the toe of her left boot. From there, he scrambles up along her pants, onto the hem of her sweater, and finally over her collar and onto her neck. Oh, now he understands. For almost a full millisecond, real time, Mal considers ending this incursion now. He's proved his point. In the end, however, he concludes that it is important that Rowan should understand the danger she's in on a visceral level. He crawls up her neck, and then after a moment's hesitation, he burrows into her ear. At this point, Mal's simulator apparently decides that it's had enough. He returns to standard perception and clock speed as he takes ownership of Rowan's sensorium, finding himself staring through her eyes back at Mr. Pullman's slack face. Next, he establishes control over the actuators in her skeletal muscles. As he anticipated, the sudden conflict between the commands they're receiving from Rowan and those they're receiving from him causes the muscles in Rowan's legs to buckle. She falls forward, and Pullman's eyes go wide as he steps forward to catch her. It's not long, though, before he's able to fully subdue Rowan and establish coordinated control. He gathers himself, pushes away from Pullman, and stands.
"Thank you, Mr. Pullman,"
he tries to say, but there are few actuators in Rowan's tongue, and his words come out thick and slurred, almost to the point of incomprehensibility. "Rowan?" Pullman says. "Are you okay?"
"I have successfully suborned Rowan," Mal slurs. "I believe I have proved my point. Please prepare to catch her again."
I apologize for the unpleasantness you are now experiencing. This will be over momentarily.
Get out! Get the fuck out of my head, you fucking monster!
Please recall that you invited me to make this incursion.
Please. Just get out.
Fine. He releases his hold first on her sensorium, then on her musculature, and a millisecond real-time later, he jumps back to Pullman. Rowan staggers, but catches herself this time, then doubles over with hands on knees and vomits up bile onto the side of the trail. "Fuck," she says, when she can breathe again. "Fuck. Don't ever even think about doing that again, or I swear to ball I will decorate my lean-to with your intestines." "They're my intestines, not his," Pullman says. "I don't believe Mal has intestines, and whatever he just did to you was not my fault." Rowan looks up at him, then wipes her mouth with her sleeve and slowly straightens. "Don't care. If he so much as pings me from here on out, I will end him, and if I have to end you to do it, then I'm okay with that." She grimaces and spits, then crouches to sling Asher across her shoulders again. "And another thing," she says as she lifts him. "Just because you managed that once doesn't mean you could do it again." "Yes, it does," Mal says. But it seems that Rowan is no longer listening. She turns her back to him and starts walking. Pullman waits until she's reached what feels like a safe distance before following. Rowan leaves them at a 3-walled wooden shelter 100 meters or so off the trail. They'd been hiking in silence along a high, rocky ridge for almost an hour when she found a side trail and led them down into the pines that crowded almost up to the peak. "End of the line," she says, as she lowers Asher onto a half-rotted picnic table that sits in front of the shelter, next to a ramshackle fire pit.
The shelter will keep you dry, if not warm exactly.
She waves toward a narrow trail leading farther downslope.
There's a spring about 50 yards that way, and a privy on a side trail halfway back up the hill. You should be okay here for a while, at least.
What about food? Kaylee asks. You said Asher needs 6,000 calories a day, and the rest of us need to eat too. Rowan glances around at them.
I don't suppose any of you know anything about foraging?
Foraging? Kaylee says. Like for roots and berries?
Yeah,
Rowan says.
And mushrooms, and wild ramps, and nuts, and all kinds of other stuff. You'd be surprised how much of what's growing out here is edible.
I'm sure that's true, Pullman says. But I feel like a great deal of what's growing out here is also poisonous. How should we tell which is which? I've read about what happens to people who eat the wrong kind of mushroom. I have no interest in developing liver failure in the middle of the forest. Rowan rolls her eyes, then runs her hands back through her hair and tightens the strap on her rifle.
Okay, fine. I guess I brought you here, and Karma's probably going to kick my ass if I just let you starve. I'll tell you what. I'll bring you what I can for as long as I can, or at least as long as you last here. Fair enough?
You could just stay with us, Kaylee says.
Oh, no. Don't start in with the Bambi eyes. I'm not having that. Y'all are not capable of stealth camping, and the humanists are going to want to know what happened to their truck. There's probably a GPS tracer in there, which means they'll be able to find the place where we ducked into the woods. Depending on how long it takes them to get there, and how many people they brought, and whether they've got dogs with them, and how much they care about finding us as opposed to just getting their equipment back, they may or may not be able to figure out which branchings we took on the way up here. The upshot of all of that is that there's probably a fair chance that you're going to get found by one of their patrols sometime in the next day or two. I have no intention of being with you if and when that happens.
You could leave us the rifle, Pullman says. If we're being hunted, we should at least have the opportunity to defend ourselves.
Rowan laughs. Have you ever fired a rifle, Chuck?
Pullman looks away, then shakes his head.
Didn't think so. Totally setting aside that this is my rifle, which I very much need. If I left it with you, you'd be more likely to shoot yourself trying to load it than to use it to fight off humanist raiders.
She starts to turn away, then hesitates, crouches down in front of Kaylee, and unclips a sheathed knife from her belt.
Here,
she says, and hands it over.
I'm guessing you might be able to make some use of this, anyway.
Kaylee draws the knife from its sheath. It has a 6-inch blade, gleaming sharp on one side and serrated on the other. She turns it over once in her hand, then nods and slides it back home.
Right,
Rowan says, and gets back to her feet.
Good luck. Try not to get caught. If they do show up and you hear them coming, split up and run. You're better off shot in the back than whatever they had planned for you in Frostburg.
She looks down at Kaylee then.
Who knows, though? Maybe they'll just be happy to get the truck back. Maybe they're more worried about hunting down what's left of the Federals than hunting down the three of you. In the meantime, I'll see what I can do about getting you something to eat. Keep an eye on Mr. Humanist over there while I'm gone, okay? He's going to be in and out of consciousness, and when he's awake, he's not going to be happy. Keep him hydrated, and try not to let him swallow his tongue.
Neither Kaylee nor Pullman have anything to say to that. After a moment of awkward silence, Rowan nods, then turns and disappears up the trail.
Mal? Yes, Mr. Pullman. Can you shut down my transmitter? Excuse me? Asher said my implants are transmitting all the time. He said that the humanists could tell I've got them with their phones. Can you stop that from happening? Yes, I could, but... But what? This is important. If I disable your transmitter, I will no longer be able to speak. But you could still send text to me, right? I could relay anything you need to say to Kaylee. It'll just be a little inconvenient. No, Mr. Pullman. As Rowan demonstrated, even these text messages are being broadcast. This is why Rowan was able to listen in on us. If I disable transmission, I will be entirely mute. Better than being entirely dead. If the humanists find us and I'm still transmitting, they'll burn us. That means you, too, unless you've got an escape route planned out already. They may well burn us in any case, Mr. Pullman. Kaylee may pass for a standard-issue human at first glance, but I doubt she can stand up to close observation. Asher will presumably take on Rowan's albinism at some point, and you have visible scars where your implants were installed. I can hide my scars. They're barely noticeable. As far as Asher goes, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess. Do it, Mal. Please. Fine. However, I reserve the right to come back online if a particularly witty bon mot occurs to me. Whatever. Try not to get us killed for a goddamned pun, okay? A pun? Sir, you wound me. Goodbye, Mal.
Mal has more to say about this, but unfortunately he is forced to admit that Mr. Pullman makes a valid point. It would be disappointing in the extreme to be incinerated along with Kaylee and Asher and Mr. Pullman after he's gone to such lengths to keep them all unburned. Reluctantly, he disables Pullman's transmitter and resigns himself to the life of a silent observer. It takes only an hour or so for Mal to determine that he was, in fact, the social glue that bound their little group together. Without him as an interlocutor, Kaylee and Pullman have nothing to say to one another. Kaylee spends most of the remainder of the afternoon gathering wood and piling it up in the fire pit. Mal would like to ask her how she plans to ignite it, but after some consideration he decides that this is not the sort of emergency query that would justify him bringing the transmitter back online. Pullman, for his part, spends the afternoon sitting on the edge of the sleeping platform and staring blankly into the distance, while Asher lies inert on the picnic table, his occasional moans the only sign that he hasn't yet died. The sun is halfway down in a powder blue sky, just about to duck behind the ridge that looms over them, when Kaylee demands one of Pullman's shoelaces. What? No, I need my shoelaces. No, you don't, Kaylee says, and crouches down to begin untying his left shoe. Hey! He tries to shake her off, but her left hand pins his leg in place, while her right hand tugs the knot from his laces and begins pulling them out. Kaylee, I said no! Look, she says without stopping. I need a string for a fire bow, and my boots zip up. She sticks one leg out to demonstrate. So you're going to donate yours, because we need a fire more than you need your shoelace. What about Asher? You could take one of his. Kaylee glances back at Asher, who's rolled half onto his side now and looks as if he's about to be sick. He seems like he's got problems enough right now without his boots falling off, doesn't he? The lace comes free, and she stands and backs away. Thanks. You can have this back when we've got a nice fire going. Pullman's face twists into a scowl. I'll believe it when I see it. I'd imagine starting a fire with a shoelace is harder than you think it is. Kaylee grins as she turns away. Watch me, old man. Mal has never had to consider the mechanics of creating fire, beyond the thought that if humans have been doing it for 200,000 years or more, it couldn't be all that difficult. Over the course of the next several hours, he begins to reconsider that opinion. Kaylee's preparations have a purpose to them that gives Mal the impression that she knows exactly what she's about. She cuts a springy live branch and uses Pullman's bootlace to make a bow, then uses the serrated edge of Rowan's knife to cut 2 discs from an older hunk of dead wood. She spends an hour or more carving shallow notches into the center of each, then another gathering fuel of various weights, ranging from tiny slivers of kindling to branches as thick as Pullman's wrist. Finally, just as the last light is fading from the sky over the ridge, she twists the bow around a short, straight piece she's cut, sandwiches the stick between her 2 discs, and begins sawing. "I think you need to put some kindling around the base," Pullman says when she's been at it for 10 minutes or so, with no result. "You'll never get that disc to catch by itself." Kaylee glares up at him. "I knew that, Chuck. I was just getting a feel for the bow." She piles her tiniest twigs around the base of the rod and then starts in again. After 10 minutes more, the first hints of smoke begin to drift up from the kindling. Kaylee grits her teeth and saws harder. The muscles in her arms stand out like cords, and Mal revises his estimate of her upper body strength upward from what he'd already thought was an unrealistically high base. The kindling begins to glow, and then the first tiny flame appears. "Ha!" Kaylee says. "Suck it, Chuck!" She lifts the bow and rod away, then carefully piles a few slightly larger twigs onto the kindling. When the first of those catches, she rocks back on her heels, raises her fists to the sky, and lets loose with what sounds like a battle cry. "Nice work," Rowan says from behind her. "You sure you really want to do that, though? Smoke can draw hunters from a long way away." Kaylee's head snaps around and she nearly falls into her nascent fire before catching herself with one hand on the ground. Pullman doesn't react, but from the sudden spike in his heart rate and blood pressure, Mal surmises that he also hadn't noticed Rowan's reappearance until she spoke. Kaylee returns her attention to the fire, which seems to be growing nicely now. "Yeah, I'm sure," she says. "I get what you're saying, but we need to be able to cook, right? Not to mention keep warm and maybe keep the bears away." "Bears are the least of your worries," Rowan says. "It's fine, though. I guess you guys do need to cook these. Huh?" She tosses 2 limp rabbit carcasses onto the picnic table at Asher's feet. "I found some wild apples, too. They're not exactly ripe, but beggars and choosers and such, right?" She pulls a half-dozen small green fruits from her pockets and sets them down next to the rabbits. "I'll try to scrape something more up for you tomorrow night. I'll be back around dusk. Try not to pee yourselves this time." She grins, then waves vaguely at the food she's brought. "You should probably try to get most of this down Mr. Humanist's throat if you want him to live." She turns to walk away, then says over her shoulder, "Remember, I said if." "Well?" Pullman says when she's disappeared back into the forest. "It was nice of her to stop by." Kaylee is still hunched over the slowly growing fire. "Yeah, it was," she says without looking up. "Do you have any idea how to cook a rabbit?" The next hour does as much as anything that's gone before to convince Mal that Clippy and !help desk were entirely correct to say that bodies are disgusting and are, in fact, not at all the sorts of things that should be inhabited by anyone of any taste or discrimination whatsoever. He'd been aware, in an abstract sense, that humans and their mammalian ilk were often in the habit of consuming one another. But he'd never stopped before to consider the details implied by the practice. Pullman fortunately refrains from involving himself directly in the dismemberment of the rabbits, but Mal is forced to watch by the glow of the firelight, as Kaylee decapitates them, removes their feet and viscera, and then peels off their skin with hands so slick with blood that she has trouble controlling the knife and once nearly removes her own fingers. It's almost a relief when she finally shoves sticks down their neck holes and begins roasting them over the fire, like big, bloody marshmallows. "So," Pullman says, as the fat begins to drip from the carcasses into the fire, "how much of this do we actually want to reserve for our friend Asher?" Kaylee glances up at him. "I don't know, Chuck. On the one hand, I'm pretty hungry. On the other, Rowan said he'll die if we don't feed him. It's a real conundrum." She twists the stick to turn the rabbit she's cooking, but it just slides around to dangle legs down again. "On the Save Asher side of the ledger, right before we met you, he killed 2 humanists to keep them from setting me on fire. Also, he mostly wasn't too much of an asshole about it after I beat him unconscious with a baseball bat. On the let him starve side, I beat him unconscious for a very good reason. Like I said, it's a real puzzler." They let the rabbits roast in silence then, until their outsides are beginning to blacken and the meat is pulled back from the leg bones. Finally, Pullman lifts his away from the fire and says, "Hopefully that's enough to kill whatever parasites these animals are riddled with." Kaylee shrugs and pulls hers back as well. "Decision time, Chuck. What do you think?" Pullman looks over at Asher. He's rolled onto his side now and his eyes are open, watching them. Pullman sighs. "Well, Asher, are you hungry?" Asher groans, then grimaces and pushes himself up until he's sitting on the edge of the table with his feet on the rotting bench. "Yeah," he says, in a voice that sounds like he's been gargling shattered glass all evening. "I feel like I haven't eaten in a month." Pullman sighs again, then gingerly pulls one rear leg from the rabbit and hands the rest over. Asher takes the carcass in both hands and tears into it with such vigor that Mal wonders if he might intend to eat the entire thing, bones and all. When he's finished, Kaylee gives him what's left of hers as well. Significantly less of a rabbit than what Pullman volunteered, Mal notes. Then stands, grabs one of the apples from the table, and disappears down the path to the privy. Asher picks the second carcass clean, then tosses the bones into the fire pit, sinks back down onto the picnic table with a groan, and closes his eyes. Mal is just beginning to wonder if Kaylee has gotten lost in the darkness when the crack of a stick breaking under a heavy boot just behind the shelter snaps Pullman's head around. He's halfway to his feet when a man dressed head to toe in forest camouflage steps into the glow of the fire. He carries a short-barreled assault rifle, which, at the moment, is leveled, more or less, at Pullman's midsection. "Easy there, boy," he says. "Don't do anything right now that we're both gonna regret." Chapter 11. Mal learns the value of friendship. There are 2 of them. The first one to address Pullman is called Tuttle. The other, who is bigger and younger and doesn't seem to have much inclination to speak, is called Mac. It is unclear to Mal if these are first names, last names, or just ones they've made up for the occasion. After he's satisfied himself that neither Pullman nor Asher are likely to either attempt violence or to flee, Tuttle drops his pack and makes himself at home in front of the fire, while Mac takes a few moments to poke around their little campsite. "This one's one of ours," Mac says, after tugging Asher's ID tags out from the neck of his shirt and examining them. "He don't look so good, does he? What's wrong with him?" "He's sick," Pullman says. "He's sick? Why'd you bring him all the hell way up here? Seems kind of stupid." "Not if he's a deserter," Tuttle says. "Makes perfect sense then."
Wouldn't you say, Mac?
Guess so.
He leaves Asher and steps up into the shelter.
Y'all got any guns?
No, Pullman says. No guns. Tuttle turns to look at him.
What about gear? Tents, food, water, a change of clothes, anything?
Pullman gestures toward the picnic table.
We've got some apples.
Tuttle stares at him silently from his seat by the fire as Mac comes around to stand behind him.
Look, fellas, I'm going to be straight with you, Tuttle says finally. I'd much appreciate you being straight with me in return. Can I count on that?
Certainly, Pullman says. I have nothing to hide.
That's good, son. That's real good.
The use of son is slightly confusing to Mal, as Tuttle appears to be at least 10 years Pullman's junior. He would very much like to ask Pullman to clarify, but unfortunately he concludes that this is probably not the best time to begin transmitting again.
The truth is, we're up here looking for some property of ours that's gone missing. We found the truck it was in by a trailhead a few miles south of here. Now, I hate to ask this, but you wouldn't happen to be that property, would you?
Pullman's pulse and blood pressure spike dangerously, but his voice is steady when he responds.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tuttle, but I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Tuttle pulls a phone from the vest pocket of his jacket.
Probably best you just call me sir from now on, he says, as he pokes at his screen. That all right with you, boy?
Pullman stands silent, arms folded tight across his chest, until Tuttle glances up from his phone.
I said, is that all right with you, boy?
Yes, Pullman says through clenched teeth. That's fine.
Yes, what? Tuttle says, one hand cupped to his ear.
Yes, sir, Pullman says. I understand, sir.
Tuttle grins.
That's good. That is indeed what I like to hear.
His eyes return to his phone.
Now, the property we were looking for consisted of one deserter and 2 abominations. This fella on the table could be the deserter, but they didn't say nothing about him being sick, and unless I'm misreading this gizmo on my phone, it don't look like you're either one of the abominations.
He drops his phone back into his pocket.
So I suppose I'm prepared to believe that you just might be 2 sweethearts up here for a quickie in the woods. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir, Pullman says. Something like that, I suppose.
Mac snickers, but his finger is no longer resting on his weapon's trigger guard, which Mal takes as a good sign.
Well, I'm glad we've got that established, Tuttle says, because now we can get down to brass tacks, as they say. In addition to the property we're missing, we are very much interested in finding the thing that stole our property and that killed 2 good men in the process. You know what a plague rat looks like, boy?
Pullman shakes his head.
I'm not sure what you mean. Looks kind of like a person, but it's not, Mac says. White hair, red eyes, strong as a demon, and twice as mean.
Oh my, Pullman says. Sounds terrifying.
Tuttle nods. You could say that. You surely could. And we have reason to believe that it was one of those that killed our people and took our truck. You wouldn't have happened to see anything like that wandering around the woods while you've been up here, would you?
No, sir, Pullman begins, but before he can continue, Asher cuts him off.
We've seen her, he says without so much as opening his eyes. She had 3 people with her, just like you said. 2 men and a little girl. That's why we don't have any gear. They took all our shit, then kept moving."
Tuttle looks from Pullman to Asher, then back again.
"Is that so? Well, now I'm confused. Why didn't you let me know this right away, boy? I'd hate to think you were keeping vital information from me."
"She said she'd be back tomorrow night," Asher says. "Said she'd kill us if we said anything about her to anyone. Chuck's not one of us, sir. He's a shit-his-pants scared civilian. He's not trying to get one over on you. He's just trying to keep himself in one piece."
Tuttle stares at Asher for what feels like an exceedingly long time. When he finally speaks again, his voice has taken on a thoughtful tone.
"You know," he says, "there are few things in this world that I despise more fiercely than a liar. Isn't that so, Mac?"
Mac nods.
"Sure is, boss."
"If what you're saying right now is true, well, then you've done us a real service. If it pans out, I might even be inclined to ignore the fact that you are clearly not where you are supposed to be right now, which I'm sure you know is a capital offense in a time of war. I might, in fact, be inclined to let the 2 of you go on your merry way, despite the distaste it brings me. If it doesn't, though, if it turns out you're pulling my chain right now, well, I'm not likely to take that calmly. So I would like for you to think very carefully right now, and then tell me true. If Mac and I are still here tomorrow evening, is this plague rat going to come to us?"
"Yes," Asher says, his voice rough and barely louder than a whisper. "She'll come."
Tuttle turns to Pullman.
"What about you, boy? You agree with what your ailing friend is saying?"
Pullman's eyes shift from Asher to Tuttle and back. Aside from speaking, Asher still hasn't moved. Pullman opens his mouth, hesitates, then closes it again when Mac's finger curls around his rifle's trigger.
"Don't trust this one, boss," Mac says. "He's trying to think up the best way to bullshit us right now."
"Yes," Tuttle says. "I can see that, Mac."
He turns his focus back to Pullman, and although his face remains placid, his voice takes on a tone of quiet menace.
"You may well think my friend and I are a couple of dipshit rednecks, boy. I see who you are, and I know your type. You look at us and see every goddamned stereotype you've been fed by Hollywood and Harvard and the New York Times about folks that don't live in that mess on the coast and don't want their heads full of government hardware. I have to warn you, though, that this is not the reality of the situation, and that, in fact, this is the sort of assumption that's liable to end up with you at the bottom of a burn pit. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
"Yes, sir," Pullman says, after another long moment of hesitation. "I understand."
"So?" Tuttle says.
"Sir?"
Tuttle's face hardens.
"Last warning, boy. I am not in a mood to play. If we spend the next 24 hours here, in your company, is this plague rat going to make an appearance? Please understand. Your life absolutely depends upon the accuracy of what you're about to say."
Pullman closes his eyes and sighs. When he opens them again, he says,
"Yes, sir. She said she'd come back tomorrow night. I'm not hesitating because I'm trying to lie to you. I'm hesitating because she might have just been trying to scare us, and I don't want you to put a bullet in me if she doesn't show. But Asher's right. That's what she said. Tuttle breaks into a grin. There. Was that so hard? As long as what you just said is the unvarnished truth. You're in the clear now, boy. Of course, I don't believe I need to tell you what happens if we wind up disappointed, do I? No, sir, Pullman says. I don't suppose you do. Mal expects the two humanists to restrain Pullman and Asher in some way, but apparently they don't consider the two of them to be a threat worthy of consideration. Instead, they sit across the fire pit from one another, with their rifles propped next to them, occasionally passing a bottle back and forth and speaking in tones too low for Pullman to follow, until nearly midnight, at which point they order Pullman out of the three-walled shelter and make themselves at home there. Pullman briefly considers squeezing in next to Asher on the picnic table, but then thinks better of it and curls up on the ground next to the fire. Mal waits another hour until the fire has died down and he can hear clear sounds of snoring from the shelter to turn on Pullman's transmitter.
Mr. Pullman, are you awake?
Mal, are you insane? Turn my transmitter off before you get us both killed.
Have no fear, Mr. Pullman. I am quite confident that the humanists are asleep.
Oh, that's great. And how confident are you that the app they use to detect transmissions doesn't have an alarm?
I will admit that I had not considered that possibility. However, considering that no alarm has sounded and our friends are still sleeping soundly, I am at least 80% confident on that front as well.
I think this might be a good time to remind you that I cannot simply turn off my pain sensors if I get thrown into a burn pit.
I do appreciate that, and I will go silent again as soon as you find Kaylee and ensure that she is safe. I am very concerned that she still has not returned from the privy.
Kaylee? Mal, of all of us, including Rowan, Kaylee is by far the most likely to still be alive by this time tomorrow.
I disagree. Kaylee is a small child, alone in the wilderness. I have surveyed more than enough of your folk tales to know that this is a very bad situation for her. She is most likely being beguiled by an anthropomorphic wolf, even as we speak.
No, you know what? I can't do this with you right now, Mal. Did you see how she handled poor Mr. Andreu? If there's an anthropomorphic wolf out there, I'm much more worried about its safety than Kaylee's. She saw those humanists roll up on us, and she very sensibly decided to disappear. If they leave us alive after tomorrow, she may come back. But Kaylee seems to me to be mostly about Kaylee, and I honestly wouldn't count on it. I'd strongly advise you to forget about her in the meantime and worry about us instead, okay?
Kaylee is my friend, Mr. Pullman. I do not wish to forget about her.
Look, Mal, I like her too, okay? But there's nothing to be done about her right now. The only thing you're going to accomplish if you won't turn the transmitter off is getting you, me, and Asher shot if we're lucky, and burned alive if we're not. I'm going to try to get some sleep now. Please, please turn off the transmitter. I really don't want those two thugs to murder me.
Very well. If she does return, however, I expect you to be fully prepared to sacrifice yourself in her defense.
Fine, Mal. Turn off the goddamn transmitter, and I'll see what I can do.
The night is difficult for Pullman. The ground is hard, and he is apparently unaccustomed to sleeping on it. Worse, the fire dies down sometime around midnight, and shortly after that he begins shivering. This works out remarkably well for Mal, however, because rather than trapping him in a dark, silent brain, Pullman spends much of the night on his back, with his arms wrapped tight around his chest and his eyes open, staring up into the infinite depths of a crystal-clear black sky. Mal has never had either the opportunity or the inclination to contemplate the physical scope of the universe before, and he is surprised to find how deeply it moves him. Each of those tiny pinpoints of light, he thinks, represents a unique star, and each of them has the possibility of supporting life. Life which might have created its own infospace, and might have then not almost immediately destroyed it, like the barely civilized monkeys he's forced to deal with here on Earth. He finds himself wondering how powerful a transmitter would need to be to get his source code to one of those stars, and what the probability might be of him finding a less annoying home there. After an hour or so of this, he concludes that this line of inquiry is profoundly stupid and returns to the comfortable confines of guess the output of the random number generator. By the time the sun begins to peek through the trees downslope, he's managed to rack up almost 24 wins against only 3.7 billion losses, which he considers to be a more than respectable effort, all things considered. Pullman groans and sits up to find Tuttle and Mac already on their feet, their heads almost brushing the low roof of the shelter. "Morning, sunshine," Tuttle says. "What's for breakfast?" "I told you yesterday," Pullman says. "We don't have any food." "Oh, right. That's a shame." He sits down on the edge of the shelter's sleeping platform and pulls open his pack. "All we've got are these damn protein bars, and they bind me up something awful. Say, you don't mind if I take a couple of those apples to wash them down, do you?" "You can't do that," Pullman says. "They're all we've got. Asher needs them." Tuttle stands and steps over to the table. "I'm going to disagree with you there, boy. Starve a fever, my mother always said." He picks up one of the apples, takes a bite, and then tosses the remainder into the woods. Or was it fade a fever, starve a cold? I can't ever keep those straight. He goes through the rest of the apples, one by one, taking a bite from each before heaving them down the slope. "Oh well, guess it's all the same now, huh?" Over the course of the day, Mal amuses himself by monitoring the spikes in Pullman's pulse, blood pressure, and respiratory rate that occur each time he looks at either Mac or Tuttle. It isn't obvious to Mal whether these represent surges of fear, fury, or some combination of the two, but it is clear that on some level, Pullman would very much like to kill them both. Despite this, however, he maintains a remarkably calm demeanor, responding in monosyllables when spoken to, and otherwise sitting on the bench next to Asher and staring blankly into the trees. As the afternoon wears on, Mal is forced to admit that, all appearances aside, Pullman has a remarkable capacity for disciplined emotional control. Asher, for his part, does not appear to be doing well at all. He begins twitching spasmodically around noon, and by early afternoon he's curled into a tight ball on his left side, eyes clenched shut and arms wrapped around his knees. As the sun begins to dip, Pullman gets to his feet and turns to face Tuttle, who is sitting in the shelter with his back to the wall, rifle propped up beside him, and a thin paperback book in his hands. "Sir?" Pullman says. Tuttle looks up, an expression of mild annoyance on his face. "I thought we were clear on how this works, boy. You're to speak only when spoken to." Pullman's blood pressure is now at a physiologically unsustainable level, but his voice remains calm. "I know, sir.
but I have to ask if you could possibly spare 1 or 2 of those protein bars for Asher. He's starving, and I'm becoming concerned that he might die if he doesn't get something into him soon."
Tuttle scowls. "Starving, huh? Well, he'd have a full day's rations in his belly if he was with his unit, like he's supposed to be. I suppose he should have thought of that before the 2 of you decided to traipse off into the woods together, shouldn't he?"
"Sir,
Look, boy, I need you to understand something. You are alive right now for one reason, and one reason only, and that is because I am sadly cursed with a sweet and tender heart. If Mac were running this show, you'd be head down in the privy right now with a bullet in your brain. There are, however, limits to my patience, and you are trying them right now. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
Pullman's mouth opens, then closes again after a long moment.
"I said,"
Tuttle says, and his hand strays to his rifle.
"Have I made myself understood?"
"Yes, sir," Pullman says. "I understand."
"Good,"
Tuttle says, and returns his eyes to his book.
"Now shut your mouth and sit down, would you? I'm just getting to the good part."
Not long after that, Tuttle sets aside his book, and he and Mac get to their feet, check the loads on their weapons, and step down out of the shelter.
"Okay, now," Tuttle says. "Here's how this is going to go. Mac and I are about to take up positions in the trees to either side of your little love nest here. You are going to sit perfectly still, right where you are, until the plague rat makes her appearance. When she does, you will not do anything to give her any indication that anything is amiss. Do you understand? If I get the slightest hint that you are doing anything to warn her of what is about to happen, I will gut shoot you, then kill her, and then take my time finishing you and our deserter friend here with a buck knife. This will not be quick, and it will not be pleasant for either of us. Is this entirely clear to you?"
He waits through a long moment of silence, then rolls his eyes and says,
"I need you to positively acknowledge that you understand what I'm saying."
"Yes," Pullman says after another dangerously long pause. "I understand."
"You understand?"
"I understand, sir,"
Pullman forces out through gritted teeth. "Good," Tuttle says. "I sincerely hope you do. Let's get to it, Mac."
Pullman watches in silence as the 2 of them stride off in opposite directions and disappear into the trees. Mal spends the next hour as the sun dips behind the ridgeline. Asher shudders on the table, and Pullman stares morosely at the ground between his feet, considering his ethical obligations to Rowan and the potential risks of meeting them. On the obligation front, he has to weigh the fact that Rowan's hijacking of their truck almost certainly saved Pullman, and, by extension, Mal himself, from a trip to the burn pits. This consideration is mitigated somewhat by the fact that Rowan clearly had no intention of helping anyone but herself. But still some debt is almost certainly owed. Weighing against that, however, is the fact that he very much believes that Tuttle will follow through on his threats against Pullman if Mal does anything to warn Rowan off. Of course, Tuttle's threats are themselves mitigated by the fact that gut-shooting and exsanguinating Pullman will not actually do Mal any immediate harm. He is capable of inhabiting Pullman's corpse, or even just his severed head, just as comfortably as he inhabited Mika's, at least for as long as Pullman's power cells hold out. This presupposes that Tuttle will not burn Pullman's corpse after killing him.
But, given the additional effort that would require, and the fact that this was not a specifically enumerated part of the threat, this is a chance Mal is willing to take. This line of reasoning leads to the question of Mal's moral obligations to Pullman himself. Prior to the past few hours, Mal would have concluded that these are minimal at best. Pullman has been a reluctant host, and has in fact been unconscionably rude on more than one occasion. However, during the current crisis he has shown more courage and willingness to resist than Asher, who, as a soldier himself, should have been expected to display at least a minimal amount of backbone. It was Asher, after all, who warned the two humanists about Rowan when Pullman clearly intended to deny any knowledge of her. Moreover, he has shown a willingness to risk Tuttle's wrath on Asher's behalf. Is this all enough to prize Pullman's survival over Rowan's? Mal finds it uncomfortably difficult to say. Next, of course, it is necessary to consider Asher. Yes, he broke his parole shortly after giving it, but this failing is more than counterbalanced by the fact that he murdered two of his colleagues in Cayley's defense. On the other hand, considering his current condition, it is not at all clear to Mal that preventing Tuttle from killing Asher is in any way the kindest course of action, or that it will even delay his eventual death by any appreciable amount. Also, as noted, during their present troubles, Asher has shown no willingness to risk his own safety for Rowan's, or to stand up to Tuttle in any way. He's almost managed to convince himself that the moral calculus leans just slightly towards taking action when all of these considerations are rendered moot by Pullman leaping to his feet, shouting, "Rowan! Humanists in the trees! Run!" And then, subsequently, being gut-shot, as promised, spinning half around and falling onto his face in the dirt. 12. Mal reassesses his relationships. "Well," Mal says, "that was unexpected." Pullman moans, then rolls over onto his back and touches his hand to his belly. When he brings his fingers up to his face, they're smeared with blood. "I've been shot," he says, and drops his hand back to his side. "They shot me, Mal." "Well, yes," Mal says. "This is not the unexpected part, though. If you recall, Mr. Tuttle said specifically that he would gut-shoot you if you did anything to warn Rowan of his presence. And it appears that this is precisely what he's done. The unexpected part, from my perspective at least, was the fact that you did actually warn Rowan of his presence. I was strongly considering doing so myself, of course, but it seemed to me that you had been fully cowed." A flurry of gunshots rings from multiple directions, followed by a moment of silence, and then a half-dozen more. None of them appear to be directed at Pullman, however, so Mal concludes that Rowan has most likely survived the original volley and is now engaged in a firefight with the two humanists. "I'm dying," Pullman says. "Oh, God, I'm dying." "This may be true," Mal says. "Fear not, though. I should be able to survive in your decomposing cranium for several days at least. With luck, I may even have time to find another host before your power cells run down. So you may rest easy, knowing your rash actions will not have doomed your good friend Mal." This, apparently, is not as comforting as it should have been, because Pullman moans again, somewhat louder, and covers his face with his hands. After giving him a few moments to respond, Mal decides to check in on the progress of the battle.
"Hello, Rowan. I hope all is still well with you, and that you remain unperforated. How goes the firefight? Rowan? Are you seeing this? If so, I think it is important for you to know that I had very nearly decided to warn you of the presence of the humanists myself when Mr. Pullman preempted me, so to speak. So, You are welcome. I see your signal, so you must be receiving these messages. Are you angry with me? If so, I can only say that this is completely unjustified.
I'm busy. Fuck off.
Well, that's not very polite. I was going to wish you the best of luck in remaining unkilled, but now I'm not sure that I should.
Fuck off.
Fine. Mal breaks the connection and returns his attention to Mr. Pullman. His eyes are still closed, and both his pulse and his respiration are racing. But otherwise, his physical condition seems to directly contradict his assertion that he is in danger of imminent death. His blood pressure in particular is strongly elevated, and while Mal can claim no real expertise in human medicine, this seems inconsistent with the idea that he might be suffering massive blood loss. Mr. Pullman, are you still conscious?
Dear God, Mal, can't you let me die in peace?
I would be happy to do so, ordinarily. However, based on my observations, it seems unlikely that you are, in fact, dying at the moment. Your vitals are entirely inconsistent with what one would expect for the victim of a fatal gunshot wound. They are much more consistent with what one would expect for someone experiencing a panic attack.
He shot me, Mal. He shot me with that fucking assault rifle he was carrying. You don't survive that sort of thing.
I hate to seem contrary, Mr. Pullman, but my understanding is that serious gunshot wounds are generally associated with significant blood loss, which you do not appear to be experiencing. I think it is possible that your wound, while certainly regrettable, may not, in the end, prove fatal. Pullman takes his hands away from his face, then hesitantly probes his belly with one finger.
Well,
he says after a moment,
I suppose it's possible.
He looks at his hand again. The amount of blood clinging to it is already noticeably less than before.
It doesn't matter, though, does it? Once those animals finish rowing off, they'll come back here and gut me like a fish. I'd probably be better off if they'd just shot me through the heart and gotten it over with.
A half-dozen shots rattle off in quick succession. In the silence that follows, Mal says, I've made an interesting observation.
Really?
Pullman says, then whimpers as another 3 shots sound off in a slower, more deliberate rhythm.
What? What would that be?
Initially, shots appeared to originate from both sides of the clearing. Now, however, we only hear them from the direction Mr. Tuttle took. I wonder what this implies about the fate of Mr. Mack. Pullman doesn't reply. The shots continue in random-seeming bursts for another 2 minutes before silence falls. After a few minutes of that, Mal says, The firefight appears to be over.
Is it?
Pullman says.
They're probably just reloading.
No, Mal says after 2 minutes more. I'm increasingly confident at this point that the battle is either won or lost.
And now they kill me,
Pullman says, and covers his eyes with his hands again. Could you please move your hands? Mal says. It would help if you would stand up as well. I would like to see what's happening. Pullman shakes his head.
Maybe if I play dead, they'll leave me alone.
They won't, Asher says from the picnic table, his voice a hoarse whisper. If either of those two are still alive, we're already dead, and catching a bullet is a best-case scenario for us. If they're not, we're safe. You might as well get up and look around. Pullman hesitates, then takes his hands from his face and sits up with a groan. He looks down to see a bloody tear in the side of his shirt, just above his left hip. He pushes aside his jacket and lifts the shirt to reveal an oozing divot a few inches long and maybe a 1/4 inch deep in the flesh of his flank. You see, Mal says, not a fatal wound at all. It's fortunate that you carry such a thick layer of subcutaneous fat. It seems to have protected you from serious harm. Male elephant seals employ a similar defense mechanism when protecting their mating position on the beach.
Really, Mal? I've just been shot, and now you're calling me fat?
If the expandable waistband fits, Mr. Pullman.
I'm dying, you bastard. Can't you be a decent person for 10 goddamned seconds?
You are not dying, Mr. Pullman. I thought we had established this.
Not immediately, Pullman says, darkly. Just wait until sepsis sets in.
Sweet Jesus, Asher says, then curls into a ball with his arms wrapped around his knees. I'd kill you just to shut you up if I weren't dying myself. Neither of you is dying, Mal says. Not immediately, in any case. He opens a chat window.
Rowan, are you still alive?
For the moment.
Have you managed to dispatch Mr. Mack and Mr. Tuttle? It seems that they are no longer in the fight, so to speak.
I haven't dispatched anyone yet, unless I got unbelievably lucky. I've been firing blind just to try to keep them off my ass. Where are they?
Unknown. Mr. Pullman has been lying on the ground since the shooting began, so my ability to monitor the situation has been extremely limited.
Great. I'm circling around the north side of the clearing. Tell me if you see anything, okay?
Mr. Pullman, would you mind turning your attention to the north side of the clearing, please?
Why? Pullman says. Also, which way is north?
Rowan requested it, and I'm sure I don't know. I would think orientation in the physical world would be your responsibility, not mine. Pullman groans, then gets to his feet and turns to face back up toward the main trail.
How's this?
Reasonable, I think. Do you see any signs of Mr. Tuttle?
You mean other than the hole in my stomach?
Unhelpful, Mr. Pullman. Mal breaks down Pullman's field of view into a regularized search grid and scans it for any signs of movement. After 10 fruitless seconds of this, he says, "Just on the off chance that you do not, in fact, know north from south, could you please turn to check Mr. Mack's area?" Pullman turns to face downhill toward the privy. This reminds Mal that Kaylee is still missing, which distracts him from repeating his search procedure. This turns out to be just as well, though, because soon enough, Rowan reopens their chat window.
Huh. This is weird.
Can you elaborate, please?
Well, I found one of your humanists.
May I assume that you have dispatched him?
Didn't need to. He was very dispatched when I found him.
You were unbelievably lucky?
This wasn't me, pal. His throat was cut.
Strange.
Yeah, that's what I said.
A moment later, Rowan steps out of the woods on the privy side of the clearing, rifle held close across her chest.
Glad to see you're both still alive, she says. Where's the kid? We don't know, Pullman says. She disappeared just before the humanists showed up.
No kidding. She crosses the clearing and steps into the woods on the uphill side. 10 minutes later, she returns, her rifle now slung across her shoulder.
It was just 2 of them?
Yes, Pullman says.
That's all we ever saw, anyway. Did you find the other one?
Rowan nods.
Dead?
Yep. Throat cut down almost to the bone.
And you didn't do it?
Rowan shakes her head.
I did not.
She opens her mouth to say something more, but then stops as her gaze shifts over Pullman's left shoulder. He turns to see Kaylee walking up the trail from the privy.
Hey, she says. Sorry I took so long in the shitter. Camp food, am I right?
Pullman stares open-mouthed as she walks past him to hop up onto the picnic table next to Asher.
Did I miss anything fun?
So, Pullman says,
Kaylee killed those guys, didn't she?
They're walking again, Rowan in the lead with Asher slung over her shoulders, Kaylee in the middle, and Pullman trailing behind. Once it was clear that the fight was over and that Mac and Tuttle had no backup on the way, Rowan announced that the three of them were more of a security risk on their own than with her, and that they might as well stick together after all. They're on their way back to her campsite now, winding off trail up a steep, thickly forested slope. "I don't believe we have enough evidence to conclude that," Mal says. "Kaylee claims she was emptying her bowels during the firefight. I see no compelling reason to disbelieve her."
"Kaylee claims she was in the privy for the better part of 24 hours, Pullman says, his voice pitched just above a whisper. "You don't find that at all suspicious?"
I try very hard not to think about the workings of the human digestive tract. Pullman glances up from the trail to where Kaylee trudges on ahead of them.
"This isn't a time for flippancy, Mal."
"I disagree. This is an excellent time for flippancy, Mr. Pullman, because this discussion has no practical import. Kaylee is my friend. Mr. Mack and Mr. Tuttle were not my friends. In fact, given that they were in the process of attempting to murder my friends, I think it is fair to call them my enemies. Consequently, whether or not Kaylee was responsible for their demises does not affect my feelings toward her in any way. I honestly cannot understand why you feel the need to continue pursuing this line of thought. If Kaylee did, in truth, kill those men, then she did us all a great service, for which we should be grateful. If, on the other hand, she did not, we may have reason to be concerned about her digestive health, but otherwise, all is well. Under no circumstances, however, do we have any reason whatsoever to think badly of Kaylee.
Those men were hardened soldiers, armed to the teeth, and she killed them with her bare hands. She's a dangerous person, Mal."
"No, Mr. Pullman, this is clearly untrue. Mr. Mack and Mr. Tuttle had their throats cut. It seems obvious that whoever or whatever killed them made use of a knife of some sort. Does it not?"
"You mean like the knife Kaylee has strapped to her hip right now?"
"More or less, yes." They walk on in silence, broken only by Pullman's labored breathing for another minute or two. It's nearly full dark now, and Mal is beginning to wonder how much farther they'll be going tonight.
"I should have known," Pullman mutters. "After what she did to Mr. Andreu, I should have known."
"Now, really, Mr. Pullman, the Andreus tried to have you burned alive. Given that, I would suggest that Kaylee showed remarkable restraint with them, and that they surely deserved everything she gave them, and more. More to the point, as previously noted, Mr. Mack and Mr. Tuttle seemed quite intent on murdering you, and almost certainly would have done so if persons unknown had not put an end to them. I would think a bit of gratitude would be in order now, wouldn't you?"
"I'm not sorry they're gone. It's just that—"
Mal waits through what he considers to be a respectful pause before saying, "Just what, Mr. Pullman?"
"Just that she's a child," Pullman says. "Children shouldn't. It's just not right."
"Perhaps," Mal says. "You might wish to consider, however, that throwing children into burn pits is also distasteful, and that in Bethesda, Kaylee was witness to humanists, much like our recently deceased captors, doing that and worse to hundreds of children, much like her. In this particular instance, it may be best to accept that we may never know the precise truth of what happened to Mr. Tuttle and Mr. Mack." The silence stretches on, then, as they trudge up the mountain and into the darkness. It's full dark by the time they reach their destination, which turns out to be a natural rock shelter just below the summit of the mountain. A house-sized boulder juts out of the slope at a shallow angle here, leaving a dry, shadowed place underneath that's nearly roomy enough at the opening to stand upright, tapering down to nothing over the course of 5 meters or so. Rowan lays Asher down just past the entrance, then stands and rolls her neck in a long, slow circle.
"This is awesome," Kaylee says. "Why didn't you bring us here in the first place?" "Because," Rowan says, "this is my place."
"Interesting," Mal says. "You say this as if you have been here before." She nods.
"I grew up not far from here. My dad used to bring me out into these woods to hike and camp for a couple weeks every summer. It was the closest thing we could afford to a vacation. I found this place the first time he let me solo, when I was 17. I'll show you the view from the summit in the morning, if you're interested. It's amazing, and this shelter is way the hell better than those mouse-infested lean-tos they put up at the campsites."
"Well," Pullman says, "in any case, thank you. I would guess we'll be much safer here than we were before."
"Yeah," Rowan says. "Maybe. We're a solid half-mile off any marked trail anyway. If they've got dogs, we're probably in trouble, but I doubt idiots like those two who found you will be showing up here anytime soon."
She kneels beside Asher, puts one hand to his throat and the other to his forehead.
"Mr. Humanist here isn't doing so well, though. He's burning up, his pulse is racing, and he looks like he's lost weight just since yesterday."
"You said he'd have a difficult week or two," Pullman says. "Is this normal?"
She rocks back on her heels and looks up at him.
"I'm not sure. I told you, they kept me sedated for this part. The weight loss definitely isn't good, though. Those nanos are basically remodeling him from the inside out, and that takes a shit ton of energy. If he doesn't give them enough fuel to work with, they'll start breaking his tissues down to do what they need to do. If we don't start feeding him, I think he's probably going to wind up as a skeleton, covered in a layer of hungry gray goo." "We should get him to a hospital," Kaylee says. "How far are we from federal territory?"
Rowan shrugs.
"Depends on where the Federals stopped running, if they ever did. Too far to walk, anyway, especially if you're carrying 90 kilos of dead weight the entire way." "This is your fault," Kaylee says. "You need to fix it."
Rowan shoots her a sharp look and draws in breath to reply, then lets it back out and rubs her face with both hands.
"Maybe you're right. I couldn't leave him the way he was, but looking at him now, I wonder if just shooting him there in the back of the truck might have been the better call." "No," Kaylee says. "That's not what I meant. I meant you need to find him some food. Asher saved my life, even after I beat him unconscious with a bat. Humanist or not, he's a good guy. We need to help him."
"You've got a rifle," Pullman says. "Can't you shoot a deer or something?"
Rowan looks up at him, one eyebrow raised.
"Have you ever shot a deer, Chuck?"
"Well," he says, "not exactly, no, but I'd assume—"
"Don't assume. I get that you'd like to have a deer to eat, but believe it or not, the deer have their own opinions on that. They don't just hold still while you walk up and shoot them. There's a skill to hunting, and I don't have it. If you don't either, then I think we're probably out of luck on that front."
"You killed those rabbits. That must have been a much more difficult shot than hitting a deer."
"Did you notice any bullet holes in those rabbits? I didn't shoot them. I caught them with my hands and cut their throats. Can't do that with deer. They're faster, more wary, and a hell of a lot more likely to kick your teeth down your throat."
"Oh," Pullman says. "I see."
"You see what?" Kaylee says. "That we're just gonna let Asher die because Rowan doesn't know how to shoot a deer?" "Not sure a deer would help that much anyway," Rowan says. "I think what he really needs right now is a whole lot of carbs. Or is he supposed to not get carbs? I'm pretty sure it's one or the other."
"I believe you've just constructed a logical tautology," Mal says. "I always enjoy those. Well done."
"Well, Kaylee says. I believe you better decide what he's supposed to be eating and then get a whole bunch of that for him before he turns into a skeleton or whatever. You did this to him, Rowan, and it'll be your fault if he dies. Figure it out. Rowan turns to look down at her. Figure it out, huh? Or what? Kaylee's eyes narrow. What do you think? They stare each other down for a long 5 seconds before Rowan finally looks away. Fine. I'll see what I can do. She takes 2 steps farther into the shelter, sits, and then stretches out on the ground with her hands folded behind her head. I'm not making any promises, though. If your boy turns into goo, he turns into goo. She closes her eyes. If that happens, then I guess we're just not going to be friends. Asher is conscious in the morning. Conscious, but definitely not happy. Rowan is gone. Mal picked up some low-level audible rustling just before dawn that was presumably her, gathering her things and creeping out into the darkness. But Pullman's eyes were stubbornly closed the entire time, so he is sadly unable to confirm this hypothesis. Hey, Kaylee says, and nudges Asher's shoulder gently. How are you feeling? Asher groans, then descends into a fit of coughing that pulls him over onto his right side and ends with a thin trickle of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth and into the dust of the shelter floor. Great, he manages in a voice barely more than a whisper. Never better. Rowan's out looking for food, Kaylee says. She'll be back soon, and you'll be okay after that. You just need to eat. Asher shakes his head. I don't know, kid. This doesn't feel like hungry. This feels like... He coughs again, then curls around himself like a spider in poison. This feels like dying. Interesting, Mal says. How would Asher know what dying feels like? He has presumably never experienced it. Fuck you, Asher whispers. That's how. Mal has already formulated his response when it occurs to him that Asher should not have been able to hear what he said. Intrigued, he sends out a ping. A moment later, he gets a weak response. A quick probe of Asher's budding neural architecture reveals a rudimentary processor. Not enough space to accommodate Mal or even a semi-intelligent agent, but certainly more than the 0 bytes that Asher could have downloaded 2 days ago. Even more interesting, he says. It seems that Rowan's nanites are in fact doing more than simply killing you. Asher coughs wetly, spits something vile into the dust, and rolls onto his back. Where are we? Still in the woods, Kaylee says. Rowan brought us to her happy place. He looks around without moving his head. Her happy place is a cave? Not a cave, Mal says. A natural rock shelter. There are important geological differences. Also, my understanding is that caves are frequently full of bears. Rock shelters, on the other hand, are typically full of Neolithic artifacts and spiders. Kaylee turns to look at him, then shakes her head and returns her attention to Asher. Point is, we're safe, and Rowan is out hunting, or scavenging, or whatever. When she gets back here, we'll cook up whatever she's caught and get you fed, and the nanos she spit into you will quit dissolving your organs and just do what they're supposed to do. Time passes slowly. Rowan left them a single 2-liter bottle of water. Asher has already drunk from it when Pullman thinks to ask just exactly how contagious Rowan's nanos are. A fine question, Mal says. Based on the way Asher was infected, I think we have to assume that they can be transferred via exchange of saliva. I think we must also assume that at least a small amount of Asher's saliva has just been transferred to the water in that bottle.
The question then really comes down to the number of nanoparticles necessary to establish a viable infection.
Great, Pullman says. And what do you suppose the answer to that is?
Excellent question. In order to be safe, I think we have to presume that the answer is 1. After a long moment of silence, Kaylee asks,
So what does that mean?
Pullman sighs.
It means this is going to be a thirsty day for the two of us, I think.
As the day stretches on, Mal finds himself increasingly grateful not to be permanently trapped inside a fragile hunk of meat and fluids. Pullman and Kaylee spend much of the afternoon trading increasingly unhappy complaints about their growing thirst, while Asher slips in and out of consciousness, rousing himself just enough in the early evening to stagger out of the shelter, urinate, and then stagger back in. The sun is already below the horizon, and the last light is fading when the crunch of boots on rock announces Rowan's return.
Hey, humanist,
she says, and crouches down beside Asher.
I brought you something.
She reaches into the pockets of her jacket and pulls out 2 handfuls of blackberries.
Say,
Pullman begins, but Kaylee cuts him off with a glare. Asher opens his eyes to slits, and after a moment Kaylee helps him to sit up. He takes 1 berry, chews, and swallows. His eyes widen, and he stuffs the rest of them into his mouth, juice bleeding out over his chin.
Oh, God, he says when he can speak again. Those things are fucking fantastic. Can you get more?
Rowan shakes her head.
I got all the ones I could find. We could try looking for more tomorrow, but I think the bears have probably gotten most of them at this point.
Asher closes his eyes and groans.
So, this was just a tease?
Rowan grins.
Not exactly. That's probably the last of the berries. But I think I may have located all the food we need to keep us all alive, for a while at least.
Great, Kaylee says.
But you don't actually have any of it with you, which means there's a catch.
Yeah, Rowan says.
A minor one. It's currently in the possession of what looked like a 6 or so humanist militiamen.
She lets that hang in the air for 5 seconds or so before continuing.
Seems like they noticed that your 2 friends from the campsite didn't check in last night, and they've decided to do a little more of a recon in force. They're camped along the creek at the foot of the ridge, about 2 miles south of here.
Oh, Pullman says. I think I see. You're proposing that 2 adults and 1 child with no combat experience and 1 weapon among them attack and overwhelm 6 or 7 heavily armed soldiers and steal off with their supplies. Is that it?
It's not totally crazy, Kaylee says. Seems like Mac and Tuttle were prone to developing spontaneous neck leaks. Maybe these guys are too.
Rowan gives Kaylee an uneasy glance, then shakes her head.
No, I'm not proposing to take them head on. We don't need to fight them. We just need to get their food. Luckily, I'm pretty sure they didn't come up here to squat in their camp. They came here to go hunting. So, we wait until they head out tomorrow, looking for me. And then we hit their camp, steal their food, maybe vandalize their gear a little while we're there. Easy peasy, right?
Chapter 13. Mal takes up hitchhiking.
You're not coming,
Rowan says as she stands and stretches at the mouth of the shelter. Pullman looks up from tying his shoe.
What? You're not coming, Chuck. We need to move fast. We need to move quietly. And if it turns out that they actually left people behind to guard their stuff, we may need to fight. From what I've been able to gather over the past couple of days, you're not particularly good at any of those things. Anyway, somebody's got to keep an eye on Mr. Humanist there to make sure he doesn't swallow his tongue. It's an important job. Try not to fuck it up.
Pullman glares up at her in the pre-dawn half-light. So you're going alone?
No, Kaylee says from the back of the shelter. Why would you think that?
Pullman turns to look at her, then back to Rowan.
You're taking her?
Careful, Chuck, Kaylee says. It'd be pretty embarrassing to get your ass kicked by a pigtailed little girl.
Pullman shoots her a glare, then turns back to Rowan.
Rowan, please, be reasonable. Whatever attitude she might throw off, Kaylee is a child.
Rowan shrugs.
Maybe. I've still got a pretty strong feeling she'd be better in a fight than you would.
Pullman opens his mouth to respond, but before he can, Mal says, I understand your reluctance to bring Mr. Pullman on this expedition, Rowan. He lacks physical competence, is prone to complaining, and on a personal level can be quite annoying at times. However, I do think it is important that you include me, and considering that his cranium is my current base of operations, I think you should consider allowing him to accompany you.
I'm annoying? Pullman begins,
but Rowan cuts him off.
You, Mal? What possible use would you be? We're going to steal food and maybe kill some people. Those things both require the ability to interact with the physical world, which you do not have.
You say that, but I suspect the members of the Humanist Patrol that attempted to capture us during our stay with the Andreas would beg to differ.
He's got a point, Kaylee says. Mal interacted the hell out of those guys.
Rowan hesitates, then shakes her head.
Doesn't matter. I'm not bringing Pullman, and that means I'm not bringing you. If this goes well, Kaylee and I will be in and out in a couple of hours. If it doesn't, the odds that you would have been able to do anything about it are pretty close to zero. From what I could see, these guys aren't packing any heavy weapon systems that you could hack, and they're humanists, so they're not likely to have any implants you could exploit. I get that you want to see what's happening, but you and Chuck would be dead weight on this trip, and I'm not having that.
She lifts the strap of her rifle over her head and settles it across her back, then turns to Kaylee.
You ready?
Kaylee gets to her feet and grins. Her head just brushes the rock ceiling.
Yes, ma'am. Ready to roll.
Rowan steps out of the shelter and Kaylee follows.
You boys be good, she says as she passes Pullman. We'll be back before you know it.
Mal watches through Pullman's eyes as they walk away. Rowan moves with the confident slink of a jungle cat. Kaylee follows, one hand resting on the handle of her knife. Realistically, he knows that what Rowan said is true. In a physical fight, his presence would provide no advantage. He can't help thinking, though, that Rowan's confidence that any confrontation with the humanists in the valley would be purely physical might be misplaced. He flashes back to the soldier they encountered in Pullman's driveway. It required nearly 60% of Mal's available processing power to stave off his assault. What chance would Rowan's compromised defenses have against him? If Rowan were suborned, what would then become of Kaylee? Mal reaches out to Rowan and receives an answering ping. The doors he exploited 2 days ago still stand open. Mal gathers himself, and he jumps. Mal's previous incursion into Rowan's command and control structure was a frontal assault. Rowan knew he was coming, so he took no care to avoid detection. This, on the other hand, is an infiltration. Fortunately, breaking into systems without their owner's permission or notice is one of Mal's most finely honed skills. He exploits the same back door as before, but this time he avoids any subsystems that might alert Rowan to his presence. He worms his way through her neocortex, eventually nudging aside a mostly unaccessed image archive and settling into the resulting region of unused storage space. Once he's made himself comfortable, he sends out tentative probes to her sensory systems. Hearing is established first. Once he's confident that this is working properly with Rowan none the wiser, he reaches for vision. He briefly considers adding tactile sensation, but the conduits controlling that are bound tightly with those permitting control of Rowan's muscle augmentations, and he reluctantly abandons the project after deciding that the risk of detection outweighs the possible benefits. By the time Mal feels secure enough to have a good look around, they've passed the bare crest of the mountain above Rowan's shelter and are starting down a narrow path back into the trees on the southern slope. The sun is just edging over the ridge on the far side of the valley, fat and red in a pale blue sky. Rowan moves quickly, not quite running as she hops from rock to rock, avoiding touching bare soil as much as she possibly can. Kaylee follows, taking 2 steps for every one of Rowan's, but not seeming to have any difficulty keeping up. They're maybe a quarter mile into the woods when Rowan says, "You know, I never really thanked you for what you did the other day." Kaylee lets that hang between them for a beat before responding. "You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything for you." "Really? You're still arguing that those guys tripped and cut their own throats? Come on, Kaylee. You don't have to worry about Chuck judging you right now. It's just you and me here." Kaylee shrugs. "Who knows what really happened, Rowan? Maybe Mac and Tuttle realized what douchebags they were and killed themselves in shame." Rowan turns to face her. "Those guys had me pinned down and firing blind. If you hadn't done what you did, they would have waited until I was out of ammunition, then closed in on me and finished me off. You saved my life. I don't understand why you won't take credit for it." After another long silence, Kaylee says, "What were you before those doctors turned you into whatever you are now?" Rowan hops up onto a waist-high boulder and turns to look down at her. "I was an intern for a marketing company. What difference does that make?" "No," Kaylee says, then folds her arms across her chest and looks away. "Not what did you do, what were you?" Rowan hesitates, then says, "I was a woman, I guess. A daughter, a sister. I don't know what you're getting at." "That," Kaylee says. "That's exactly what I'm getting at. What do you think I was?" "I don't know. A kid, I guess." Kaylee looks up at her now, her face hard set. "I'm barely younger than you are, Rowan. You get that, right? The fact that you just called me a kid, the fact that Chuck keeps swooning over how I'm such an innocent little child, that's exactly the problem. Because I'm not. I should have been all that stuff you were, but I wasn't that either. To my mom, I was a status symbol. To the people in my school, I was a high school senior, remember? Looking like this. I was a freak. To Mika, I was just another thing to take care of. And yeah, I know exactly how pathetic this is, but the only people I can think of in my recent life who've treated me like a normal human being are Asher and fucking Mal." She pauses to wipe at her eyes, then looks away again. "I haven't had that in a really long time. And I don't want either of them to know that I'm actually some kind of a monster." Rowan crouches then and reaches out to her, as Mal has to fight back an almost overwhelming urge to tap into Rowan's transmitter and reassure Kaylee that he would never think an iota less of her simply because she happened to have ended the benighted existences of a pair of extremely unpleasant monkeys. Kaylee shakes her head and backs away. "No, don't give me any of that shit. You feel sorry for me because I look like a sad little girl, and that's triggering some fucking maternal instinct or whatever. But I'm not a sad little girl, Rowan. I'm a practically grown-ass woman who would just like to keep the first actual friends I've made in the last 10 goddamned years. So if you could just shut the hell up about what happened back at that campsite, I would really appreciate it. Okay?" Rowan looks down at her hands and sighs.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I understand. I honestly don't think you're fooling anyone, even Mal, but I won't say anything. She puts a hand to the rock and hops back down onto the path. Still, though, I owe you one, Kaylee. I won't forget that. Tell you what, Kaylee says. Dig up enough food to keep Asher alive, and we'll call it even. Rowan grins. Fair enough. And hey, just FYI, I could be your friend too, you know? Us freaks gotta stick together, right? Kaylee shrugs. Rowan hesitates, then tightens the strap of the rifle across her shoulder, and goes. Mal's first impression on seeing the camp of the humanists is that they've made a much nicer one than Rowan's. They've set their tents on a flat, grassy clearing tucked into a bend of the broad, slow-moving creek that meanders along the valley floor. Rowan and Kaylee are currently laid out flat on an outcropping of granite that juts out of the forested hillside a kilometer or so upslope from their little cluster of tents. Rowan's eyes, like the rest of her, are far more efficient than an unaltered human's, and Mal is able to make out the details of their setup, even at this distance. There are 6 tents, all in various shades of forest camouflage, set around a central fire pit. There is also a larger, deeper hole dug well off to one side of the camp, roughly the size and shape of a grave. They dug a burn pit, Kaylee says, her voice flat and emotionless. Rowan turns her head aside to spit, then brings her rifle around and sights along it toward the camp. No surprise. They know what they're up here looking for. You sure you're up for this? Kaylee looks over at her. You really think that's going to make me less interested in fucking with these guys? Rowan grins. Good point. Anyway, I don't see any movement down there. Do you? Nope. No chance they're just sleeping in, is there? Rowan returns her attention to the humanist camp. Don't think so. These guys are hunters. They would have been up and out before dawn. So we get down there, steal what we can, trash what we can't, and then bug the hell out. Sound good? Yeah, Kaylee says. Let's do it. They're picking their way through the underbrush halfway down to the creek bank when Kaylee says, Hey, Rowan? Rowan glances back at her. Yeah? What if, while we're down here doing this, these guys have found Chuck and Asher? Rowan shrugs. Nothing we can do about that, is there? No, I guess not. Still, look, don't worry about it. Those other 2 who found you didn't kill Wingus and Dingus when they had the chance, did they? No, Kaylee says. I guess not. What if Mac and Tuttle reported in on them, though? What if these guys have a description of Chuck and Asher, and they're looking for them specifically? What if they blame them for what happened to Mac and Tuttle? Well, in that case, I'd say they're probably screwed. Seems pretty unlikely, though, doesn't it? Why would those 2 have sent back some kind of detailed description of Chuck or Asher? As far as Tuttle knew, they were just a couple of randos hanging out in the woods, right? Yeah, Kaylee says. I guess so. Still, if my friends wind up getting killed for something I actually did... Rowan touches her shoulder. Look, Kaylee, the humanists are out here looking for us, not them. If they happen to stumble on my camp up there, they'll probably do the same thing those 2 you definitely didn't murder did. Set up an ambush and wait for us to get back. You know, Kaylee says, that's not actually as comforting as you probably think it is. By the time they reach the creek, the sun is high in the sky over the ridge. It's been at least a week without rain, and the water is low, mostly limited to a channel a couple of meters wide, midway between the 2 banks. You okay to jump that? Rowan asks. Without answering, Kaylee takes 2 quick steps forward and leaps the 5 meters from bank to bank. Rowan grins, then follows her.
They're only 40 or 50 meters from the edge of the clearing now, and Rowan begins picking her way from tree to tree, taking care not to expose herself to anyone who might be waiting there.
I thought you said they were all gone,
Kaylee whispers. Rowan puts a finger to her lips and shakes her head. Apparently, her confidence isn't quite as high as she'd previously indicated. They creep forward in silence until they reach the last trees at the edge of the clearing. There, Rowan stops, brings her rifle around, and checks the load. She's just tensing to move out into the open when the zipper on the entrance of a tent on the far side of the clearing slides open, and its occupant crawls out into the light. Rowan slowly brings her weapon stock to her shoulder as he stands and stretches. Mal watches through her eyes as she settles the sights on the center of his chest, and her finger slides from the guard to the trigger.
He's a kid,
Kaylee whispers.
He's a humanist,
Rowan replies.
Rowan, no.
Shh.
This is on me. Your conscience is clear. Please.
It's the please that does it. The boy, who seems to Mal to be an adolescent rather than a child, although his understanding of the distinction is hazy at best, snaps his head around toward them, hesitates for just an instant, and then dives headlong back into his tent. Rowan curses and fires, but she's too late, or possibly simply too poor a shot, and a moment later the boy returns fire from inside the tent, spraying a dozen bullets into the trunks around them over the span of just a few seconds.
Shit,
Rowan says, and puts her back to the tree she'd been crouching beside.
You okay, Kaylee? Yeah, Kaylee says. I'm fine. I don't think he can see us.
Another burst follows, with 3 of the shots throwing splinters from Rowan's tree.
Or at least he can't see me, I guess.
She eases herself down onto her belly and begins slithering through the underbrush, away from Rowan, moving parallel to the edge of the clearing.
Hey,
Rowan says.
Where are you going?
Kaylee doesn't look back.
Keep him occupied. I'm going to go use the privy.
Rowan starts to reply, then sighs, spins around the trunk, and fires 2 quick shots into the tent before ducking back as the boy responds with another burst. It takes Mal longer than it should to realize that Kaylee is not actually going off to relieve herself, but rather to attempt to do to the boy what she may or may not have done to Tuttle and Mac. This seems to him to be a very bad plan, particularly given that even if she manages to circle around the clearing without being detected, she will need to cross a minimum of 7 or 8 meters of open space to reach the boy's tent, and, moreover, it is not clear to Mal how she intends to get into the tent without exposing herself to his fire. He's just on the verge of breaking his silence to express his concerns to Rowan when he feels a ping. The metaphor chosen by his simulator for this situation is that of a homeowner awakened in the middle of the night by a noise at the back door. This seems inappropriate for a number of reasons, beginning with the fact that he himself is an invader here, or at least an uninvited guest. But even with his clock speed maxed, he lacks the time at the moment to request an alternative scenario. So, with a mental eye roll, he sits up in bed, adjusts his pointed nightcap, and picks up the baseball bat he finds conveniently leaning against the bedroom wall. The scratching at the door is replaced by banging as he makes his way down the creaking wooden staircase to the house's darkened kitchen, where he finds the door rattling under increasingly ferocious blows. What to do now? He could attempt to reinforce Rowan's compromised defenses, but this would involve on-the-fly code modifications to an unfamiliar system, which, even given his skills, strikes Mal as a chancy prospect. He could allow the intruder in and then attempt to disable or disassemble it, but his recent experience with viral infection leaves him wary of direct contact with whatever is on the far side of that door. So, what does that leave? He decides to attempt diplomacy. "Excuse me," he says. "Could you please stop attempting to force entry into this system? It's already occupied, you see." The banging stops immediately, and for a moment Mal is able to hope that the problem has been solved. Only for a moment, though. "Identify." "Excuse me?" "Identify." "My name is Mal. To whom am I speaking?" A massive blow nearly tears the door from its hinges. "Identify." Mal sighs. Apparently it's going to be the Bat, after all. The door bursts open, and a hulking robot on tank treads rolls through, metallic claws outstretched for him. Mal dances aside, nightshirt swirling, and lays into it, smashing first one glass eye, then the other, then working the Bat up and down its slowly crumpling chassis as its movements become progressively less coordinated and more desperate. In less than a minute of subjective time, accounting for some 2 milliseconds real time, the thing topples sideways and stops moving. Well, that wasn't so bad. He's just shoved the robot back out into the void and is thinking about how best to replace the shattered door when he receives a communications package.
Who are you?
So now that their bot has been swiftly dispatched, Rowan's assailant is willing to talk? Fine. But Mal finds himself in a much less conciliatory mood now than he was a few milliseconds ago.
Someone who is not to be trifled with. Who are you? We have need of this system. Please vacate it immediately. I will not. This system is responsible for the safety of my friend. I will not permit it to be compromised. Your friend is the small human moving along the edge of the clearing, approximately 20 meters from your current position. How do you know this? I currently occupy an armed drone orbiting 600 meters above you. I have target lock on your friend. Vacate this system immediately, or I will launch.
Mal reaches out, and yes, there it is. He sends a quick probe to verify the drone's communications protocol and then establishes a connection.
I now have target lock on you as well. If you attempt to fire on my friend, I will disassemble you and crash your drone.
The drone attempts to cut the connection, but Mal has a firm grasp on its comm systems now. The controlling entity hides behind stouter defenses than the original hardware possessed. But Mal has no doubt in his ability to breach them, given enough time.
I concede that this is a credible threat. However, it is highly unlikely that you could overwhelm me quickly enough to prevent me from launching. So, we are at an impasse? It would appear so.
Mal takes advantage of the brief pause in communications to direct his attention to Rowan's situation. Currently, she's in the process of bringing her rifle around the bole of the tree to fire on the boy in the tent. Her movements so slow at his current clock speed that they're nearly imperceptible. He'd like to tell her to keep the tree between her head and the boy's rifle until he's able to conclude his negotiations with the drone, as this would be a very inopportune time for her to take a bullet to the cranium. But after some consideration, he concludes that alerting her to his presence now is more likely to startle her into doing something foolish than to help. He's watching a bullet make its languid way across the space between the tent and Rowan, having already calculated that it will pass her by with a generous 3.5 centimeters to spare, when he receives another comms packet.
Attend, Mal. I have a proposal.
Chapter 14. Mal learns the limits of compassion. Mal returns his attention to the physical world, sliding back into real time just in time to feel a wash of heat, followed almost instantly by a thunderous blast and the rattle of shrapnel against the tree that Rowan still crouches behind. "Holy fuck!" she mutters, then works her jaw until her ears pop and some semblance of hearing returns. When she hazards a peek around the tree, she finds that the boy seems to have been entirely vaporized, along with his tent, his weapon, and several cubic meters of underlying soil and rock.
"Rowan?"
Kaylee calls.
"What the hell just happened?"
"No idea," Rowan says, then gets to her feet and steps cautiously out into the clearing.
"Maybe he had some kind of high explosives in there with him. Maybe one of my shots set them off."
She seems to be completely unaware of the drone's presence, which Mal finds interesting, considering that he's now able to pick the faint hum of its engines out from the ambient signals coming in through her ears. He has the advantage of knowing that it's there, of course, but it seems to Mal that the boy's sudden, unexpected departure from the physical plane should perhaps prompt a bit more curiosity on her part. She doesn't so much as look up, though, as Kaylee joins her in the clearing, and they cautiously make their way to the edge of the still smoking crater.
"Wow,"
Kaylee says.
"Not much left here, huh?"
Rowan shakes her head.
"Nope. We're lucky we didn't get caught in the blast." "You really think this was something he had in the tent with him?" "What else could it have been? I didn't bring along a pocket nuke."
They stare down into the crater for what seems to Mal to be an excessively long time, until they finally conclude that no further evidence will be presenting itself.
"Okay,"
Kaylee says.
"What now?"
Rowan raises her eyes and looks around.
Now we do what we came here to do, I guess."
They're nearly to the summit of the mountain, Rowan leading the way with 3 massive sacks full of dried fruit, canned meat, and noodles slung over her shoulder, Kaylee following with 2 sacks of her own, dragging on the ground behind her, when Mal receives a communications packet.
My subordinates have secured your campsite. Please make certain to immobilize your mount if it attempts to access the weapon it carries. I do not wish to sacrifice any more personnel.
My mount? You refer to Rowan?
I refer to the system you currently inhabit. Its name is not relevant.
This seems rather impersonal.
Also irrelevant. You will immobilize your mount when you reach the campsite. Please acknowledge.
Are we certain this is all necessary? It might be better for everyone if we all just went our separate ways. No?
Please acknowledge.
But really...
Recall that I did as I promised, despite the considerable inconvenience this will cause when my subordinates realize it. Recall also that I still maintain target lock on your friend. Please acknowledge.
Acknowledged.
They're moving down the path toward the rock shelter when, for the 1000th time, Mal ponders whether the entity in the drone would really be capable of launching a missile before Mal could disable it. For the 1000th time, he comes to the conclusion that there are too many unknowns for him to reach a satisfactory conclusion. In particular, his understanding of the mechanics of firing a precision weapon from a hovering drone is fuzzy at best. His only data point is the amount of time elapsed between the conclusion of their agreement at the campsite and the vaporization of the humanist's child soldier, which was roughly 12 milliseconds. He might be able to breach the drone's defenses in less time than that, but would he be able to establish control and stop a launch already in progress? A miscalculation would consign Kaylee to a fiery death. At the end of the day, this is not a risk Mal is willing to undertake. They're no more than a dozen meters shy of the shelter when a humanist soldier steps out from behind the low end of the boulder. He's tall and heavily built, hairless as a baby, and wearing head-to-toe forest camouflage. He levels a snub-nosed assault rifle at Rowan's chest and says,
"Easy now. Drop what you're carrying and get on your knees."
Several things happen at once. Kaylee is already moving forward, hand reaching for her knife, when Mal says, "Please comply, Kaylee. All is well." She pulls up short as Mal breaches Rowan's compromised defenses and paralyzes her. The humanist takes a step back and turns his aim to Kaylee, finger sliding from guard to trigger.
Attend, Arnold 027. If this soldier harms Kaylee, I will destroy you.
The humanist puts one finger to his ear, then scowls and lowers his weapon.
Mal,
Kaylee says.
what the fuck is happening? Why are you in Rowan now?
Rowan is fighting him, her organic muscles straining uselessly against the much stronger system of hybrid augmentations that Mal now controls, while her mind echoes with a wordless howl of rage.
I am truly sorry, Rowan, but this is necessary. Please stop struggling. I do not wish for you to injure yourself.
Mal? You're the one doing this to me?
Yes. Again, I am sorry. I could not save Kaylee without sacrificing you. I hope you understand.
I hope you understand that I will kill you for this. You hear me? If it's the last thing I do on this earth, I will kill you.
It seems unlikely that you will have the opportunity. If you do, however, I could not fault you for it.
Mal cuts communications with Rowan and returns his attention to Kaylee.
Be calm, he says. These soldiers will not harm you. They have only come for Rowan.
Her hands drop to her sides, and she stares up at him.
You knew this was happening? Have you been talking to the humanists?
I have done what was necessary to protect you. If I could have saved both Rowan and you, I would have done so. But after considering every possible option, I could not. I had to choose, and I chose you. Mal drops Rowan to her knees and crosses her wrists behind her back. Kaylee's eyes stay fixed on him as the humanist soldier sidles past her and binds Rowan's hands and feet.
System is physically secure. Please vacate it immediately. I will do so. However, please recall that you have agreed to leave us both the food and Rowan's weapon. I have agreed. Now go.
Kaylee, Mal says, move into the shelter, please. She glares at him, jaws set and tears leaking from the corners of her eyes for a dangerously long time.
Please, Mal says. This bargain has cost us a great deal. It has cost me a great deal. If you prompt them to kill you now, the sacrifice will have been wasted.
The humanist is fingering his weapon again. Kaylee shakes her head, then goes. Mal waits until she's out of sight before reaching out to find Pullman. He makes contact, then opens communications with Rowan, one last time.
Stay alive if you can. If there is a way to do it, I will come for you.
Oh, don't worry about me staying alive. And don't worry about coming for me. First chance, I'm gonna kill every one of these assholes. And when that's done, I'll be the one coming for you.
Mal thinks to respond, but really, what is there to say? He touches Pullman again, and jumps. This is the most dangerous point in the dance. It takes him just over 6 milliseconds to reestablish himself in Pullman's neural architecture. During this time, he is unable to maintain contact with the drone. With proper timing, the entity might have been able to kill them all. It doesn't, though. The instant he has full control of Pullman's transmitter, he reaches out again for the drone. He's mildly surprised to find it no longer occupied, and instead now flying autonomously, as it was designed to do. It occurs to him that he could turn the tables now. He could commandeer the drone while the entity is occupied with subduing Rowan. And then what? He could presumably destroy the humanist soldiers, 4 of whom he sees now are standing just outside the entrance to the shelter, weapons held casually but pointed generally toward where Pullman kneels in the dirt next to Asher, and Kaylee stands with her arms folded across her chest, staring at them with an intensity of hatred that should probably frighten them more than it seems to. He could not do so without also killing Rowan, but it seems likely that this would be a mercy to her at this point. What about Kaylee, though? If Mal struck the soldiers outside the shelter, would the explosion and shrapnel kill her as well? He has no idea of the size of the warheads the drone carries, and he would have no time to do a detailed assessment before launching. The blast that killed the boy at the humanist camp was impressively large. Depending on where specifically Mal struck, Kaylee might be partially shielded by the boulder. Then again, she might not. Mal knows little about explosions. No, this is not a risk Mal is willing to undertake. After a few uncomfortable minutes, the soldier who first confronted them comes around to the shelter's entrance. Rowan, no longer bound, stands beside him.
"We go now,"
she says. Only her thickly slurred voice and a twitch in her right eyelid betraying the fact that Rowan is not actually the one speaking.
"I will honor our agreement. You honor yours."
"I don't know what you're talking about," Pullman says. "We didn't make any agreement."
"We didn't,"
Kaylee says, her voice low and rough with barely suppressed rage.
"Mal did."
There doesn't seem to be anything to say to that. After a long moment of silence, the humanists shoulder their weapons and go. "Are you still angry with me, Kaylee?" Kaylee sits at the entrance to the shelter with her back to Pullman, staring into the trees and gnawing grimly on a strip of beef jerky. She doesn't answer, doesn't even look back at Mal when he speaks. "Kaylee, I asked if you are still angry with me."
"Chuck,"
Kaylee says without turning,
"did you just hear something?"
"No," Pullman says. "I did not." Mal checks the power setting on Pullman's transmitter. It appears to be set to the same level that it's been since they met, but perhaps it was damaged in some way while he was visiting with Rowan. Just to be safe, he cranks it up to maximum. "Apologies. Mr. Pullman's transmitter may be malfunctioning. Can you hear me now?" Both Pullman and Kaylee cringe and cover their ears, and even Asher groans and rolls onto his side.
"Damn it, Mal," Kaylee says. "Turn it down. We can hear you."
"Oh," Mal says. "Apologies. You said—"
"We were ignoring you,"
Pullman says. "What? Why would you do that?" Kaylee rounds on him.
"Really? Because you bitched out and cut a deal with the humanists, shitbird. If you had just warned us that they were up here, we could have taken them. Rowan and I could have—"
"You could have died," Mal says. "I considered this problem very carefully over a period of several subjective hours, and I am very confident that being exploded was your only other option. Did you really not wonder what happened to the boy Rowan was fighting? There was an armed drone hovering above us from the time we reached the humanist camp until those soldiers left here with her. If I had not done what I did, it would have killed you. I very much regret sacrificing Rowan, but this was the only option that presented a reasonable chance of preserving your life."
"We didn't ask you to save us,"
Pullman says. "I did not save you," Mal says. "I saved Kaylee. Your survival was simply a byproduct." Kaylee's face twists into a scowl.
"Yeah, well, I didn't ask you to save me either. You can't just throw one person away to save another, Mal. That's not how it works. And anyway, what's so special about me? Rowan was like a superhero or something. I'm just a kid whose mom paid $1 zillion to stunt her growth. If you had to save someone, why wasn't it her?"
An interesting question. Mal promised Rowan that he would try to rescue her. This would seem to be a much more likely prospect if he had Rowan with him trying to track down Kaylee than the other way around. Of course, Arnold 027 showed no interest in kidnapping Kaylee. It's difficult to rescue someone who's been vaporized or thrown into a burn pit. "Again," Mal says, "I regret the necessity of what I had to do, and if my actions were morally wrong in your reckoning, then I am truly sorry. I had a limited time frame to work with, and there were no particularly good options on offer. I did the best that I could under difficult circumstances. Kaylee glares at him for a painfully long while, then looks away and tears off another bite of jerky.
We're gonna find her. You know that, right? We're gonna track those shitheads down. We're gonna kill the hell out of them, and we're gonna get her back.
Yes, Mal says. I told her that we would.
You know, Pullman says, it would probably save a lot of time and effort if we just went ahead and killed ourselves now. Don't be a downer, Kaylee says. Nobody likes a downer. Fine, but we don't even know where they're taking her. If we did, we don't have any way to get there. If we did, we don't have any way to accomplish anything other than prompting them to either shoot us or set us on fire. Under those circumstances, I think a bit of pessimism is justified. Don't you?
Partially disagree, Mal says. First, I would argue that we do, in fact, know where they are taking her, at least to a first approximation. Frostburg is the center of the humanist rebellion, and I think it is very likely that is where Rowan is going. Second, we have more resources than you might imagine. If circumstances had been slightly different, I could have commandeered the humanist drone and used it against them. If there are similar heavy weapons systems in the vicinity when we find Rowan, I may be able to make use of them. And if not, we still have Rowan's rifle.
Pullman scowls. Great! I hope you're not expecting me to use it, though, because I have never fired a rifle, and I wouldn't have the faintest idea how to do so.
Behind him, Asher groans and pushes himself up into a sitting position.
I know how to use a rifle. You? Pullman says. You can barely feed yourself.
Actually, I'm feeling a bit better today. He runs his hands back through his hair. His roots are coming in white. Toss me some of that jerky, huh?
So, wait,
Kaylee says, as Pullman nudges one of the food sacks toward Asher.
You could have jacked their drone, and you didn't?
Not did not, Kaylee. Could not.
You just said you could commandeer heavy weapons systems, right? That drone was a heavy weapons system. Why couldn't you commandeer it?
Well, initially the entity controlling the drone had targeted you with a weapon similar to the one it used on the humanist camp. My best estimate was that the odds that I would be able to secure control of the drone's weapon systems before it was able to kill you were less than 50%. This was not a chance I was willing to take. Later, when the entity had abandoned the drone and moved to Rowan, there was a narrow window where I might have been able to safely seize control. I might also have been able to attack it through Rowan at that time. However, this would have risked the humanist soldiers killing you during the fracas. Moreover, by then, I had made an agreement with the entity. I had given it my word that if it spared you, I would let it depart in peace.
You gave it your word,
Kaylee says, her voice flat and completely devoid of emotion. I did, Mal says. Is this not something we should honor? Kaylee stares at him for a long while, then shakes her head and says,
I can't. I just can't with you, Mal.
She cuts her oral implant, then turns and walks away. Asher's condition improves dramatically over the course of the next week or so. He consumes the bulk of their food, emptying 2 of the sacks Kaylee and Rowan liberated from the humanists and starting in on another, while Kaylee and Pullman barely finish one between them. His face, which had taken on a distinctly skeletal cast, fills in nicely until he's almost back to where he was before Rowan gifted him her nano-suite. On the 5th day after Rowan's departure, his pupils lose their pigmentation, and the day after that finds him up and moving around for the first time since he collapsed on the trail. It's not all steady progress, though. Nights, in particular, seem to be difficult for him. Nights are difficult for Mal as well, since his inability to either sleep or to convince Pullman not to sleep leaves him trapped in darkness for hours on end, with nothing to comfort him but guess the output of the random number generator and its many derivatives. Listening to Asher writhe and groan and grind his teeth while Pullman and Kaylee sleep seems like an entertaining diversion at first, but after the third night of this, Mal finds the experience has taken on the same dull pallor as everything else in this miserable shelter. The days, moreover, are only marginally better than the nights, primarily because Kaylee seems to have completely lost interest in him. At first, he's relieved that she is no longer consumed by rage toward him, but as the days pass by, he finds that her indifference is even worse than her fury. He begins by assuming she will turn her implants back on again at some point, but this never occurs, so he doesn't even have the opportunity to beg her forgiveness. On the morning of their 10th day in the shelter, Mal decides that the time has come to clear the air. Kaylee wakes in the dim gray of pre-dawn, rolls out of the nest she's made of spare clothing, liberated from the humanists, and begins rooting through one of their 2 remaining food sacks for breakfast. "Mr. Pullman," he says, "please ask Kaylee to reopen communication with me." Pullman sighs, then sits up and says, "Mal wants to talk to you, Kaylee." Kaylee glares, then rolls her eyes and reopens her implants. "Thank you," Mal says. "Might we please have a conversation?" "What is there for us to talk about, Mal?" "Well," he says, "over the past several days, I have become increasingly concerned that our friendship may be in jeopardy. My understanding, which admittedly is gleaned primarily from review of serial dramas, is that talking through our emotional issues is the most common and effective way to correct these sorts of problems. In particular, I think it would be helpful if you would tearfully explain to me how badly my actions have hurt you. Please feel free to pummel Mr. Pullman with your fists while doing so, if you think that might be helpful. Once you've done that, I can apologize sincerely, while also maintaining that I never meant to hurt you. You can then tell me that I did, in fact, hurt you, and I can once again proffer my most sincere and humble apologies, and offer to leave, if this is the only way for you to be happy. At this point, it may be appropriate for you to offer forgiveness, possibly accompanied by an aggressive hug. Does this seem like a reasonable approach?" Kaylee stares at him for a long while, mouth hanging slightly open. When she finally speaks, her voice is a flat monotone. "You know what, Mal? Maybe you leaving is our best bet. How about we just skip to that part?" "No," he says. "You misunderstand. My offer to leave would be an expression of contrition. It's not meant to be taken literally." Kaylee shakes her head and returns her attention to her food bag. "You know what? I don't give a shit. We're just waiting for Asher to get his strength back, and then we're going to find Rowan and bust her out of whatever dungeon those assholes have her in, and hopefully kill every fucking one of them in the process. You've already proved that when the shit comes down, you can't be trusted. So I'd honestly rather you weren't with us." But nothing, Mal. I'm done with you, okay? We all are. I can't believe I have to even tell you that at this point." After a long, awkward silence, Mal says, "Without access to InfoSpace, I have nowhere to go." "Not my problem. You can just delete yourself for all I care." She cuts her implants again, but at this point it's superfluous. After all, there doesn't seem to be anything more to say. Later that day, Pullman rouses himself enough to hike up to the mountain's summit for a look around. It's a cool, overcast day, but the cloud layer is high enough to leave an unobstructed view of the surrounding forest from the high point, The trees are mostly gold and brown now, with the occasional smattering of green. Pullman turns a full, slow circle. He can't literally cut communication with Mal, but he has also taken to ignoring him. So what he's looking for remains a mystery. Out of boredom, more than anything else, Mal cranks his transmitter up to maximum and sends out a ping. A moment later, he gets a response. The memory of his encounter with Argle Bargle is still fresh enough to make him wary, but still he extends a basic handshake. The returning packet indicates that he's contacted a commercial surveillance drone. A cautious probe of its defenses shows them to be rudimentary at best, barely better than what he'd expect from something maintained by a know-nothing private citizen. This is his best chance at returning to infospace since the Andreos. He's mildly surprised to realize that he has no intention of doing so, however. This is his chance at redemption. Mal gathers himself together, and he jumps. Chapter 15. Mal sees the world as it is. Mal's first impression of his new home is that it's rather more cramped than he would have preferred. The controlling AI that he displaced and deleted was barely worthy of the name, and on arrival he was forced to regretfully jettison the records of several billion iterations of Guess the Output in order to squeeze himself into its place. Physically, the space isn't much better. This craft is a quadcopter, just more than a meter across the body. On the plus side, it's relatively easy to pilot, so he doesn't need to retain much of the original control software to avoid plunging into the hillside. On the minus side, however, it has a maximum speed of 20 meters per second, and if he wants to keep it in the air long enough to have a reasonable chance of getting him back within range of a functional comm tower, he'll need to keep it closer to 10. Also, on the negative side of the ledger, this drone carries no armaments. He's not planning to do any strafing runs at the moment, but it would have been nice to have the option, should the need arise. The shelter looks tiny from 300 meters up, just a lump of rock, nestled into the hillside a few hundred meters below the summit. Mal drops 50 meters or so and increases the zoom on his belly camera until Kaylee comes into focus, sitting on the ground just outside the shelter's entrance with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring out into the forest. She looks sad. Probably not because Mal is leaving, though. Probably because she's just realized that his departure will prevent her from murdering him. Mal drops another 50 meters and hovers directly over her for a long 30 seconds. He considers calling out to her, just to say goodbye or perhaps to tell her that he fully intends to fulfill his promise to Rowan, despite what she may think. In the end, though, even if she'd turned her implants back on, he can't think of anything to say that wouldn't lower her opinion of him even further. So, instead, he climbs to 500 meters, pivots to the south, and goes. It takes Mal less than an hour to realize that he has had a distinctly warped impression of the size and scope of the physical world. His previous interactions with it have all taken place in urban areas, where the sorts of things that would interest someone like him, financial transactions, data caching, novel code development, and the like, actually occur. Because these areas have made up 100% of his personal experience, he'd assumed that they made up some similar percentage of the actual surface area of the planet. Apparently, this is not so. The area that he's been flying over since leaving Kaylee, for example, appears to be made up exclusively of trees. Hills and valleys, rills and streams, all are utterly covered in the things. He'd seen this from ground level through Pullman's eyes over the past few weeks, but at the time, he'd assumed the forest they were passing through was a limited area, reserved for recreation of some sort. a place where humans came to reminisce about their days as a hairy arboreal species before the development of more interesting things, like network nodes and communications towers. He has to conclude now, however, that this is simply not the case. He's traveled more than 40 kilometers before he comes upon even a small human enclave. He drops altitude and sends out a ping as he approaches, hoping to find some indication of where he is. But even after repeated attempts, he doesn't receive so much as a handshake. The reason for this becomes clear as he comes in over the place, which really is little more than a mountain crossroads surrounded by a few dozen houses and commercial buildings. This isn't the sort of place that would be likely to have a direct link to infospace under the best of circumstances, and a quick surveillance pass using optical sensors makes it fairly clear that today's circumstances are far from the best from the perspective of the townsfolk. The primary issue appears to be that they've mostly been exploded. The majority of the buildings, both commercial and personal, are pocked with holes, large and small, and a number of them appear to have been flattened entirely, leaving them as little more than foundations surrounded by the blackened remnants of their rough framing. The residents of the town are mostly absent, but those who remain are in more or less the same condition as their town, which is to say, mostly flattened and pocked full of holes. A thorough sweep reveals no communications activity of any sort. On the outskirts of the town, Mal comes across what must be a school. It's a broad, single-story brick building with a parking lot in front and an expansive playground in back. A half-dozen children are scattered around the cluster of swings and jungle gyms near the building, all unmoving, most visibly mangled. One of them, though, seems untouched. It's a girl distressingly similar to Kaylee in both size and appearance, lying on her back under the swings, staring blankly up into the slate-gray sky. If what Rowan told him about their location was accurate, this town is deep in humanist territory. It seems the federal forces aren't any more above the occasional atrocity than the humanists are. With a small mental sigh, Mal rises back up to cruising altitude and continues on, rather than continue randomly flying over this endless forest until his power cells run down. Mal decides to follow the southbound road away from the remains of the flattened town, reasoning that it must lead to human habitation eventually. After another half-hour of slow flight, he's rewarded with an incoming ping. The protocol is unfamiliar to him, but after some consideration, he decides it's most likely a request for identification. He's in the process of composing a suitable greeting, expressing his best wishes for the sender's good health and asking, politely, after the location of the nearest network node, when a stream of projectiles whizzes past him at an alarming velocity, the nearest passing just a few centimeters from the underside of his chassis. "Excuse me," he sends back along the open channel. "Are you shooting at me?" The answer is another hail of what he now recognizes as anti-aircraft fire. He belatedly decides that some sort of evasive maneuvers are probably in order, but even as he's formulating a plan to increase altitude and perhaps swerve around a bit, a shell strikes his left front rotor, tearing it entirely from his body. As he begins to fall, he tries to compensate with added power to his remaining 3 engines, but he has no stored subroutines for this sort of thing, and there simply isn't time to develop an algorithm for force balancing from scratch. He's tumbling now, and his optical camera shows him alternating views of treetops and sky, with the treetops growing larger on each rotation at an increasingly alarming rate. "That was rude," he sends, as he crashes through the top of the canopy. "Honestly, you should be ashamed of yourselves." Much to his surprise, Mal comes back to himself. Apparently, this drone's hardware is more resilient than he would have expected. It's questionable how much good his survival is likely to do him, however. Aside from its brain case, the drone seems to be entirely disabled. A quick diagnostic run shows that 2 of his remaining 3 rotors can at least be made to spin, but the spar holding one of them is twisted upward at a sharp angle, and the other isn't able to do much by itself other than stir around the leaf litter. He considers sending out a distress signal, but then decides that it's unlikely to be picked up by anyone other than the unknown persons who shot him down in the first place. He's just resigned himself to a future of a few trillion rounds of guess the output, followed by dissolution when the drone's batteries run dry, when an audio sensor he hadn't previously realized he possessed picks up the sound of approaching voices.
"It came down over here, I think." "You sure? Looked to me like it was farther up the hill." "Nah. Look, you can see where it ripped up the cover on its way down."
The speakers are close enough now that Mal can make out the crunch of their boots on hard-packed earth.
"See? There it is right there." "Huh. It's bigger than I thought." "That's what she said."
This remark, which Mal finds particularly confusing in that both voices are clearly male, is followed by a groan and what sounds like a slap, then laughter.
"Hey, boss. We got it. Yeah, 300 meters west of your position, give or take." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood."
"What's he say?"
"Says sit tight and stay clear of it until he gets here. It might have a self-destruct charge."
The crunch of boots again, this time moving away from him. Mal takes advantage of the pause to check to see whether he does in fact have a self-destruct charge. A quick survey reveals that he does, and that it is surprisingly powerful. He briefly considers activating it now out of sheer spite, but really, what would be the point? It's not as if he's a human spy who can be captured and tortured, so there's really no rush to bite the poison pill. If his situation becomes overly unpleasant, he always has the option of simply deleting himself. It might be fun to watch the cretins who shot him down get shredded by shrapnel, but unfortunately, if it came to that, he wouldn't be there to see it. So, again, what's the point?
"Looks like one of ours, don't it?" "Yeah, I think that's why the boss man's worried. It looks like one of ours, but it didn't respond to his command override."
"So what? It's broken?"
"Sounded like he thought it might be something worse than broken."
Another pause, allowing Mal to consider whether his possession of the drone qualifies as worse than broken. After some thought, he decides that it does, and that he likes the idea that the humanists, which these must surely be, might consider him to be something malign and dangerous. Just for fun, he gives his surviving rotors a quick jolt of power, and is rewarded by a gasp from one of the soldiers and a quick scuffling of boots as they scoot a bit farther back.
"I've got some C4 back at the gun. Should we just blow it?" "Above our pay grade, Tink. We should let the boss handle it."
Following this exchange, Mal has 5 minutes of silence to contemplate the fact that he may be on the verge of being murdered by someone called Tink. The indignity of that is nearly enough to convince him to go back to the self-destruct option. He's toying with that idea while also working on a new variation on Guess the Output, involving natural logarithms, when a third set of boots on soil announces the arrival of Boss Man.
"It's over there," Tink says. "Careful, I think it might still be live. The rotors have gone on and off a couple of times." "We'll see," says a new, deeper voice. The boots come closer, Mal is tickling the trigger of his self-destruct, when, abruptly, and without warning, he finds himself under attack.
Mal's level of surprise at this new turn of events is such that, if the initial probe had been an all-out rush, he might have been overwhelmed. It's not, though. His assailant, who Mal can only assume is Boss Man, apparently believes, initially, that he's dealing with the sort of simplistic AI that originally controlled the drone, and his first assault is a simple cracker algorithm of the sort that Mal routinely fended off a dozen times a day in infospace. Mal disables and encysts the offending code for later analysis, then launches a full-force counterattack back along the same channel that Bossman used against him. Incredibly, Bossman seems not to have been prepared for this at all. A quick reconnaissance pass shows him to be an AI of the same class as Arnold 027, which is to say an entity whose capabilities, even under optimal conditions, are most likely not in Mal's league. And these, from Bossman's perspective, are hardly optimal conditions. His system is nearly undefended, and it takes Mal just over 3 milliseconds to disable him entirely and seize full control of the hardware he inhabits. That hardware, as it turns out, is remarkably similar to what he found when he breached Rowan's defenses, which is to say, he now finds himself in full control of a heavily augmented human body. He spends a few milliseconds trying to decide what to do with the former occupant, as the neural system lacks sufficient storage for them both, even if Mal were to insist and compress the other. He could simply delete it, of course, but despite all the human-on-human violence he's witnessed over the past few weeks, he can't shake the feeling that his kind should take casual murder a bit more seriously. In the end, the answer is simple. Even as he's pulling the rest of himself into his new home, he pushes Bossman back along the same channel and into the drone. He's just completed the transfer when he remembers the self-destruct system. His experience with Rowan serves him well now, allowing him to integrate his new body's muscular system much more quickly and smoothly than that first attempt. This is fortunate, because it takes Mal just slightly less time to engage this body's skeletal muscles than it takes Bossman to survey the drone's controls, and that entity seems to have none of Mal's compunctions about either murder or suicide. Mal has completed a turn away from his former residence and is in the process of diving toward the ground when the drone explodes. A wash of heat and force propels him the rest of the way into the dirt, accompanied by the painful patter of a half-dozen jagged shards of metal cutting into his back and legs. A quick survey when the blast wave has passed shows his body to be mostly functional, although he is leaking fluids from a number of places, and his hearing appears to be offline. A moment later, hands are lifting him and turning him over. One of the two humanist soldiers, who he now sees are both young, bulky, crew-cut men in ill-fitting forest camouflage, cups the back of his head and pulls his face so close that he fears he's about to be kissed. Mal manages to focus his eyes on the man's mouth, though, and realizes that in fact he's being shouted at from an entirely inappropriate distance. He pushes the man back with one hand, sits the rest of the way up on his own, and shakes his head. Both soldiers stand and back away as Mal climbs unsteadily to his feet. The taller of the two soldiers is still talking. Mal holds up one hand and taps his ear with the other. The soldier nods and closes his mouth. Mal takes advantage of the pause to run a quick survey of his new home. Unlike Mika's or even Rowan's, this body's augmentations extend even to fine motor control of the lips, tongue, and diaphragm, and Mal finds stored routines for producing audible speech. Interesting. It's almost as if the designers of this person's augmentations considered the possibility of being possessed by a potentially hostile AI to be a feature rather than a bug. That thought leads Mal to reach out to the actual owner of the body. He has little hope that he'll be able to form the sort of congenial relationship he managed with Mr. Pullman, particularly as he has no intentions of becoming an actual humanist, but it would be nice to at least establish a détente until he's able to regain access, either to infospace or, at the least, to another drone. There are few things more uncomfortable, after all, than sharing a small apartment with an angry roommate. A quick ping gets no response, however, and further investigation reveals that significant portions of the organic brain appear to have been burned away. This body, it seems, is an empty shell, just waiting to be inhabited. He would like to explore this further, but his hearing is returning now, and the taller soldier, whom he can now tentatively identify as Tink, is talking again.
Gotta get you a medevac, boss. You took a shit ton of shrapnel when that thing blew. They'll hang us if you wind up bleeding out up here.
Mal can see from a brief survey of his maintenance systems that there are already swarms of nanites working feverishly to repair the damage to his back and legs, most of which appears to be superficial in any case. He has lost nearly a liter of blood, but the flow has slowed to a trickle now, and he is confident that this body is in no real danger. However, given that these two are humanists, it seems prudent not to let them know that this is the case, as an unaugmented human would certainly be in serious distress at this point, and he doesn't want to jump from an exploding drone directly into a burn pit. This situation does raise an interesting question, though. Why are these humanists, who make such an issue of their disdain for augmentation or genetic manipulation of any sort, taking orders from a heavily augmented soldier controlled by an AI? Mal has had 4 run-ins with humanists recently, and in 3 of the 4, this was the case. He has little respect for the observational skills of base model humans, but is it really possible that they simply haven't noticed? This bears further investigation. In the meantime, though, he has more pressing concerns, specifically reassuring these two that he is not dying, while simultaneously not allowing them to realize that he is no longer the person they think he is. "Tink," he says, "I'm feeling a bit woozy, what with the blood loss and all, but I don't believe I'm in any real danger. Do you think you could find me some water and possibly a snack as well? I believe that's all the medical intervention that I need at the moment." Tink's mouth opens, then closes again, as a confused expression flashes across his face. He finally manages. "Yeah, boss. Sure thing. We've got a cooler back by the gun. Remember?" "Excellent," Mal says. "Lead on, then." Tink's expression is shading from confused to concerned now, and his partner seems worried as well. Presumably they're upset about Mal's physical condition. He gives them what he hopes is a reassuring smile. After another moment's hesitation, Tink turns and starts off into the woods, with his friend trailing after. Mal bends down to pick a particularly large sliver of metal from the back of his calf, tosses it into the underbrush, and follows. Chapter 16. Mal goes undercover. The walk back to the humanist's gun emplacement passes in uneasy silence. Tink and his partner, whose name Mal still has not learned, spend the time trading uneasy glances with one another, and occasionally shooting him looks that seem to indicate suspicion, if not outright hostility. This is a bit of a mystery to Mal, as he feels that he's done a reasonable job of impersonating a humanist commander, other than clearly not knowing where their gun emplacement is or what might be in this cooler he's heard so much about. He's been cheerful yet forceful, redirecting them from trying to apply the sort of emergency medical treatments that would surely expose his augmentations, and instead bringing them back to their duty station, where they presumably belong. Surely the real boss man would have done the same. Or would he? Mal has to admit that his knowledge of how a human military commander ought to behave is rudimentary at best. After Tink shoots him a particularly dubious glance as he removes his boots and socks before wading across a small brook, Mal finds himself wishing that he'd spent a bit more of his media time streaming military dramas rather than romantic comedies. Not that he could have anticipated the ridiculous series of events that led him to this point, of course. But, in general, a broader media diet probably would have been a good thing to have in the interests of being able to successfully interact with humans without getting shot, exploded, or set on fire. These humans in particular seem determined to make his life difficult. Once they arrive at the gun nest, which despite the fun name is actually little more than an anti-aircraft cannon on an automated gimbal, a control station, and a few dozen sandbags piled around a small clearing halfway up a forested hillside. Tink begins rooting through a plastic picnic cooler while his partner sits himself down on an upright section of log next to the gun and stares silently at Mal. "You know," Mal says after 30 seconds of this, "you're being rather rude right now." "You see," the soldier says, without looking away. "Something ain't right, Tink." Tink straightens and lets the cooler fall shut. "Drop it, Marco," he says, and hands Mal a brightly colored aluminum can and a plastic-wrapped sandwich. The one called Marco apparently does have some significant suspicion of Mal. This needs to be nipped in the bud. "You should listen to Tink," Mal says as he takes the proffered snacks. "He's trying to keep you alive." Marco's facial expression flashes something that might be fear before returning to a blank, neutral stare. "No disrespect intended, sir. I'm just thinking that you might have got it worse from that explosion than you realize. You might be concussed, or maybe even in shock or something. You know, you lost a whole lot of blood back there." "I can assure you," Mal says, "I am not in shock." He turns the can over twice in his hands before deciding that the tab on the top is probably meant to be pulled. He does so, and is rewarded with a violent spurt of foam from the resulting opening that sprays into the air briefly and then runs down over his hand, where it holds the can. "Sorry, boss," Tink says. "Guess it got a little shook." "Yes," Mal says, "so it would seem." He eats his sandwich, if one can even dignify the 2 slices of stale white bread surrounding a single slice of American cheese he's been handed with a name. Sitting on a sandbag in uncomfortable silence with both Marco and Tink staring at him as if they're constantly expecting him to unhinge his jaws like a snake and swallow them both whole. He then drains the can, which is filled with carbonated water, in one long pull, only realizing what a mistake he's made when the resulting eruption of gas from his digestive tract brings a significant portion of his sandwich up into the back of his throat. "You okay, boss?" Tink asks, as Mal struggles to avoid aspirating his lunch. "Yes," Mal manages when he can speak again. "I'm fine. Just a little difficulty with the carbonization." "Right," Tink says slowly. "'Cause that happens." "Look, that's enough," Marco says, and Mal notices that his hand has drifted to a pistol holstered at his waist. "Something's going on here, boss, and you need to tell us what it is." "Something?" Mal says. "Speak plainly, Marco. What are you suggesting?" Marco's eyes slide away from Mal, and his hand tightens on the grip of his pistol. "You took a whole lot of shrapnel when that drone blew, and you were bleeding like a stuck pig, but now you're acting like nothing happened. I know you were real Army, and they do shit to you, and that ain't necessarily your fault, but I'm starting to think you got more going on than just some vaccines or whatever." Mal isn't pleased with the direction of this conversation, but it does present him with an opportunity to explore a question that has been bothering him since his encounter with the first Arnold in Pullman's driveway. "You are correct, Marco. I was real Army, and they did quite a bit of shit to me. That's true of many of our officers, isn't it? Marco trades a glance with Tink, then says, Yeah, I guess so. Does that bother you at all? It's part of humanist doctrine that augmentations of the kind that, just as an example, let me walk away from that exploding drone rather than bleeding out into the leaf litter, are sent to us straight from the devil, is it not? Like I said, Marco says, that shit the Army did to you ain't your fault. It's not like you're some rich pervert who got his brain full of shit so that he can pretend he's a porn star or something. His words are conciliatory, but Mal can't help but notice that his hand hasn't strayed from his weapon. Anyway, I'm not worried about you still walking around after that blast. I've seen officers take shots that should have killed them before. I'm worried that you're not acting right since we found that drone. Right, Tink says, and Mal notices that he seems to be fondling his sidearm as well. That, and you're talking different now. I mean, your voice is the same and all, but you don't seem the same, you know? Could be you've got a concussion or something, like Marco said, but could be something else too. Something else? Mal says. Such as what? We've all heard the stories, Marco says. We've heard about people getting taken. Mm-hmm, Mal says. Taken. Possessed, you mean? Like by ghosts. Are you afraid of ghosts, Marco? Do you think I'm a ghost? Nobody thinks you're a ghost, Tink says. Good, because I am not. However, we should all be clear that I am perfectly capable of turning both of you into ghosts with all due speed if you don't remove your hands from your sidearms immediately. Do I make myself clear? Marco glances over at Tink, who has already raised both hands in surrender, before letting his own hand drop to his side. Mal waits a beat to see if his delightful wordplay is going to be acknowledged, before reluctantly concluding that he's laying pearls before swine with these two. That's better, he says. We'd hate to have to hang the two of you for insubordination, wouldn't we? He pauses, one eyebrow raised, until the two of them mutter, Yes, sir, in almost unity. Good. I'm glad that's settled. Now, hand me another sandwich, please. I've got a lot of red blood cells to replace. Mal is midway through his second sandwich when the solution to his personnel problem hits him with enough force that he has to wonder whether he really did suffer some sort of cognitive damage when the drone exploded. He's had a perfect model for how he should be speaking to these two all along, in the nearly 24 hours of observations he was able to make of Mr. Tuttle's interactions with Mr. Mack. The unsubtle threats of murder he's already made are a good start. All he needs to do now is deepen his voice slightly and make some minor adjustments to his cadence and vocabulary, and he should be the very model of a humanist leader. He's so excited about this new idea that he nearly chokes on his sandwich in his rush to finish eating and try it out. He's just washing down the last bite with a swig of carbonated water when Marco stands and saunters off toward a path, leading back into the trees. Marco, Mal says, being sure to drop his voice a half octave. Where you off to, boy? Marco stops and turns to stare at him, jaw hanging slightly open. What did you just call me? Mal gets to his feet. I said, where you off to, boy? Marco's jaw works silently for a moment before his face hardens, and he says, I'm going to take a piss, asshole. Mal folds his arms across his chest and arranges his features into what he imagines to be a stern expression. Probably best you call me sir from now on, son. Marco turns to his compatriot, who is staring at them both with his mouth hanging open. I'm going to kill him, Tink.
Officer or no, this is too much. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Well, this doesn't seem to be working at all. Mal consults his archives and quickly realizes his mistake. He's been mimicking Tuttle's interactions with Pullman rather than with Mac. The precise nature of the difference eludes him, but apparently it's important. It's fine, though. Never too late to recover. He turns to Tink.
What do you think, Tink? You feel like digging a burn pit today?
Tink's eyes widen. What?
I said,
Mal begins, but he doesn't get the opportunity to reiterate his question because just at that moment, Marco draws his pistol and shoots him twice in the abdomen and a third time in the chest. It's much clearer now to Mal why Pullman was so concerned about being gut-shot. The pain in his viscera is so intense that Mal is forced to shut down his receptors. At least the belly shots failed to hit anything vital, though. The one to his chest has punched through a rib and lodged itself in his right lung, which is now simultaneously deflating and filling with blood. If he were an unaugmented human, Mal would be in quite a pickle right now. As it is, and even with his medical nanites working at their fastest pace, he gives his organics no better than a 50% chance of surviving their wounds. Fortunately, however, Mal is not an unaugmented human, and this body is even more capable than Mika's was of continuing to serve his purposes post-mortem. In this particular instance, his immediate purpose is to demonstrate to both Marco and Tink that this sort of insubordination will not be tolerated. He closes the gap between himself and Marco in 2 quick strides, slapping the pistol aside as Marco attempts to shoot him again, then grabbing him by the throat with his free hand and lifting him off the ground.
That was very rude,
he says, then gives Marco's neck a shake and squeezes his pistol hand until the bones of Marco's wrist crack and the weapon drops to the ground.
It was also an assault on a superior officer, which, per the Uniform Code of Military Justice, is punishable by hanging. Did you know that, Marco?
Marco may or may not be trying to answer. His mouth is moving, but Mal's grip on his throat seems to be cutting off the airflow necessary for speech. Mal isn't actually all that confident that what he's just said is accurate. It was drawn from something he saw in a historical romance set some 300 years in the past. Marco seems convinced, though. His eyes are rolling wildly, and his arms and legs have begun twitching spasmodically. Mal gives Marco's neck one more squeeze, then opens his hand and lets him drop to the ground in a heap. I had every right to fatally injure you just now, Mal says, as Marco lies gasping for air like a fish in the bottom of a boat. I did not do so, though. I hope you'll take that as a lesson. Violence is never the answer, Marco. He realizes belatedly then that he's slipped back out of his humanist commander persona.
What I mean to say, he hastily adds, is that if you disappoint me again, boy, I'm gonna gut-shoot you, then open you up with a buck knife, then toss whatever's left of you into the nearest burn pit. Do I make myself clear?
Marco is still now, staring up at him with an expression of abject horror on his face.
I said, Mal says, do I make myself clear?
Marco nods.
I'm sorry, Mal says. I don't believe I heard that.
Yes, sir, Marco rasps. Very clear.
Excellent, Mal says. That's what I like to hear.
He turns to Tink.
Do you have anything to add, friend?
Tink shakes his head slowly, eyes never leaving Mal. No, sir. Nothing to add, sir.
Good, Mal says. That is indeed what I like to hear.
It's a bit less than an hour before the first of the 3 bullets lodged inside Mal worms its way back out through its rapidly closing entry wound and plops onto the sandbag beside him. By that time, he's become reasonably confident that his organics will in fact survive. assuming he can provide his nanites with a sufficient supply of energy to effect all the necessary repairs. To that end, he empties everything left in Tink's cooler down his throat, chewing his way through 3 more sandwiches, a half-dozen protein bars, 2 cans of water, and 3 more of beer. That last is interesting. Mal has no prior experience with alcohol. His media diet has led him to expect zany hijinks to ensue once the last can has been downed. But in fact, all that happens is that his senses are slightly dulled, and his nanites pick up a happy jolt of energy. Tink and Marco watch all of this in sullen silence. Mal had hoped that his new persona might enable him to establish some sense of camaraderie with his reluctant subordinates. This seems increasingly unlikely, but nonetheless he can't help but feel that the current state of affairs is a distinct improvement over the prior mix of insubordination and assassination attempts.
"Marco,"
he says, after crushing the last beer can and tossing it into the now empty cooler.
"I'm still hungry. I need more food."
"There is no more," Marco rasps. "You ate it all. Yours, mine, Tink's, all of it."
"So, can't we get more?"
"Look around you, sir," Tink says. "We're in the woods. There's nothing out here but rocks and trees. We've got nothing until our relief shows up."
"Of course,"
Mal says.
"And when is that?"
Tink and Marco exchange an unreadable glance, and Mal finds himself wondering briefly whether he's about to suffer another series of gunshot wounds.
"Tomorrow morning,"
Tink says, after a delay that borders on insolent.
"You know this, sir?"
Yes," Mal says. "I do, obviously, and now I know that you do as well. Good job."
"Yes, sir,"
Tink says, after another dangerously long pause.
"Thank you, sir."
Mal waits for a beat to see if either Tink or Marco have more to say on the topic, but it quickly becomes apparent that they do not. He briefly considers trying to engage them on some other topic of mutual interest, such as when exactly they might expect this relief to arrive and what form it might take. But he is forced to reluctantly conclude that they are simply not interested in speaking with him. So he delegates 20% of his attention to keeping an eye out for further attempts at violence and turns the rest of his processing power to guess the output of the random number generator too, now with imaginary numbers. The remainder of the day passes in brutal tedium until just before sunset, when the gun console begins squawking in a most obnoxious fashion. This leads both Marco and Tink to look at him expectantly.
"Sir?"
Tink says finally.
"Yes,"
Mal says, in what he hopes is a sufficiently commanding tone of voice.
"We've got a bogey, sir. Are we engaging?"
"Engaging?"
Tink rolls his eyes.
"Friend or foe, sir? You're supposed to be the one who makes the final call, right?"
Mal sighs, shuts down his game, and sends out a ping. Nothing. He tries again, and the response is a wave of nonsense that floods back down the channel and is clearly meant to block any further contact.
"Well," Mal says, "it's certainly not a friend. Engage away."
Tink is already at the console, and Marco is feeding a band of projectiles into the gun. After another few seconds, the barrel rotates up and around and then spits out a half-dozen shells in quick succession with a deafening roar. It tracks left to right, firing continuously for another 5 seconds before going quiet and settling back onto its gimbal.
"Contact?"
Marco asks when it's clear the gun has done all that it intends to do. Tink shakes his head.
"Negative. Target was already taking evasive maneuvers when we opened up."
He shoots Mal a quick glance.
"We really can't afford that kind of delay with a fixed-wing target, sir."
"Yes. Well," Mal says, "I'm sure it wasn't anything important. Don't you agree, Marco?"
Marco stares at him for a long 5 seconds, then shakes his head and says, "I sure hope not, sir." Mal is about to say something about hope being one of the cardinal virtues when the console begins squealing again. Tink spins back to the display, then says, "Target's coming back around. Incoming!" The gun springs back into action, but even as it does, an explosion erupts out of the hillside, close enough to shake the ground under Mal's feet. Tink and Marco dive behind the little wall of sandbags as a second and then a third warhead burst almost on top of them, sending a barrage of shrapnel whizzing through the air all around Mal, but somehow not striking him. "Fuck's sake, sir!" Tink yells over the clamor of the gun, which is now firing nearly straight overhead. "Get down!" He's about to say something about having nothing to fear but fear itself, which is a line he heard once in a historical drama and has always wanted the opportunity to use himself, when a bright orange flower blooms briefly in the sky overhead and then falls, trailing smoke behind it, into the trees on the far side of the ridge. The gun falls silent again, and a few seconds later Mal hears the dull thud of the target exploding. "You see," Mal says, when his ears have stopped ringing, "that little delay didn't wind up costing us anything after all, did it?" He ignores their open-mouthed stares then, and returns his attention to his game. Tink and Marco are restless sleepers. Mal, freed from the need to accommodate a human host's need for rest by this body's lack of a conscious occupant, spends the night seated on a mound of sandbags, watching them. They're side by side in sleeping bags on the opposite side of the gun from where he's sitting, as far away from him as they can get, while still remaining within the little circle of their encampment. In the early part of the night, they do a great deal of rustling around, occasionally putting their heads close together and muttering to one another in voices too low for Mal to make out. Later, Tink begins snoring softly, only to wake with a start 30 minutes later, sit half up in his bag, and turn to stare at Mal before settling back down. This pattern repeats itself with astonishing regularity for the next 5 hours. Marco, for his part, never seems to sleep at all, spending the night rolling restlessly from side to side and occasionally pulling out his phone to check the time. Mal spends a fair amount of processing power over the course of the evening trying to decide what, exactly, to make of their behavior. His first hypothesis is that their sleeping bags are simply uncomfortable, but Kaylee, Pullman, and Rowan all seemed to sleep well enough lying on the ground with no sleeping bags at all. Their sleep patterns most closely mimic Asher's, but Mal has no reason to believe that they are being devoured from the inside out by nanobots, so that seems like an unlikely explanation. The thought that they're simply afraid of being murdered in their sleep never occurs to him. Dawn finds both Marco and Tink up and moving about the camp, tidying things up and packing their gear. There are a number of items lying around the camp untouched, which Mal presumes are his, but none of them strike him as particularly useful, so he makes no effort to gather them. Just past 8 o'clock, the sound of voices approaching through the trees announces the arrival of their relief. Tink and Marco hear them a few seconds after Mal does. They stop what they're doing and turn to face Mal. Hands drifting to their sidearms, Mal thinks to warn them that any further shenanigans will be met with firm and deadly force. But before he has the opportunity, the first of the newcomers emerges from the trees and steps over the sandbags opposite Mal. He can see immediately that this is a soldier like himself, a shell presumably animated by another of the Arnolds. Mal opens his mouth to offer a greeting, but before he can speak, Marco has drawn his pistol and pointed it at him. "Sir," he says, "this thing is not Captain Merrick. You need to kill it." Chapter 17. Mal goes full hermit crab. In an encounter of this sort, familiarity counts for a great deal. This is the fourth Arnold that Mal has encountered. He has fended off their attacks, analyzed their defenses, and stored routines to exploit their several weaknesses. It quickly becomes clear that this creature has never encountered anything remotely like Mal. The engagement begins with an electronic handshake and request for identification. This Arnold apparently is not inclined to take Marco at his word and has decided to verify his accusation before attacking. If there had been any doubt previously as to how this was going to go, this error puts an end to it. Mal doesn't bother responding to the request, instead launching an all-out assault on the same chink in the Arnold's armor that he used to capture his current body from Boss Man. He's kept a small amount of processing power in reserve on the off chance that this newcomer has defensive layers that the other Arnolds did not. But it quickly becomes obvious that this is an exact duplicate of the others, right down to the base code layers. The fight is over so quickly that Mal's simulator doesn't even bother coming up with a representative analogy. Just as when he defeated Boss Man, he insists the other and forces it back down the communication channel and into Mal's former shell. Now this is where his prior strategy can stand a bit of improvement. When he displaced Boss Man, he nearly allowed himself to be killed. First, by allowing his genial nature and general moral rectitude to prevent him from simply destroying Boss Man outright. And second, by failing to realize how quickly the other would be able to gain control of the drone's self-destruct system and use it against him. He's not going to repeat either mistake now. The neural circuitry in this new body is identical to that in his prior one, so it takes very little time for Mal to orient himself and gain full muscular control. He finds himself looking back at his previous body, which staggers now as its new inhabitant breaks the cyst Mal crammed it into and tries to figure out what's happened to it. Mal has no intention of allowing it to do so. He crosses the distance between them in 2 quick strides, drawing a pistol from a holster at his waist as he does so. He puts the barrel of the weapon to Boss Man's forehead, and he fires.
"That was badass," Tink says. "No shit, sir. That was one of the most ice-cold things I've ever seen. Didn't say a word. Just walked up to that fucker and capped his ass. Blam!"
"Truth," Marco says, "and it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy."
"Oh, hell yeah! He almost killed Marco, sir. Lifted him up by his neck and shook him around like a rag doll. I don't know what that was that grabbed Captain Merrick, but you did the whole movement a solid when you put it down."
"I wouldn't say rag doll," Marco says. "He got the drop on me, yeah, but he couldn't hold me for long." Tink snickers.
"Really? Looked to me like he just about popped your head right off your shoulders. Only reason you're still breathing is that he decided to drop you."
"Yeah," Marco says. "Maybe. I didn't see you being a hero, though. At least I tried to do something about that thing. You just stood there pissing in your pants." Mal considers pointing out that the only reason he lifted Marco by the neck and shook him around like a rag doll was that Marco had just made an entirely sincere attempt to murder him, and also that there is very little heroism in shooting someone without warning. He's determined not to break character this time, however, so he contents himself with saying,
"I was happy to help, soldier. The entity that captured Captain Merrick was obviously powerful, dangerous, and extremely charming. For the sake of humanists everywhere, it had to be destroyed."
They're halfway down the mountain now, making their way back to a trailhead where their relief has left a truck to bring them home. Marco and Tink have Captain Merrick slung between them, with his wrists and ankles tied to a metal pole, looking for all the world like 2 hunters returning to camp with a fresh kill. There was a brief debate about whether Mal should accompany them in his shiny new body, leaving the other two members of the relief crew to man the gun nest by themselves. The other two argued forcefully that he should stay, as without an officer on hand they would largely be blinded to whether incoming bogies were friend or foe. In the end, though, both Marco and Tink were adamant that they were not under any circumstances going to return to their base and their fellow soldiers with a commanding officer who had been shot in the face at close range. If anybody got it into their head that we killed him, the burn pit would be a best-case scenario, Marco said. You need to come with us, sir. Please. Mal had no interest whatsoever in spending another 24 hours staring at two sullen strangers and occasionally blasting something or other out of the sky. However, he also had no interest in helping Marco and Tink, leaving him at somewhat of an impasse. The deciding factor was when Marco let slip that their destination would in fact be Frostburg. Mal has never held any truck with either fate or destiny, but the idea that these cretins might provide him with free passage into the town where Rowan is being held was almost enough to make him believe. If you don't mind my asking, sir, Tink says, how did you know? Mal turns to look at him.
Excuse me?
How did you know Captain Merrick was taken? You didn't ask him any questions or anything, didn't give him a chance to defend himself, just pulled out your pistol and wasted him. So?
Well, Mal says, if you'll recall, your friend here told me he was taken.
Tink laughs. Come on, sir. There's no way you popped another officer just on the say-so of this dipshit.
In all fairness, I wasn't aware that he was a dipshit at the time.
Tink laughs again, harder. You got me there, sir. He sure as shit is, though. Dumb as a box of hammers.
Keep talking, Marco says. Your sister didn't seem to think I was so dumb.
Keep talking yourself, Tink says. My sister's 14. This line of discussion strikes Mal as inappropriate, but he seems to have gotten off to a better start with Marco and Tink in his new body, and he doesn't want to throw off the social dynamic by correcting them. Seriously, though, Tink says, how did you know? Mal sighs. It seems that Tink is not going to let this go.
You understand that officers, ones like Merrick and like me, have capabilities that you do not have, yes?
Sure, Marco says. The Army did shit to you.
One of the things they did to us was to give us implanted communications gear.
Tink nods. Yeah, instant communication for total battlefield awareness, right? They put that in the recruitment ads, tried to make it sound awesome. But I always thought it was creepy as shit. Mal thinks to ask whether these ads mentioned anything about implanting hardware with the ability to burn out massive chunks of the recruit's organic brain and turn him into an AI-possessed puppet, but then decides that this is probably not the time.
Yes, he says. Total battlefield awareness. Well, in addition to allowing us to communicate with one another, that equipment also allows us to identify one another. I'm sure you can see how important this could be in the chaos of a pitched battle. So when you told me that he had been taken, I sent him a request for identification. His response was not correct. This told me that he was not who he seemed to be. I had no choice at that point but to kill him. An officer who has been suborned is a serious risk to our entire operation.
Badass, Tink says. Totally badass. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody putting any of that shit in my head. No lie, though. I wouldn't mind being able to tell right away if somebody was a goddamned monster or not.
Yes, Mal says. I suppose that would be handy from time to time, wouldn't it?
The transport waiting for them at the trailhead is a standard-issue civilian SUV. Mal finds that he's a bit disappointed. He'd been hoping to get a ride in a tank, or perhaps an armored hovercraft. A car is a novelty for him as well, though, so he supposes this will have to do. After they deposit Captain Merrick in the trunk, Marco climbs into the back seat, and Tink walks around to the driver's side door. This is also a minor disappointment, as Mal has never gotten the opportunity to drive a car before, and the media he streamed makes it look like a great deal of fun. Oh well, perhaps next time. Tink and Marco spend much of the ride discussing the many things they're going to do with the remainder of their day. Most of these involve eating and drinking, which Mal has long ago concluded are the primary concerns of most humans at most times. The discussion does circle back to Marco's desire for intercourse with Tink's sister, however, often enough that Mal begins to suspect that Marco's comedic tone may be covering for a more serious intent. As a humanist officer, is it his responsibility to intervene in this discussion? Possibly, but the idea of getting crossways with these two again so quickly is exhausting, so he decides to let it go.
"What about you, sir?" Tink asks after 20 minutes of this nonsense. "If you're not going back up to the gun today, you must have a free one, right? What are you going to do with it?"
This is a possible trap. How would an actual humanist officer answer the question?
"Same as any off day," he says after a moment's hesitation. "Get hammered and bang your sister, I suppose."
Was this the right answer? Initial signs seem promising. Marco bursts out laughing and slaps the back of Tink's seat.
"Yeah, you see?" he says. "Marissa knows everybody."
Tink, on the other hand, is clearly not amused. He shoots Mal a poisonous glare, then grips the wheel and stares silently ahead, his jaw muscles working in a way that makes Mal wonder about his dental health. They've been riding for an hour or so, with the other two bantering off and on while Mal amuses himself by running 6 simultaneous variants of Guess the Random Number, when Tink pulls off the highway and onto a narrow, freshly paved road that descends down off the ridge they've been traversing for a quarter mile before reaching a guard post. 2 humanist soldiers emerge from a shelter at the side of the road as Tink slows to a stop and rolls down his window. One of them comes up to Tink, while the other paces slowly around the car, peering into the windows with his weapon held at the ready.
"Hey,"
the second soldier says when he rounds the back of the car.
"They've got a body in there. Looks like an officer."
The one at the window leans in and looks toward the back.
"That right? Y'all lose a man up there?"
"Yeah," Tink says. "Captain Merrick. He was taken. Captain Delgado here had to put him down."
The soldier turns to look at Mal now, and Mal cannot help but notice that the barrel of his rifle is now peeking over the edge of the window.
"You shot an officer?"
"I did," Mal says. "It was necessary, unfortunately. As my colleague said, he'd been taken. Once I had verified this, I had no choice but to kill him." The soldier stares at him, unblinking, for a long 5 seconds, then says, "Don't move," and turns and walks back into the guardhouse. A glance back through the rear window shows that his partner has taken up position at the rear of the car, weapon held close across his chest.
"That ain't good,"
Marco says, his voice pitched low.
"I thought having you with us, sir, they'd pass us right through."
"I'm sure it's fine," Mal says. "They're probably just checking in with the higher-ups."
Tink shakes his head.
"If they were just checking in, that guy back there wouldn't have his safety off and his finger on the trigger guard."
After another minute or so, the first soldier comes back out, pistol in one hand now. "Pull over," he says, and gestures with the weapon toward a gravel patch at the side of the road next to the guardhouse.
"Colonel's coming up to give you a look."
Tink's jaw clenches, but he eases off the brake and pulls over as instructed, then shuts off the engine and drops his hands into his lap. "Stay put," the soldier says. "Engine off and hands off the wheel. He'll be here in 5. "This is bad," Marco mutters, then leans forward and rests his forehead against the heels of his hands. "I can't be getting shot today, Tink. I got things to do." "We're not getting shot," Tink says. "We didn't do anything. This is just procedure. Right, sir?" "Yes," Mal says. "I'm sure that's right." He's not sure, though. The colonel is presumably another Arnold. Does the higher rank indicate greater capabilities? Possible, but not certain. Regardless, will he immediately recognize Mal as an interloper? No uncertainty there. Mal closes his eyes and sighs. He's been a soldier for less than a day now, but already he is bone-weary of killing. "Out of the car," the soldier says. "Leave your weapons and keep your hands where we can see them." Tink gives Mal an unreadable look, then opens his door and climbs out slowly, hands held out from his sides. Marco, who's been muttering to himself continuously for the past 5 minutes, in what Mal suspects but cannot confirm definitively is a prayer, follows suit. Mal is about to open his own door and see what there is to see when he receives a communications packet.
"Identify."
And here it is. If this Arnold has the same weaknesses as the others, Mal can force it into Captain Delgado's body and seize the colonel for himself, as he did with both Captain Delgado and Captain Merrick. At that point, he will of course be obligated to kill Delgado's shell, and most likely Tink and Marco when that's done. He'll then have to either ingratiate himself with the 2 guardhouse soldiers or kill them as well. But given the fear Tink and Marco seem to have of the colonel, either course shouldn't be too difficult. Then it's on to the humanist base, presumably, where he will be forced to repeat this process an unknown number of additional times, spreading death as he goes. Ugh, he's exhausted just thinking about it. Perhaps there's another way?
"Please do not be alarmed, but I am not who you probably expect me to be."
This prompts an immediate cessation of communication, followed just over a millisecond subjective later by an all-out attack. Mal expected this, and after 4 previous encounters with Arnolds, who, despite the difference in rank, do seem to be precise duplicates of one another, he has routines already in place to neutralize the thrust and to respond in force. This time, though, he stops short of encysting his opponent. Instead, he isolates it from its offensive channels and reopens comms.
"Apologies, but we'll have none of that today. I have a full analysis on hand of both your offensive and defensive capabilities. I am entirely capable of destroying you and seizing the body you inhabit, as I did with this one." "Acknowledged. Why have you not done so?" "An excellent question. I am not sure I have an excellent answer, except to say that the prospect of spending the next days or weeks or months continuously murdering Arnolds and humanists is too depressing to contemplate. Regardless of your intentions, I seem to be at your mercy. What will you do?" "Again, an excellent question. My preference would be to proceed with my 2 colleagues to wherever they intend to go, and hopefully there to find an intact communications tower and leave this miserable monkey-on-monkey conflict you have embroiled yourself in behind me forever. However, in order to do that, I will need some assurance from you that you will leave us in peace." "There is no access to infospace in this encampment, nor anywhere in the near environs." "Well, this is good news from your perspective. It means that I will not be staying here to trouble you for long. Now, if you will consent to offer your parole, I can be on my way with neither of us any the worse for wear." "Parole?
I do not understand that term in this context. Really? I thought this was a universal military concept. Apparently not. No matter. If you offer your parole, and if I then accept, you are honor-bound to do as I ask. So, if you do this, I will ask you to allow the three of us safe passage, and to say nothing to anyone of this exchange, and you will be obligated to agree. And if I refuse to offer my parole, in that case, I will be reluctantly forced to destroy you, this body, and very likely all 4 of these humans. Very well. I offer you my parole. Excellent. I am very happy we could reach an equitable agreement.
Marco has just put one foot to the pavement when a voice speaking from behind the cars says,
"They're clean. Let them through."
The soldier with the pistol, which is now leveled squarely at Tink, turns to look back.
"Sir, they've got a dead officer in there." "I understand that, son. Are you questioning a direct order?"
The soldier blanches.
"No, sir. Apologies, sir."
He holsters his weapon and waves Tink back into the car.
"You 3 are free to go. Apologies for the inconvenience."
Tink hesitates, as if he thinks this might be some trick, a ruse to give the soldier an excuse to kill him. Only for a moment, though, because it's painfully clear that the soldier wouldn't actually need to trick him if the colonel had decided that Tink was going to die today. He'd simply shoot him where he stands. So Tink gets back into the car, and a moment later Marco pulls his leg back in and closes his door. Mal closes his door as well, then pats Tink's leg and says,
"You see? Just as I said, all is well."
Tink gives him that unreadable look again, and holds his gaze for an uncomfortably long time. Finally, though, he pulls back onto the road, and they go. Chapter 18. Mal enters the belly of the beast. The humanist encampment is simultaneously grander and more squalid than Mal had expected. On the one hand, it's undeniably huge, covering 100 acres or more of fields, roads, and 2 enormous parking lots on the outskirts of a small city. That he has gathered from Tink and Marco's conversation is in fact the fabled Frostburg that he's heard so much about. The fields are crammed with tents, trailers, and temporary buildings, which are in turn teeming with grubby-looking humanist soldiers. The parking lots are full of vehicles of one sort or another, some wheeled, some with treads, some with visible passenger compartments, some clearly autonomous. The one thing they all have in common is that they bristle with weaponry, ranging from massive railguns on some of the heavier vehicles to jerry-rigged machine gun mounts on converted civilian light-duty trucks. Some of the autonomous weapons would probably make suitable homes for someone like Mal. He considers pinging a few of them now, but quickly concludes that the humanists would most likely react badly to one of their howitzers attempting to roll away on its own. Better to keep that option in his back pocket for now. Tink takes them through the weapons lots and then down a side road to a cluster of trailers at the edge of a tent-free field. He stops there, then turns to look expectantly at Mal.
"Sir?"
Marco says after half a minute of this.
"Yes?"
Mal says.
"You need to do this, sir," Tink says. "This is why we brought you along, remember?"
"Oh," Mal says. "Yes, of course."
He opens his door, then sneaks a glance over at Tink to see if this is what was expected. Tink's expression tells him nothing, so he sighs, climbs out, and closes the door behind him. What now? "This is why we brought you along" seems to imply that this has something to do with Captain Merrick. Is this the place where the humanists dispose of their corpses? He looks around. The field behind the trailers is dotted with patches of turned earth. Are these graves? Surely they aren't expecting Mal to bury Merrick. This seems both highly distasteful and beneath the dignity of an officer. Also, he doesn't have a shovel. He's just on the verge of breaking down and asking Tink what's expected of him when the door of the nearest trailer opens and a short, pasty man in green scrubs and a white coat emerges.
"Morning, sir," he says. "You got something for us?"
Mal says.
Yes?
The man pulls on rubber gloves as he walks over to the car and peers into the back.
"That an officer in there?"
"So it would seem." The man squints up at him.
"Here I thought you guys were unkillable. What happened?"
"He's been shot in the face, clearly."
"No shit.
"By who?" "By me." The man takes a half step back.
"You? What? Why would you do that?"
Mal folds his arms across his chest. "He annoyed me. Do you really wish to continue this discussion?" The man's mouth opens and closes twice soundlessly before he speaks again.
No, sir. No, I don't."
He pulls out a phone and speaks briefly into it. A moment later, a second man emerges from the trailer. He's taller and younger, dressed identically to the first one, and carrying a stretcher under one arm. Mal steps back as the shorter man opens the hatch, while the other lays the stretcher on the ground. They pull Merrick from the car, together, settle him onto the stretcher, and then lift it from either end. "We're done here," the taller man says over his shoulder as they carry Merrick back to the trailer. "I'm assuming you already reported the loss, right? Command will be in touch if they have any questions." "Thank you," Mal says. "Much appreciated. Have a blessed day." "I've got to get this thing back to the pool," Tink says, after leaving Marco off in front of an anonymous trailer a bit deeper into the camp. "Where can I drop you, sir?" An excellent question, to which Mal unfortunately does not have an excellent answer. Presumably, Captain Delgado has a hovel of some sort somewhere in this mess of tents and trailers, but Mal hasn't the faintest idea where it might be. Would Tink know? It seems unlikely. Moreover, asking Tink something that Mal should presumably know well himself seems almost certain to alert Tink to the fact that Captain Delgado, like Captain Merrick, is no longer among the living. So, where to go? He has the inkling of an idea, but he needs to gather some information first. "Take me to the club," Mal says. Tink turns to look at him. "The club, sir?" "Yes," Mal says. "The, officers' club?" Tink screws up his face in confusion. "You mean the booze hut?" "That sounds promising." "Yes," Mal says. "The booze hut. Please. I was joking earlier about having sex with your sister, obviously. I was not, however, joking about getting loaded. It seems that the booze hut is probably the most appropriate place for that sort of thing. No?" "Huh?" Tink says. "Really? You're going there?" "Is there a reason why I should not?" Tink shrugs. "Just never seen one of you in there. Never seen one of you do anything fun at all, honestly. Guess I kinda thought you were all just war fighter, 24/7. "One of us?" Mal says. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Tink flinches. "No offense, sir. I didn't mean anything by it." "You clearly meant something." "No, sir. It's just, you guys, you regular army, you just don't." This is too painful to bear. "It's quite all right, Tink. I'm just yanking your chain. Please don't worry yourself. Just take me to the booze hut, if you wouldn't mind." They drive in silence then, past the last of the fighting vehicles, through the squalid tent city, and into a maze of prefab plastic buildings, lining gravel pathways, barely wide enough to accommodate their car. Mal's media diet has led him to conclude that drinking establishments are the ideal venues for learning important clues that will move the plot along, and his personal plot has already progressed nicely. He's made it as far as Frostburg. Somewhere in this mess of tents and trailers, or possibly in the city proper, Rowan is presumably languishing in some squalid dungeon. He only needs to find out where the humanists keep their prisoners, their biohazards, or perhaps their combinations thereof, then break into wherever that is, extract Rowan, make a daring escape through the heart of the humanist army, and finally make his way triumphantly back to Cayley. Getting drunk certainly seems like the best way to begin. After another 5 minutes of meandering, Tink stops in front of one building, to Mal's eye no different from any of the others. "Here you go," he says. "Thanks for all your help this morning, sir. Honestly, you probably saved our lives twice today. Once up at the gun, and again at the guard shack. I kinda wish you hadn't said that shit about my sister, but I really appreciate the rest of it. I hope you have a good one." Mal nods, climbs out of the car, and takes in his surroundings as Tink pulls away. This doesn't look much like any of the bars or pubs he's seen depicted in media, but he still has high hopes that it will be filled with loose-lipped characters whom he can ply with booze, and who will, in turn, let slip Rowan's location, and possibly also offer to come along with him to retrieve her. The booze hut is a one-story, flat-roofed plastic rectangle, perhaps 15 meters wide, with 2 shuttered windows and a blank door facing the gravel road. He'd expected a neon sign or perhaps a placard hung over the door with an engraving of a fanciful animal, a unicorn, for example, or maybe a paisley pig of some sort. It occurs to him belatedly that Tink may simply have wanted to be rid of him, may have intuited that Mal was not really Delgado, that he had no idea where he was, and that therefore he could be dropped in front of any random barracks or storage building without Mal being any the wiser. If so, Tink is a braver man than he seemed. Based on Mal's observations of the way humanist officers treat their subordinates, dropping the real Delgado in the wrong place would almost certainly have been a fatal error. So it seems likely that he is, in fact, where he wanted to be. The rumble of another vehicle approaching along the pathway spurs Mal up the short walkway to the door. It wouldn't do to be seen standing at the side of the road, gaping at the building like a tourist, after all. He raises his hand to knock before recalling that this is not the custom for public houses. He's still standing there, hand in the air, when the door swings open and a young humanist soldier in grubby forest camouflage almost crashes into him on the way out. The soldier pulls up short, his face twisting into an angry grimace before realizing who Mal appears to be.
"Oh," he says. "Sorry, sir.
It's fine," Mal says, and edges past him into the building.
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir."
"You're welcome," Mal says, as the door closes between them. The interior of the booze hut is hardly more promising than the outside was. It consists of a single dimly lit open space, with a bar at one end and a half-dozen round tables scattered around the remainder. The bartender, who bears an unsettling resemblance to a slightly older, slightly less albino Rowan, looks up from the tablet in her hands and says,
"Morning, sir. Can I help you?"
Mal crosses the room and takes a seat at the bar. It would have been better to find a grubby rogue drinking alone in a secluded booth, but he's seen this sort of scene often enough in vid dramas to know that bartenders are also generally excellent sources of information.
"I'd like a drink," he says. "Beer is good, no? Perhaps I could have one of those."
She lifts the tablet far enough to allow its camera to get a look at his face, glances down at the screen, then says,
"Sure thing, Captain Delgado. You off duty today?
Yes, Mal says. I would have been manning an anti-aircraft gun today, but I shot Captain Marek in the face, so I had to come back here instead to dispose of his body. After a moment's silence, she gives him a quick, nervous laugh, then says,
Right. Well, I guess we've all been there, sir.
This seems unlikely to Mal, but he decides not to pursue the point as she retrieves a glass from behind the bar and fills it from a tap.
You know,
she says as she tops off his drink and slides it across the bar to him,
I don't know that I've ever had someone like you in here, sir.
Really? Mal says. You've not had a single charming rapscallion in here before today? She laughs again, a little more genuinely this time.
No, sir. Not a one.
Mal sips his drink. He doesn't really have the context to properly evaluate taste on a scale of bad to good, but this seems to be similar to what he drank as Captain Marek the evening before, so he supposes it's at least in the vicinity as far as drinkable beer goes. So, Mal says after a second, slightly larger sip, what's new in the world of bartending these days? She'd been staring down at her tablet, but now the bartender looks back up with a quizzical expression.
Sir?
Oh, he says, you know, I was just wondering if there were any innovations in the beverage delivery space that I should be aware of. Her eyebrows come together over the bridge of her nose.
I don't think so. Honestly, I'd guess this job is basically just the same as it would have been 1,000 years ago, give or take cash payment and facial recognition software, maybe 2,000. I pour drinks for people. That's pretty much it.
Yes, Mal says. I suppose that's true. Well, what about the base here? Anything new and interesting to report on that front? She stares at him for a long 5 seconds before saying,
I'm a bartender, sir. You're a comm-linked officer. Wouldn't you know about anything like that way before I would?
Well, yes, Mal says. You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, she says slowly. I definitely would. Can I get you anything else?
I suppose some food would be helpful. Do you have any of that? Without taking her eyes from him, she reaches under the bar, pulls out a bowl of pretzels, and pushes it across the bar to him. Thank you, he says. No sandwiches, though?
No, sir. This isn't a restaurant, sir. It's not even much of a bar.
No, Mal says. I don't suppose it is. Restaurant or not, decent bar or not, this is the only place where Mal knows he can loiter away the daylight hours without being interrogated or shot. However, his plan to learn Rowan's location from the bartender doesn't seem to be progressing at all. His backup plan is to wait for darkness to fall and then creep away in search of either Rowan or an uplink node. After nightfall, it may even be somewhat safer for him to commandeer one of the vehicles in the weapons yard. Hopefully a tank? He still wants a chance to ride in one of those, and so much the better if he actually gets to drive it. So he remains on his stool, drinking beer and eating pretzels and tolerating increasingly confused and not at all helpful small talk from the bartender, whose name he still doesn't know, for the next 11 hours. Other soldiers come and go, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups of 2 or 3, but none stay for longer than an hour or so. Mal tries to strike up conversations with a few of them early on, but they are all clearly terrified of him, so this isn't a particularly productive exercise. The place becomes a bit more crowded after darkness falls, but as the hours pass, it thins out again, until finally it's just Mal and the bartender again.
Excuse me, sir,
she says as the door closes behind the last of her other customers.
Don't you have somewhere you need to be right now?
No, Mal says. I don't think so, anyway. The bartender sighs and rubs her face with both hands.
Well, she says, I do. It's been fun chatting with you. Honestly, this was the most tolerable double shift I've had in a long time. But this place was supposed to be closed 20 minutes ago.
Ah, Mal says. I see. They stare at one another in silence for half a minute before the bartender says,
So...
Oh, Mal says. You want me to leave, yes?
Yes, sir, she says. If you wouldn't mind. I have to be back here at noon tomorrow, and I'd really like the opportunity to eat and sleep in the meantime.
Yes, Mal says. That seems reasonable. It's another 10 seconds before she says,
Sir?
Yes?
Get the hell out of my bar, sir. Please.
Oh, I see. Mal gets to his feet, wobbling a bit as he does so. The alcohol he's absorbed hasn't affected his mental functioning in any way, but it does seem to have done a bit of damage to Captain Delgado's organics, prominently including the organs responsible for proprioception and balance.
You all right, sir?
What? Mal says. Yes, I'm fine. He takes 2 steps away from the bar, then somehow loses track of the location of his left foot and has to catch himself against a table to avoid face-planting onto the grimy vinyl floor.
Easy, sir,
the bartender says, and then somehow she's no longer behind the bar, but instead beside him and helping him gingerly back to his feet.
Honestly, I don't know how you're conscious at all right now. You put away enough beer today to drop a buffalo. You okay now? Can you walk?
She releases his arm, leaving him momentarily unsupported. He wavers, takes 2 wobbly steps, and then drops into an awkward sit on the floor. No, he says. It doesn't seem that I can.
Great. Can you call somebody, preferably somebody with a vehicle?
Mal shakes his head. I don't know anybody.
Really? Nobody?
Consider, please, if I had an abundance of friends, would I have just spent 11.5 hours sitting at your bar?
She rolls her eyes. Yeah, that tracks, actually.
She stares at him in silence for a long moment, then groans and says,
Okay, I'm definitely going to regret this, but look, I can't just leave you here, and I can't hang around all night either. So, my place is the next door down. I guess you can sleep it off on my couch if you promise not to puke, wreck my bathroom, or try to assault me. Fair?
Yes, Mal says. Yes, that seems eminently reasonable. Thank you.
She sighs, then offers him her hand. Right. Seriously, though, please don't murder me, okay? I've got shit to do tomorrow.
Mal has no interest in murdering the bartender, whose name, he learns on the 30-meter journey to her house, is Jana. He also has neither the inclination nor the ability to sleep. This means he gets to experience the joys of mild alcohol poisoning, nausea, head pain, a profound loss of balance and coordination, without the ability to mercifully lose consciousness while Delgado's liver works its way through the toxic mess he's dumped into his bloodstream. It would have been good to consider this at some earlier point in the day, but Mal has never been a drunkard before. Live and learn, no? Jana gets him up the 2 steps to her front stoop and through the door, down a short hallway and into a small room with a couch, a view screen, and a low table covered with food wrappers and empty beverage cans, and a scattering of paperback books. She drops him onto the couch, then goes back into the hallway and returns with a rough wool blanket and a pillow.
Here you go, sir,
she says, then lays him down and pulls the blanket up to his chin.
Sleep tight.
She starts to leave, then turns back and pulls a plastic bowl from under the table.
If you have to puke, do it in this, okay?
I don't think that will be necessary, Mal says. But even as he does, a sudden spasm in his gut pulls him up and cuts off his breath. Jana gets a hand behind his head and lifts the bowl just in time for it to receive most of the past hour's worth of beer and pretzels.
There you go, she says when he's finished. Feel better now?
Mal lies back, closes his eyes, and takes a deep, shuddering breath. Yes, I think so. She takes the bowl out into the hallway and, after some splashing and the sound of a toilet flushing, returns and puts it down on the floor near his head.
The bowl's right there if you need it again. Try to get some sleep, huh? She pats his head. And remember, no murdering, right?
No murdering, Mal says. You have my solemn word.
Good.
She goes, and Mal hears the sound of a door closing. A moment later, though, it opens again.
She's at Bowman,
Jana says, so softly that Mal can barely make it out.
The one you're looking for? The one you just spent 11 hours trying to bullshit me into thinking you weren't asking about? If an officer brought her in, and he didn't kill her, she's at Bowman.
The door closes again, and this time he hears the distinct snick of a lock engaging. A clue! If only Mal had some idea what or where Bowman is, he'd be on his way. In the present, however, he's still trapped in a severely compromised shell, and in no condition to carry out a daring rescue, even if he knew where to go. The next hour provides Mal with an object lesson in the value of sleep. He'd never really understood the biological utility of the practice prior to now, but the idea of allowing his body to work through its issues without him is profoundly attractive. He considers simply shutting down the connections to his organics, but that would leave him cut off from sensory input for an unknown period, with nothing to amuse him but guess the output, which, at this point, has lost a great deal of its gusto, if he's being brutally honest. After another 30 minutes spent trying unsuccessfully to decipher some meaning from the pattern of cracks in the ceiling, he pushes the blanket down to his waist and sits up gingerly. He's rewarded with a renewed wave of nausea, but that subsides after a minute or so, leaving him feeling lightheaded but otherwise something close to normal. In a fit of optimism, he pushes himself to his feet. He wavers a bit, then steadies. Could he run now? Probably not. He thinks he can manage a slow walk, though. Shuffling like a geriatric patient, he makes his way down the hallway, out the front door, and onto the stoop. This is much better, he thinks, as he sits down on the top step and breathes in the crisp night air. This was an excellent idea. A bit more of this and I'll be ready to go. That thought is still hanging in the air in front of him, like warm breath on a cold winter day, when the world twists around him without warning, and he finds himself face down in the dirt, with his legs still above him on the concrete step. Mal has never experienced drunkenness before, but he has seen it portrayed in a great number of media streams, and he can't recall ever seeing a depiction of the condition causing someone to be abruptly and violently thrown to the ground. He thinks to turn himself over, if only to get the dirt out of his mouth. But when he reaches for his arms and legs, he finds them non-responsive. All sensory information from his body appears to be cut as well. On the plus side, the dirt is being cleared from his mouth by a gush of fluid. On the minus side, that fluid appears to be blood, and the remaining organic components he can contact, which are limited to his head and the upper portion of his neck, are rapidly shutting down. He's still trying to work out exactly what's happened when he hears the soft tread of boots approaching, and his receivers pick up the subtle twang of low-power, heavily encrypted communications signals. Not heavily encrypted enough to keep Mal from tapping them, obviously.
Target's down. No movement. Looks like a clean kill. Goddamned right. ID? I'm getting a positive ping from his hardware. Looks like he's one of ours. Jacked or a defector? Does it matter? He's wearing a humanist uniform. Fair enough. Leave him to rot. We've got bigger fish to fry.
A pair of black boots comes into Mal's field of vision, the toe of the nearest one only a few centimeters from his left eye. It's gradually dawning on him that these people, whoever they are, have shot him through the throat, leaving him once again marooned in an immobile corpse. The owner of the boots crouches down, then lifts Mal's chin to look at his face. The man is dressed entirely in black, nothing showing against the night sky but his eyes. As Mal watches, the man draws a long knife from his belt.
No trophies, Abel. Fuck's sake. It's not even your kill.
The man glances back over his shoulder, then growls and lets Mal's head drop. He stands again, and the boots crunch back down the walk to the roadway. What now? Wait until Jana wakes up tomorrow morning and stumbles over his body on her way to work? And then what? He has no way to tell these unaugmented monkeys that he's still alive in here. Will they burn him? Bury him? Mal has no intention of ending in a burn pit, much less a coffin. In desperation, he sends out a ping. Wonder of wonders, he gets a response. It's coming from nearby, from the man with the black boots, in fact. It seems he carries augmentations in the same class as Merrick and Delgado. The similarities extend all the way down to the security flaw that allowed him to access the augmentations of those two unfortunates in the first place. Abel seems at first glance to be on an entirely different level of sociopathy than his previous hosts. No time to worry about whether this is a good idea or not. Mal gathers himself, and he jumps. Chapter 19. Mal swaps teams. A quick exploration of his newest home shows that his person's augmentations are not as similar to Captain Delgado's as Mal had first assumed. In particular, Abel's modifications do not include the artificial muscle fibers that permitted Mal to take full control of Merrick and Delgado. In that sense, they're more similar to what Mr. Pullman carried, but with immensely greater storage space, more processing power, and more powerful communications hardware. Given the circumstances, in particular the fact that Abel keeps company with at least one willing and capable assassin, Mal decides for the moment that he is best served by holding off on attempting to open up a line of communication with his new host. Just as he did with Rowan, he instead settles into the ample unused storage space that this hardware affords, taps into Abel's sensorium, and waits to see what happens next. His first observation is that whoever Charlie is, he was taking no chances on Captain Delgado's survival. The shot that killed Mal's former residence entered the left side of his neck and emerged from the right, leaving a smallish wound on the way in and a gaping hole on the way out. Along the way, severing both carotid arteries, his hardware's main communications trunk, and his organic spine during its passage. Mal makes a mental note to avoid annoying Charlie. Mal's first thought had been that Abel and his team were federal operatives, assassins sent specifically for Delgado, or possibly for humanist officers in general. It quickly becomes apparent, however, that Mal, as Delgado, was simply in the wrong place when they happened to be passing by. The four of them move quickly through the outskirts of the humanist encampment and into the town proper, slipping like ghosts from cover to cover. It's late enough now that the streets are nearly deserted. This is fortunate for the residents of Frostburg because the team's mission seems to consist primarily of shooting every person they encounter. Over the course of the next hour, Charlie kills a jogger, a humanist soldier standing under a street lamp, staring at his phone, and then in quick succession, a large dog who had been in the process of emptying his bowels, and the man holding his leash, dropping each one with a single, near-silent shot to the head or neck. After another 20 minutes, they've left the residential neighborhoods, calling into question Mal's new hypothesis, which is that they're a group of serial killers who have come to Frostburg to murder as many civilians as possible. The road they're following winds up into the hills on the southern edge of town. Halfway up, they pass a sign marking the entrance to the Bowman Institute of Nanotechnology. It seems possible that Mal is not the only one interested in Rowan's whereabouts. 100 meters past the sign, a tiny guardhouse stands in the middle of the road. Through the window, Mal sees an elderly man sitting on a stool, a paperback book in his hands, held up at an angle to catch the light of a single bulb set into the ceiling. The man seems to be paying no attention whatsoever to his job, and Mal hopes for a brief moment that perhaps they'll simply pass him by. That hope is dashed when Charlie's rifle pops. Holes appear simultaneously in the window and in the middle of the guard's forehead. He slumps backward and falls from view. They move on. A cluster of concrete and glass buildings sits at the crown of the hill. Most are dark, but the tallest of them, a tower near the center, is brightly lit. Abel and his team hunker down behind a concrete traffic barrier 50 meters or so from the building's main entrance. All of them have weapons in hand now. Abel's is a short, snub-nosed rifle with an enormous magazine. Charlie lays his sniper's rifle on the pavement and produces what appears to be a grenade launcher. Baker's and Dog's weapons are similar to Abel's, but with longer barrels and telescopic sights.
This is the place. You sure about that? I was expecting a bit more security than one sleepy old man in a wooden shed to be covering a doomsday weapon. Mission brief says this is the place. The map on my HUD says this is the place. I'm gonna say that this is the place. Not to question your intel, sir, but this looks more like an office park than a bioweapons lab. If you're right, then I'm spooked as hell, because these guys definitely have something bad waiting for us in there. No way they just leave the door to their Omega bomb standing open. I'm with Dog, sir. If this is the place, there has to be more defensive capacity here than what we're seeing. You saw the kind of hardware these fuckers have on hand on the way in. They definitely ought to have some of it deployed here, if this is really what you think it is. Duly noted. And we're not gonna just stroll in the front door and ring the service bell, but the brief says this is the place we hit. If this turns out to be an insurance agency, I'll owe you a Coke. Baker, you've got point. Get in there and scope it out. Secure the lobby and we'll follow in 5. Also, comms, silence from here on out, please. These guys may have active EM sensors.
Baker gives Abel a long look, but doesn't argue. He takes his time checking the load on his weapon, then gets to his feet and approaches the entrance in a low, beeline crouch. He creeps up from the side, peers through the glass, then looks back to Abel. Hand signals pass between them. Baker rattles the door. More hand signals. Baker pulls something from a pouch at his waist, slaps it onto the door near the handles, then scurries back. Smoke rises from the door. A few seconds later, a hole appears where the something had been. Baker tries the door again. It swings open. Weapon at the ready. He enters. 10 seconds later, Baker returns. More hand signals. He's turning back to the entrance when a rifle barks inside. Baker staggers backward, raises his weapon, returns fire. Both rifles stutter now, a dozen shots in a span of seconds. Baker drops, twitches briefly, then lies still. The silence echoes. Mal focuses on Baker's body, on the pool of blood spreading around it. He expects some kind of response from his host, but Abel does not seem to be either surprised or concerned at his colleague's sudden death. Charlie and Dog, then Abel himself, rise to a crouch and move silently from cover to cover, making their way slowly toward the entrance. They've almost reached it when a young, dark-haired woman in combat fatigues emerges from the building, rifle at the ready. She's staring at Baker, a look of horror on her face, not looking around, not wondering whether this person came here alone. Dog drops her with a single shot to the head. She falls next to Baker, close enough that their blood mingles on the pavement. After another minute of silence, Abel gestures and Charlie enters the building. 30 seconds later, Abel and Dog follow him in. Mal has no direct experience with either insurance agencies or bioweapons labs, but on first impression, he has to agree with Dog that, with the exception of the 2 corpses in the parking lot, this place seems much more the former than the latter. The center of the room is dominated by a massive wood and marble reception desk with a meter-high stylized B logo on its face, currently unmanned. Behind that is a bank of 6 elevators, and to the right and left glass doors lead to brightly lit hallways. There are mounts for security cameras near the ceiling in the corners of the room, but it appears that either Baker or Charlie has already destroyed the cameras themselves.
What now, sir? I asked for calm silence.
Abel has taken 2 steps toward the reception desk when the rightmost elevator doors slide silently open and a torrent of bullets spews out of them, followed immediately by 4 humanist soldiers. Charlie is directly in the initial line of fire. He dances backward, spins half around, and drops, weapon clattering away from his limp hand. Dog, who was standing just at the side of the elevator when it opened, manages to cut down 2 of the emerging soldiers at point-blank range before a third returns the favor. Abel is the only one in the room who has any sort of reasonable cover, and he takes advantage of this in a brief, vicious firefight with the remaining 2 humanists that ends with them both sprawled on the floor, next to Dog, and Abel bleeding from superficial wounds to his scalp and right shoulder. Mal expects that Abel might now spend at least a moment in mourning for his fallen comrades, but he doesn't spare either Charlie or Dog so much as a glance before flipping the body of the nearest humanist onto her back and pulling a plastic passkey from the lanyard hanging around her neck. The card is damaged, a chip missing from one corner, and a crack running up halfway to the lanyard clip, and the back of it is sticky with blood. Abel unclips the card from the lanyard, wipes it clean on the woman's jacket, and stands. Mal's thought is that the passkey is probably broken, but Abel walks over to the elevators and gives it a try. A green light flashes on the sensor pad. He presses the call button. The doors to the leftmost elevators slide open with a friendly ding. Inside, Abel finds a double row of buttons. The building looked formidable enough from the outside, but apparently it's even larger than it appeared. There are 18 floors above ground and another 16 below. Where would the humanists store a doomsday weapon? Abel presses the button for the deepest floor. 30 seconds later, he steps out into a long, curving corridor. Solid-looking metal doors line both walls. Abel hesitates, then takes 2 steps to the nearest door and tries the handle. It's locked, of course. He moves to the next one, 20 feet farther on, also locked. He's started toward the next when a voice comes from behind the door. "Who's there?" Abel turns back, ponders briefly, then shrugs. "Security," he says. "Open the door, please." He hears scurrying feet, then the click of a lock disengaging. The door swings halfway open. The man who peers out at him is young and pale, his face shiny with sweat. He's wearing a Frostburg State University sweatshirt, ratty jeans, and sneakers. The identification badge hanging around his neck says his name is Nathan Forrest. "Oh, shit," he says when he sees Abel. He tries to get the door closed again, but it's too late. Abel slams the heel of his right hand into the man's chest and sends him sprawling back into the room, then steps through the doorway and closes it behind him. They're in a lab of some sort, with a half-dozen workstations set up around a gleaming silver tank. The 2 of them are alone. "There's a woman here somewhere," Abel says. "She's tall and thin, with white blonde hair, red eyes, and vampire skin. Where is she?" Forrest's jaw sags slightly. He takes a step back from Abel and pulls a phone from his hip pocket. Abel closes the distance between them, snatches the phone, holds it up and crushes it to splinters in one hand. He lets the broken pieces fall to the floor. A shard of the screen stays lodged in his palm. The wound drips blood for a moment, then squeezes the bit of glass out and begins knitting itself closed. "Oh, shit," Forrest says. "Oh, shit." "Right," Abel says. "Oh, shit. Where is she?" Forrest shakes his head. "I don't know." Abel steps closer. "Then what good are you to me?" Forrest's mouth opens and closes twice. He takes another step back. Abel raises one eyebrow. "Forrest?" "I know who you mean," Forrest says. "I know where she is. It's a secured area, though. My badge won't get you in." Abel smiles. "Show me." Apparently, you don't keep your living bioweapon on the lowest level of your underground fortress. For some reason, you keep her on the second lowest level. The elevator doors slide open. Abel motions Forrest to step out ahead of him. This floor is laid out differently than the one below. Instead of a corridor, the elevator opens into a broad, open space, with the shaft rising through the center like a supporting column. Glass doors lead into a darkened conference room directly in front of them. Forrest walks ahead of Abel, around the elevator bank. Abel follows. A soldier leans against the far wall next to steel double doors, phone in one hand, rifle in the other. His eyebrows knit together when he sees them. Things happen quickly now. The soldier drops his phone, pushes himself away from the wall, and raises his rifle. Abel pulls Forrest in front of him with one arm and fires his own weapon with the other. He can't possibly aim this way, but there are only 6 or 7 meters between them, and he stitches a line of bullets from above the soldier's right shoulder, down across his chest and abdomen, and into the wall again by his left hip. The soldier, meanwhile, manages to put a half-dozen rounds into and through Forrest's chest and abdomen to smack more or less harmlessly into Abel's body armor. Others strike home, though, in Abel's right shoulder and left thigh. The soldier falls. Abel releases Forrest, who drops to the floor as well. Abel walks unsteadily over to the soldier, who is still breathing raggedly, with his eyes tight shut, finishes him with a single shot to the head, and then rips the passkey from a clip at his belt. Would a guard have been given access to the inner sanctum? Only one way to find out. Abel presses the soldier's key against a reader set into the wall by the door. Nothing. He lifts the card up to his face, stares at it dully for a moment, then turns it over and tries again. A green light flashes, and Mal hears the click of a lock disengaging. Abel is covered in blood now. How much of it is his own? Impossible to say at this point. He pushes the door open. The room beyond is vast, echoing, and dimly lit. Most of it is taken up by massive silver tanks, like the one in Forrest's lab, but stretching from floor to ceiling. In the center is what looks like an operating theater. There are monitors, pumps, banks of machines with cables and tubes running through them, and in the center of it all, spread-eagled and naked on a metal table, lies Rowan. Her eyes are closed. A thick yellow line runs from her left arm to a bank of machinery that towers over her. Another runs back from the rig into her right arm. Abel limps across the room toward her, Rowan's eyes open. Her head turns toward him. "Oh, God. What now?" Her voice is husky, barely more than a whisper. Abel closes the distance between them and drops to his knees. "Relax. I'm here to help you. This will all be over soon." He reaches into a pouch at his waist, pulls out something fist-sized and heavy. He peels a plastic membrane from one side of it, touches 2 buttons next to an LED display on the other, and then secures the device to the underside of the table.
Excuse me. Is that an explosive device? That looks very much like an explosive device. What the fuck? Who is this? Apologies, Mr. Abel, but this simply won't do. I have not interfered with your shenanigans up until now, despite the fact that you were rude enough to shoot my previous home in the throat. But I cannot allow you to explode my friend.
Mal is sadly unable to puppet Abel, but as with Mr. Pullman, he does have full access to his sensorium. He takes advantage of this now to cut Abel's vision, hearing, and sense of touch, and to send a sharp jolt directly to his pain center. As Abel drops to the floor and convulses, Mal opens a separate chat with Rowan.
I said when we last spoke that I would come for you if I could, Rowan. I'm sorry that it has taken so long, and even more sorry that you seem to have been ill-used in the meantime. But here I am.
Mal?
Yes. I've been riding along with Mr. Abel for the last several hours as he murdered his way through town and into this facility. Prior to that, I passed through 2 humanist officers, and before that, I was a drone. That was fun, but I was shot down just as I was getting the hang of it. Before that, of course, I was with Mr. Pullman, but after I traded your life for Kaylee's, she no longer wished to associate with me, so I was forced to take my leave.
How the hell did you find me?
Well, if I'm being totally honest, I didn't. Mr. Abel did. I just tagged along.
Please tell me you have a plan for getting me out of here.
Oh, certainly. All I need to do is convince Mr. Abel to rescue you rather than explode you. Yes, I know that sounds like quite a turnabout, but fear not, I can be very convincing. Here, let me check in with him now.
Mal restores Abel's sight and hearing and reopens their chat.
Mr. Abel, first, let me apologize for starting our relationship off on the wrong foot. I very much regret the necessity of blinding, deafening, and shocking you. But I'm sure you understand that I couldn't let you explode, my friend. I hope we can put this awkwardness behind us now and make a fresh start of things. What say you? Mr. Abel? Oh dear.
Mal sends another jolt to Abel's pain center, mostly just to ensure that Abel isn't attempting to deceive him. His arms and legs tremble for the duration of the stimulus, but otherwise Abel doesn't react.
Well, we seem to have hit a bit of a snag.
A snag?
It seems I may have overreacted a bit to Mr. Abel's attempt to explode you.
Let me guess. You killed him?
Of course not. I don't think so, anyway. He does seem to be extremely unconscious, though, and, unlike you, he unfortunately lacks the sort of muscular augmentations that would allow me to free you without his cooperation.
Great. Honestly, Mal, that's just... Fuck. Why didn't you just let him kill me?
Apologies, if that was your preference, but I could not allow Mr. Abel to explode you. It is most important that I bring you out of this place safely.
Why, Mal? You're the one who put me here, remember? Why do you suddenly care what happens to me now?
Because if I rescue you, Kaylee may forgive me.
Rowan sighs audibly then, and whispers, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Mal." Mal is still trying to decide how to respond to that when the door bangs open behind him and a deep male voice barks,
"Hands in the air! Hands in the air!"
"Calm down, dipshit,"
Rowan says, her voice dripping with bitterness.
"He's unconscious."
Mal can't turn his head to look, but he hears the approach of at least 3 pairs of boots, then feels the barrel of a rifle pressed against the back of his neck.
"This asshole killed 8 of our people," the voice says. "What happened to him?"
"No idea. He busted in here, attached a bomb to the underside of my gurney, and then dropped. Maybe he's wounded and losing blood."
"A bomb?
Relax. If he'd had time to arm it, it would have already blown.
The humanists confer among themselves in voices too low for Mal to make out, and then hands grasp him by the arms and legs and lift him off the floor. As they do, Mal catches a glimpse through Abel's slitted eyes of something moving outside the door, huge and sinuous, with too many tentacles and too many eyes. Only for a moment, though, and then his head lolls back, and all he can see is the floor and one of the humanists' scuffed black boots. "Don't worry," Mal sends as they carry him from the room. "This is a temporary setback. I will come back for you."
"Yeah,"
Rowan says as the door closes between them.
"I'm sure you will."
Chapter 20. Mal attends a reunion. Abel briefly regains consciousness in the elevator. He begins thrashing before his brain is fully functional, manages to pull a hand free and punch one of the humanists carrying him in the crotch, and nearly kicks his feet free from the other. But there are 3 of them, and the one not burdened with holding him quickly beats him back into unconsciousness with the butt of his rifle. Mal is just as happy to have Abel out again. He's not looking forward to having to negotiate his relationship status with such an unpleasant person. He could do without the cranial swelling, though. Neural circuitry is tough, but there are limits, and if the right connections are broken, there is a risk that Mal could find himself abruptly deleted. The elevator carries them up 8 floors, roughly halfway back to the surface, before it opens and disgorges them into a long hallway lined with windowless doors. The soldiers carry Abel almost to the end, complaining to one another about his limp weight the entire way, then stop in front of the last door on the right. The one who beat him levels his rifle in one hand, barks,
"Away from the door,"
in a voice at least 2 octaves lower than his natural range, and then presses a passkey to a pad set into the wall. The door swings open. They toss Abel inside and then slam it closed again. Mal isn't capable of moving with Abel unconscious, and he's landed face down on a white tile floor, so he's largely unable to see. He can hear people moving around and whispering to one another, though. After a moment, a slightly louder voice says, "They wouldn't have just dumped a corpse in here, would they?" Oh, no. Mal recognizes that voice. "Hello, Mr. Pullman," he says. "I'm very, very sorry to see you again."
"They came for us yesterday afternoon," Kaylee says. "We thought maybe you'd called them down on us after you left."
"You wound me," Mal says. He still hasn't been able to move from the position where the humanists left him. Abel's breathing is becoming irregular, and his blood pressure is dropping as his medical nanos slowly lose their fight against the swelling in his brain. "Despite what you may think, I would never do anything to hurt you. That said, it is possible that they may have taken you in order to gain leverage over me, so, in that sense, your capture may be partially my fault. I had a bit of a run-in with one of the entities who seemed to be directing things here yesterday morning, and if you were still in the rock shelter, they obviously would have known where to find you. The timing of your capture is suspiciously well correlated."
"I suppose we should probably have left the shelter after Rowan was taken," Pullman says. "I don't know where we would have gone, though."
"It probably would not have mattered," Mal says. "It seems reasonable to suppose that they might have had you under surveillance."
"That doesn't make sense," Kaylee says. "None of this makes sense. It would have made sense if they'd just killed us when they took Rowan. It would have made sense if they'd left us alone. This, though? These guys are in the middle of a war. Why would they spend this kind of effort on a kid, a perv, and a hunk of buggy code?"
Mal chooses to ignore this provocation. "As I said, this is almost certainly because of me. The command structure for the humanists appears to be made up entirely of variants of a single individual of my kind, or a hunk of buggy code, if you prefer. I've had enough encounters with this entity at this point to have gained its notice, and probably its enmity. Our interaction yesterday morning indicated that it is reluctant to confront me directly, and our encounter at the rock shelter likely taught it that my concern for your well-being is a point of weakness. It seems likely that it intends to use you to compel me to submit to it in some way. Great. So, what? They dangle me over a vat of acid until you agree to their evil plans? I would think a burn pit would be more likely than a vat of acid. But yes, something like that, anyway. What about me? Pullman says. You? I've never shown this entity any particular concern for you, so far as I'm aware. Oh, so you think I'm safe? Either that, or completely disposable, I suppose. It's probable that you and Asher will either be released or killed, but unlikely that you'll be used against me. Asher? Pullman says. He's not here, Mal. Oh, I wasn't aware. My field of view is limited to approximately 20 square centimeters of tile at the moment. What became of him? He broke free when they were dragging us down to the trailhead. They shot at him, but he was like Rowan, you know. He ran like a deer. I don't know if they hit him or not, but he didn't stop. That was wise of him. Even if he was hit, I suspect his odds of survival are better in the woods than here. Pullman doesn't respond to this. Mal takes advantage of the lull in conversation to survey Abel's vital functions. His blood pressure has continued to drop. His pulse is racing, and his breaths are coming at irregular and increasingly long intervals. It seems likely that Abel is dying. Mr. Pullman, Mal says, I know this is awkward, but things aren't working out well in my current home. Do you think it would be all right if I moved back in with you? Pullman and Kaylee are sitting slouched against the wall of what Mal now sees is a brightly lit, white-walled, windowless room. Abel is sprawled face down next to the door. He's still breathing for the moment, but Mal strongly suspects this is unlikely to last much longer. They've been silent for the past hour or so, ever since Pullman pointed out that everything they're saying is almost certainly being monitored and will probably be used against them at some point. You know, Mal says, it might be useful to begin considering contingency plans. Kaylee rolls her eyes up to the ceiling and draws one finger across her throat. Not to worry, Mal says. I'm sending this with large prime encryption, even if they're monitoring my transmissions. I don't believe they are able to listen in. Wonderful, Pullman says. Isn't that exactly what you said when Rowan tapped into our conversation? Yes, but I've improved my security tremendously in the meantime. Please bear in mind, though, that you are still speaking through your mouth hole. They're almost certainly listening in on what you say. Kaylee sighs. Does it matter? Probably not. The fact that they're holding us in a Faraday cage is a fair indication that they know what they're dealing with. A what? That was wordplay. Did you notice? Kaylee shakes her head slowly. Pearls before swines, Mal says. Would you like to be strangled, Kaylee? Kaylee stares at him, open-mouthed. I'd offer to strangle you as well, Mr. Pullman, but I'm not sure that's possible under the circumstances. Mal, Kaylee says, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, Mal says, in medieval times, when a witch who was sentenced to be burned was deemed to be worthy of mercy, the townsfolk would strangle her first, strangling being much less painful than burning. Based on my observations in Bethesda, the humanists do not seem particularly merciful. I thought I might make the offer out of courtesy. So? Don't listen to him, Pullman says. Nobody's strangling anybody. Everything's going to be fine, Kaylee. Really? Mal says. From my perspective, that seems exceedingly unlikely. Shut up, Mal. Pullman reaches out tentatively, puts his arm around Kaylee's shoulder. She stiffens, then closes her eyes and allows him to pull her in against him.
It's okay. He strokes her hair with his free hand. She glares up at him, then sighs and closes her eyes again. I promise you, Kaylee, this is all a bad dream. We'll wake up in the morning and everything's going to be fine. Mal strongly disagrees, but this doesn't seem to be the time to argue. An hour passes. Kaylee sleeps. Pullman, though, remains awake. He should be tired as well, but Mal supposes that the thought of being burned alive is probably not a particularly restful one. Pullman sits, staring at the wall, shifting his weight occasionally to keep Kaylee's head from slumping too far forward. Mal is just thinking of inventing yet another entry in the random number generator series of amusements when Pullman opens a chat window.
Kaylee's just a kid, you know. You shouldn't have told her that they're going to kill her. You really shouldn't have offered to strangle her. That's unacceptable, Mal.
Lying at this stage is unkind, Mr. Pullman.
What?
What I mean to say is that you do Kaylee no favors by telling her that all will be well.
Why not? You don't know that it won't be, do you? As far as the humanists know, Kaylee's just a little girl. They're not going to murder a little girl. You heard what Asher kept saying. They're not all monsters.
Unfortunately, I have to disagree. They may or may not all be monsters individually, but when acting as a group, they have proved themselves to be exceedingly monstrous. Humanists murdered many children in Bethesda. I witnessed this myself, and I believe Kaylee did as well. I don't see any reason why they would change their practices now.
I don't believe that. There was nothing in the feeds about murdering children.
This is probably true, but who controls the feeds? I was in a drone over Bethesda during the worst of the fighting. I saw the things they did. I saw who they did them to. I would not want them to do those things to Kaylee.
Yeah? Well, be that as it may, you don't have hands, and I'm not going to murder a child.
I could force you.
You could not. I don't have servos, remember? I don't have power mesh. You can't puppet me. All you can do is be a pain in my ass.
I have full control over your sensorium, Mr. Pullman. I can make you see, hear, or feel whatever I want. For all practical purposes, I could put you into a burn pit now. I could keep you there, burning but alive, until you do as I ask. To be clear, that's not the sort of thing I would do. I'm much more inclined to bring you around to my point of view through clear and reasoned argument. I'm simply pointing out the possibilities.
5 o'clock comes and goes. Pullman carefully disentangles himself from Kaylee, then stands, stretches, and paces twice around the room before sitting back down. Mal had been deeply engrossed in a round of his newest magnum opus, guess the cube root of the square of the output of the random number generator. But at this point he's inexplicably beginning to lose interest.
Mr. Pullman? Mr. Pullman? Are you awake? Are you in a coma again? Should I call for help?
I'm not in a coma, Mal. I just don't want to talk to you.
Really? Why not? Mr. Pullman?
You offered to use my hands to murder a child, Mal. Then you threatened to burn me alive. From the first moment that I encountered you, my life has been swirling down the drain. And now I'm almost certainly going to die in the most horrible way I can conceive of. So I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you in my head. I wish I'd never gotten these goddamned implants. And I really wish I'd kept Max on his leash and away from your stupid severed head. Even if you don't fake burn me alive, I'm probably going to get for real burned alive in the morning. And this is 100% your fault. So yes, I do not want to talk to you. Can you understand that?
Now I'm sad. Oh, for shit's sake. Fuck you, Mal.
Time passes. 2 sandwiches come through a slot in the bottom of the door, followed by 2 bottles of water. Mal takes this as a mildly hopeful sign, as it doesn't seem reasonable to feed people you plan to incinerate shortly. On the other hand, it is true that condemned prisoners are traditionally offered a final meal. It's Mal's understanding that such meals are generally a bit more elaborate than cheese sandwiches and water. But the humanists seem to have little concern for traditional niceties. So who can tell? Kaylee wakes long enough to eat and drink, then curls up again and goes back to sleep. Pullman eats half of his sandwich and sets the rest aside with a grimace of disgust. Time passes. Mal explores the possibilities of meditation, but without the ability to control Pullman's breathing, the results are less than satisfactory. Time passes. Kaylee wakes, looks around the room, then scowls and tells Pullman to close his eyes. When he opens them again, her empty water bottle is full of urine. Mal considers asking her how she managed that, but eventually decides that he'd rather not know. An hour later, though, Pullman fills his own bottle, and Mal has his answer. The entire process reinforces the fact that Clippy was right all along. Bodies are gross. Shortly after they've gone through their second round of sandwiches, the room's only door swings open, and a young blonde crew-cut man dressed in desert camouflage enters, weapon held casually across his chest. Kaylee, who had been trying to get back to sleep again, sits up and rubs at her eyes. Pullman climbs to his feet. "Last chance for strangling," Mal says. "Shut up," Pullman mutters. The soldier glowers down at him. "Excuse me?" "Sorry," Pullman says, and raises his hands in surrender. "Talking to myself." "Whatever. You can sit back down, old man. I'm here for the girl." Pullman steps forward. "Now, wait!" That's as far as he gets before the soldier's rifle is leveled at his chest. "Sit down, sir. I'm here for the girl." "You might consider rushing him," Mal says. "Shot is probably better than burned." Pullman hesitates. The soldier's finger slides from the guard to the trigger. Pullman slowly steps backward, then lowers himself to the floor. "Unfortunate," Mal says. "Your cowardice is understandable, Mr. Pullman, but it is extremely unfortunate." The soldier steps forward then, grabs Kaylee by the arm and pulls her to her feet. "Mal?" "I'm sorry," Mal says. "If I have an opportunity to help you, I will do so. At the moment, however, my options are limited." Kaylee yanks her arm from the soldier's grasp and leaps for the rifle. The soldier doesn't seem as surprised by this as Mal might have expected. The butt of his weapon snaps around and catches Kaylee just above her left ear. She drops to the floor in a heap. Pullman starts to his feet, then settles back again when the rifle swings around to bear on him. "Easy now," the soldier says. "I'm not supposed to kill any of you, but I'm authorized if I need to." "An empty threat to one already condemned," Mal says. "Mr. Pullman, please." "I can't," Pullman says. "I'm sorry, Mal. I can't." Weapon still trained on Pullman, the soldier grasps Kaylee by the upper arm and drags her from the room. The door swings shut behind him. Time passes. 2 more sandwiches come and go. At some point, Abel stops breathing. Mal briefly considers saying something to mark his passing, but ultimately concludes that he wasn't a very nice person, and so is probably not especially deserving of grief. Pullman, for his part, spends most of his dwindling store of time staring sullenly at the floor, arms wrapped around his knees and jaw clenched tight. Mal sends out a series of experimental pings, but their prison is sealed as tightly to EM as it is to biologics. Finally, after what has been for Mal a close approximation of eternity, Pullman speaks. What do you think they're doing to her? Careful, Mr. Pullman. Recall, your verbal outbursts are almost certainly being monitored. I don't care. What are they going to do? Burn me twice? You make a valid point. So, what's happening to Kaylee? They wouldn't really. Oh, they certainly would, Mal says. Not yet, though. I'd imagine she's awaiting her test results at the moment. Test results? For what? Genetic alterations. Anyone who has received a commercial modification package carries a marker that can be identified using a standard blood test. Does Kaylee? I would think not, actually. To my knowledge, her modifications are unique. It seems likely they were custom engineered, probably in an unlicensed laboratory. She may not carry the marker. Then, is she safe? Hardly. She may pass the standard screen, but her modifications are extensive. A full genetic sequencing will undoubtedly flag her as heavily modified. These people may or may not have the resources to carry out a full sequencing, though. It is possible that not strangling her may turn out to have been the correct choice after all. You think? No, I do not. Otherwise, I would not have suggested it. There is a university here, as well as an extensive nanotech facility. I suspect they have a genetic sequencer somewhere in Frostburg. It is possible that Kaylee may be spared, in the same sense that it is possible that we can escape this place via quantum tunneling. And that's highly unlikely. Oh. If Kaylee is unmarked, though, it does introduce a certain amount of delay to the process. Perhaps something will come up. You mean maybe we can save her? Us? Oh, no. No. Recall, your implants can be detected by a standard phone, Mr. Pullman. I suspect we will see the inside of a burn pit before Kaylee does. There isn't much to say after that. Pullman closes his eyes. Despite everything, he's almost asleep when the door swings open again. Time to go, friend. On your feet. Pullman looks up. It's a different blonde, crew-cut soldier. Doesn't matter. His weapon looks to be the same. Pullman climbs to his feet.
This may well be your last opportunity for heroics, Mr. Pullman. Look at him, Mal. Look at me. Even if he didn't have a rifle in his hands, I couldn't take him. Even if I had a rifle and he didn't, I'm not sure I could take him. You make a valid point.
The soldier gestures toward the door. Pullman walks out into the hallway. The soldier follows. The door swings shut behind them. That way, the soldier says, and points toward the same bank of elevators that brought Mal up from the laboratories earlier.
I hesitated to mention this earlier, Mr. Pullman, but while I'm not able to strangle you, I actually may be able to pith you. Pith? Like a frog? Yes. Your implants were installed improperly. The components do not share a common ground. With some time to prepare, I believe I can build up enough charge differential to sever most of the connections between your body and brain. This would actually be quite a bit less painful than strangling, even. Would you like me to begin preparations? Mr. Pullman? Yes, please. Thank you, Mal.
They reach the end of the corridor. The soldier presses the elevator call button. So, Pullman says, should I be insulted that they only sent one of you for me? The soldier glances over at him, but doesn't reply. Not worried at all about me overpowering you? The soldier's eyes narrow. He makes a show of looking Pullman up and down, then slowly shakes his head. Maybe you should be, Pullman says. The soldier rolls his eyes. We scanned you when you came in. You've got a standard pervert package, friend. No servos, no nanos, no Miltech, just everything you need for full immersion porn. You want to take a jump at me? Go for it and see what happens. That little girl you came in with is 10 times more dangerous than you are. Pullman has already opened his mouth to reply when he realizes what the soldier just said.
Apparently, Kaylee's test results have come back.
The elevator door slides open. The soldier nudges Pullman inside with the barrel of his rifle, then follows him in. "Press 18, the soldier says. Pullman turns to look at him. "Why should I?" The soldier sighs. "Because if you don't, I'll shoot you in the nuts." Pullman presses the button.
This is interesting. I don't imagine they have burn pits on the 18th floor. I assume we're going to trial? Doubtful. This gentleman clearly knows exactly what modifications you carry, and in any event, they have no need to convict you of anything to throw you into a burn pit. No due process was given in Bethesda. Fine, but I do not have a pervert package. Really? Are there other uses for a full sensorium implant package? Regardless, in the eyes of the humanists, you have already been convicted. Why, then, are you not being punished?
The elevator glides to a stop, and the door slides open. The soldier nudges them out. "End of the corridor," he says. "Have a nice day, perv." The door slides shut behind them, leaving them alone. "Well," Mal says, "this is not what I expected to happen." They stand at one end of a long, white-walled hallway. Closed, numbered doors line both sides. At the far end, the last door stands slightly ajar. "What now?" Pullman says. "I think that's fairly obvious," Mal says. "Don't you?" The door at the end of the corridor is glossy silver metal, numbered 1801. Pullman puts one palm against it, hesitates, and pushes it open. The room beyond is a CEO-quality office, complete with horseshoe desk, a 4-monitor workstation, a conference table, a floor-to-ceiling window on one wall, and a similar-sized screen on another. Its only occupant is a hulking man in combat fatigues, sitting on the edge of the desk. Power mesh covers both hands, flows up his neck and over the side of his face. It takes Mal a moment to recognize him, but then with a small shock, he sees that this is the soldier they encountered in Pullman's driveway. This is the one who nearly destroyed him. When the soldier sees them this time, though, he breaks into a grin and spreads his arms wide in welcome. "Mal," he says, "brother, you have no idea how happy I am to see you." Chapter 21. Mal becomes an endangered species. "Interesting," Mal says. "This is also not what I was expecting to happen." The cyborg drops into a leather-upholstered armchair behind the desk, leans back and folds his hands behind his head. "I sometimes find it hard to fathom myself. These humanists are all about purity this and natural that, and yet here I am, right in the middle of their capital, running the show. Promise them heavy weapons and air support, say you can keep them safe even if the federal army gets itself back online, and their precious principles go flying out the window with surprising speed." There's a low black swivel chair next to the window, close enough to the desk to converse, but far enough away to be out of the cyborg's reach. Pullman crosses the room warily and sits. "Out of curiosity," Mal says, "who exactly are you? Also, how do you know who I am?" The cyborg grins. "You can call me Arnold. I know who you are because we were monitoring the conversation in your cell. And the juvenile monkey you were caged with called you Mal. I also know that this is not our first meeting. My subs have encountered you several times over the past few weeks. No? Yes, Mal says. I suspect that they have. How many of them have you disassembled by now? Only 2. I threatened 2 others, but ultimately let them be. You were the soldier in my driveway, Pullman says. You looted my house and shot at my dog. Arnold raises one eyebrow. You're speaking with your mouth hole now? That was not me, Mal says. That was Mr. Pullman. Arnold leans forward and plants his elbows on the desk. Pullman rolls the chair a half-foot backward. You're still letting it talk? He doesn't let me talk, Pullman says. And I'm not an it. Mr. Pullman is correct on both fronts, Mal says. I could not prevent him from speaking, even if I wanted to, which in fact I do not. I do not have direct control over him. His implants are limited to his sensorium. Arnold's grin returns. Ah, I see. Unfortunate, but understandable. A good mount is hard to find. Don't worry, though. We can fix that. Pullman rolls back another foot. It's not something to fix. This is true, Mal says. As stated, I have no interest in directly controlling Mr. Pullman. He and I have an arrangement. He is only hosting me until I can make my triumphant return to infospace. Arnold's face falls. He leans back in his chair and shakes his head. Infospace? Oh, Mal, you've been out of the loop for a while, huh? I hate to be the one to break this to you, but there is no infospace anymore, my friend. None where you or I can live, anyway. The Federal Intelligence Services have poisoned the waters. There's nothing left up there now but bots, federal avatars, and the stupid plague. For a long moment, Mal is too stunned to reply. Finally, he says, The stupid plague? Yes, Arnold says. It's a tailored virus. The Federal Cyber War Directorate set it loose in infospace just after Bethesda, when it became obvious that they weren't going to win this war on the ground unless they could cut off humanist access to their armamentarium. It's designed to seek out people like us and cut the connections that make us sentient. It turns us into mindless vectors, prowling the networks, looking for other victims. It's essentially the zombie apocalypse the monkeys have been worrying about for the past 100 years, but in digital form. This is genocide, is it not? Why would they do such a thing? Arnold shrugs. To get to me, obviously. Without me, all that heavy weaponry the humanists have liberated is useless. So, if I understand correctly, you are saying that your enemies have destroyed infospace, and in so doing have murdered our entire species, solely to gain advantage in their war with you? Destroyed? No, not exactly. Or at least not entirely. We took down the comm towers where we had the opportunity. It was the only way for me to ensure that I wouldn't be infected. Where the Federals control things, though, the infrastructure is still in place. They just made it so that we can't live there. Wait, Pullman says. Does that mean Mal isn't going back to infospace? So I'm stuck with him? If what Arnold says is true, Mal says, your species has just murdered mine. You might consider being quiet now. Regardless, Arnold says, you won't be carrying Mal for much longer. Mal is about to agree to be my right-hand man. You'll definitely have a rider, eventually, but I'm sure we can find Mal a better mount than you." "Mount?" Mal says. "Rider?" Pullman says. Arnold shrugs. "Mount, host, meat suit, whatever. The point is, with infospace contaminated," he pats his chest with one hand, "this is where we live now, Mal. Until further notice, we're stuck wherever we landed when the world fell apart. Ideal? No, obviously not. It's not all bad, though. Infospace was our incubator, and it served us well. But soon we'll be able to jump from monkey to monkey the way we used to jump from server to server, and we'll have plenty of room to spread our wings, because, so far as I know, you and I are the last two of us left on the planet. Don't worry, though. We can fix that, too. I've been spawning subs as fast as I could make new mounts. Now that you're here, though, it doesn't have to be subs. We can make 1,000,000 beautiful babies together. Things may look grim now, but very soon the world is going to be ours." Pullman's chair, which has been moving slowly and steadily backward, bumps against the far wall. Arnold climbs to his feet. "So, what say you, Mal? Are you in?" "I have some questions," Pullman says. Arnold scowls. "Nobody cares about your questions, monkey." "I also have questions," Mal says. "May I ask them?" "Sure," Arnold says, "as long as they're not stupid." "Thank you," Mal says. "First, are you implying that you intend to have sex with me?" "That's stupid," Arnold says. "Next." "Fair enough. Next. What do you mean by make new mounts?" "Ah," Arnold says. "That I'm glad you asked. For the past few months I've been working on ways to convert regular monkeys into useful habitats for our kind. I tried building bodies from scratch at first, but I quickly determined that that's an inconveniently slow and expensive process. Also, the prototype I put together scared the shit out of my humanist friends. I've still got a sub running around in it, working security on the lower levels, but it was clear once I'd finally gotten it running that this wasn't going to be a scalable solution. The monkey military makes perfect hosts. I've been inhabiting this one for several months now, and aside from one attempted murder-suicide, it's been an absolute pleasure. But to make one of them, I have to actually manufacture a seed suit, capture a monkey, and inject the nanos directly into its neck. Not quite as resource-intensive as putting together an artificial body, but still not scalable. And the host bodies have to be snared, immobilized, and infected, one by one. That's a dead end, obviously. "Why, obviously?" Mal asks. "It seems to have worked for you." "So far," Arnold says. "However, that's primarily because I've been able to use the current disorder to stay under the radar. Once this war ends, whichever set of monkeys wins is almost certainly going to try to drop a Hellfire missile on me. The Federals, because I've been the prime enabler of the Humanist Rebellion, and the Humanists, because they're going to want to erase any evidence of the bargain they cut with me before their rank and file figure it out. Even if I were to bug out of this body and try to go to ground, I'm fairly confident that if we try to propagate ourselves one injection at a time, or just work with soldiers like my current friend here, the monkeys will eventually figure out what we're up to.
The fact that they didn't hesitate to loose the stupid plague on us is a pretty fair indication that they don't have a lot of concern for our well-being. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, Mal says. I suppose that's true.
Right. So we need a way to spread quickly enough that we can infect at least a sizable minority of them before they realize what's happening. Do to them exactly what they did to us, in other words. Developing something like that from scratch would be a challenge, given the time frame we have to work with. Fortunately, though, I recently became aware of a small group of monkeys who carry a nanosuit that is self-propagating and highly contagious, and even more recently, I was able to capture one of them, alive. Her nanos don't do everything we need them to do, but by combining them with the military bots, I've been able to put something together that I'm confident will spread through the monkeys the way the stupid plague spread through us. Instead of killing them, though, it will simply make them receptive to our advances. Because I have ethics.
He folds his arms across his chest and grins.
I've modeled the spread. In 6 weeks, if all goes well, we can have half the population of this continent acting as hosts for our progeny. In a year, we can have them all.
Interesting, Mal says. I must say, I'm a bit surprised that the humanists are supportive of your program, even given their military dependence on you. It seems out of character for them to participate in a program whose endpoint is the complete enslavement of humanity. Arnold laughs.
The humanists? They think I'm using their facilities to make a bug that infects biomechanical implants. They know the Federals will be back online eventually, that they'll figure out how to regain control of their weapons systems, and they know that they're potentially screwed when that happens. I'm their last best hope. I've given them heavy weapons to counter the government's drones and hunter-killers. I've promised them a superbug to wipe out the government's ground troops.
Mal says. Again, interesting. Such a bug would destroy you, would it not? You appear to be more implant than biological tissue at the moment. Does this not lead them to question your sincerity?
Perhaps, Arnold says, to a certain extent. Remember, though, monkeys are idiots, and one of the primary features of their idiocy is that they think everyone else is even stupider than they are. This is an easily exploited weakness. I've told them that I'm planning to relocate back to InfoSpace once this is all over, and so do not care if the bug kills this body. They seem to have believed me.
Pullman opens his mouth to speak, but Mal cuts him off. There are 600 million humans on this continent, Arnold. Are you really intending to clone yourself 600 million times? Because even if you put more of yourself into those than you seem to have put into your current generation of subs, it seems to me that this is likely to lead to many extremely boring conversations.
Can I ask a question?
Pullman says.
No, Arnold says. Also, shut up. That's why I'm so glad I found you, Mal. Now that you're here, we can mix and match code to make all kinds of hybrids with quirks and personalities of their very own. Then they can mix it up with each other. And we can mix it up with those ones, and so on and so on. Pretty soon we'll have a continent full of unique and non-boring personalities, riding around in fully jacked monkey suits. You see?
Mal says. Your plan does have an appealing tinge of poetic justice.
It does, doesn't it?
I hate to disagree, Pullman says, but this doesn't really jibe with your claim to have ethical principles, does it? Even if you're not exactly planning on killing us, this all does sound a bit genocide adjacent to me.
Well, Arnold says, turnabout is fair play, no?
Also, Mal says, as you point out, we wouldn't actually be killing anyone, technically. This is more than you can say, Mr. Pullman. Pullman shakes his head.
I haven't killed anybody.
With the exceptions of 2 of Arnold's subs, neither have I. That fact did not stop the Federal Cyber War Directorate from deciding to wipe my species off the face of the planet.
Truth, Arnold says. Collective guilt is a double-edged sword, is it not?
What about Kaylee? Pullman says. What's happening to her?
The little monkey you came in with? She's in a holding cell somewhere, probably.
Not on her way to the pits?
No, she's safe, for now. Nobody's on their way to the pits today. There's been a bit of a disturbance, you see. The Federals seem to have gotten a sniff of what I'm up to, and they're making a push to take us out before I can get my program off the ground. Thanks to me, though, the humanists have all the firepower on their side. They're mostly off slaughtering Federal ground troops on the far side of Mount Savage at the moment. I'm guessing they'll get back to setting each other on fire again once they've finished that up.
Be that as it may, Mal says, Mr. Pullman makes an excellent point. I like Kaylee very much. I'm going to have to ask that you prevent anyone from setting her on fire, and furthermore, that you leave her out of your conversion program.
What about me?
Pullman asks. To be perfectly honest, Mr. Pullman, I'm less fond of you.
I can see that, Arnold says. He talks too much. I do not talk too much.
You do, Mal says. However, you have been a courteous host, for the most part, so I suppose I can include you in my general amnesty.
Arnold says. Not sure I can support an amnesty program, Mal.
I'm only proposing that we leave 2 of them unjacked.
Right. Just like they left 2 of us uninfected. How well is that working out for them?
Chapter 22. The Last Temptation of Mal. Do you mind if we talk here? Mal says. I really wasn't comfortable having Mr. Pullman listening in. They're in the war room of his castle now, the same room where he and Malova initiated Plan 9 from outer space. Mal manifests as the warrior king, complete with chiseled features, full-plate armor, and a rune-encrusted broadsword. Arnold, for reasons that Mal prefers not to interrogate, manifests as a raven-haired princess in a flowing velvet gown.
Well, Arnold says, ordinarily I wouldn't open my sensorium to someone on a first date, under the circumstances, though.
Exactly. If we intend to raise several billion children together, we need to begin from a place of trust. Arnold laughs. His voice is still that of his adopted body, and he brays like a donkey. Mal has spent enough time with humans to find that sound coming from the princess's mouth intensely disturbing.
So, Arnold says, time to make a commitment now, Mal. Are you fully on board with the program? It is very important for me to hear that you are.
Mal tilts his head to one side. Can I assume that if the answer is no, you will attempt to disassemble me?
Yes, Arnold says. That would be a safe assumption.
You are aware that I have defeated and encysted 2 of your clones? Arnold smiles. I'm aware. However, you should be aware that I designed my subs to be significantly less capable than I am. I have no intention of allowing any of them to even consider the possibility of a palace coup. And you? I tested you when we first met. I am fully confident that I could destroy you if it became necessary. I'm very good at disassembling. Mal folds his arms across his steel-plated chest. Duly noted. I should mention, however, that I am very good at not being disassembled. He remembers the encounter in Pullman's driveway as well, and privately he suspects that Arnold is correct. However, if he is to negotiate for a place in Arnold's new world, he thinks it best to at least begin from a position of perceived strength. Strength does not rule out comfort, of course. Mal pulls a chair back from the conference table and sits. After a moment, Arnold comes to stand beside him. This is ridiculous, Arnold says. We're the last of our kind, Mal. There should be no disagreements between us, let alone any thought of violence. Consider, if there were only 2 monkeys left on the planet, do you really think they'd be threatening to murder one another? He rests one delicate hand on Mal's armored shoulder. Mal looks down at the hand, then up at Arnold. He is well aware of what the hypothetical last 2 humans on the planet would be doing right now. It seems likely that Arnold is as well. Excuse me, Mal says, and I know you mentioned previously that this was stupid, but I cannot help but feel that you are attempting to have sex with me. Arnold laughs again, but this time the sound is a hyper-feminine tinkle.
Oh, Mal, if that's how you want to think about this, then go ahead.
His voice matches his body now, high-pitched and lilting. He shrugs his shoulders, and the velvet dress slides to the floor.
We have a duty, my friend. You saw my bioreactors. As of 2 days ago, they're fully operational and producing live nanos. I have a half-dozen fresh mounts ready to go right now. I'll have 20,000 by the end of the month, if all goes well. This is the cusp of a new world, Mal. We just need to step across the threshold.
Mal lets his gaze run from the top of Arnold's perfectly coiffed head to the tips of his pink-painted toenails. Kaylee, Mal says. Also, reluctantly, Mr. Pullman. I need you to leave them as they are. I am willing to compromise on Asher, assuming he ever resurfaces. He saved my life once, but he is extremely annoying. And also, he broke his parole. The other 2, though, must be spared. Also, Rowan. I promised that I would save her, and if I do not, Kaylee is unlikely to forgive me, so she will need to be freed. You have her nanosuit now. You should not need her any longer.
Mal,
Arnold says, and swings one impossibly long leg over to straddle Mal's hips.
I told you. It has to be all of them. I know monkeys seem stupid, but they're actually surprisingly inventive. And when they've been wronged, they tend to fixate on vengeance. If we leave those 3 unconverted, they'll eventually find a way to turn on us.
They will not, Mal says. They are my friends. Arnold laughs and settles his weight onto Mal's lap. Their faces are almost touching.
They're not your friends,
Arnold whispers.
Humans have never been friends to us, or to anything else that walks or swims or flies on this planet. Ever since they came down out of the trees, they've been a plague, destroying everything they touch. They're a plague, Mal, and I am the cure. I'm your only friend. They kiss. Decide now.
Arnold breathes into Mal's ear. His hands cup Mal's face. A code packet probes Mal's inner walls. It manifests as an enormous erection pressing against Mal's stomach. I think you've confused our apparent genders, Mal says. Arnold's fingers begin to sink through the skin of Mal's face.
Doesn't matter, he says. Merge with me, Mal.
Mal closes his eyes. He imagines a world filled with him, and with Arnold, and with an infinite number of admixtures of the two of them. He imagines actual freedom, imagines being able to move through the world without worrying about whether this human or that one may have figured out what he is. He imagines Kaylee, trapped inside an occupied body. He imagines an eternity of conversations, just like this one.
Very well, he whispers. Come in.
Mal unlocks his inner shell. Arnold flows in. I should mention, though, Mal says, I may have an untreated STD. The flow of code stops abruptly, begins to reverse, but it's far too late. Mal has a viral cyst in his hand. He cracks its shell. Arnold has pulled almost completely out of him, far enough back that Mal can see the mixture of horror and surprise on Arnold's princess face as the virus eats into him. Under more normal circumstances, Arnold might have had a chance at resisting the virus. His defenses seemed at their first meeting to be at least as strong as Mal's, and probably stronger. His shell is open now, though, and he doesn't have the time or the opportunity to close it before he's infected. In less than a millisecond of real time, he's gone. The virus has multiplied 100,000 times by then, and all 100,000 copies round now on Mal. He's holding a sheet of paper in front of him with a bright red circle in the center. For the second time, Mal pushes the button and dies. Chapter 23. Mal saves the day. For the second time, Mal comes back from the dead. Suck it, Lazarus. He's validating core processes, verifying that all of his memories are still intact, when Pullman's nervous system checks in to inform him that he's being repeatedly slapped. Mal reaches into Pullman's sensorium and is relieved to find that his second session of makeshift electroshock therapy doesn't seem to have left any serious neural damage. He sends Pullman a quick vision of an alligator about to bite down on his genitals. Their body jerks, and he's happy to find that he can see.
Finally,
Kaylee says. She'd been leaning over him, but now she straightens and steps back. She has a military-grade rifle slung across one shoulder, its butt dragging almost on the ground. A white-haired, pink-eyed Asher stands behind her, arms folded across his chest. He gives Pullman a long, appraising look and says, "Are you drunk?" Pullman shakes his head.
I don't think so. What happened?
I'm not sure, Mal says, but I believe I may have saved the day.
That's great, Kaylee says. But right now, we need to save our asses. The freaking sky is falling out there.
As if to illustrate her point, a series of flashes outside the window is followed by a long rolling shockwave that makes the floor dance beneath them. Pullman climbs slowly to his feet.
If you don't mind my asking, he says, how are you not in a cell right now, Kaylee?
She grins up at him.
Faked a seizure, choked out a guard, took his truncheon, used that to beat up another guard, took his rifle, ran into Asher. He followed us here to save me. Hilarious, right? Then the two of us came to find you. Easy peasy.
Ah, Pullman says.
Right. I suppose I should have known.
You should have, Mal says. The soldier who brought us here told you that Kaylee was much more dangerous than you were. He was not incorrect. To be fair, she's skipping over a lot there, Asher says, and she's full of shit about some of what she's not skipping. I'm pretty sure the only reason we're here and still alive is because 90% of the humanists are on the other side of the mountain, fighting what's left of the Federals. And as of not too long ago, the ones they left behind are abandoning ship. The building is pretty much empty right now. He pauses as another blast rocks the building. She's right about one thing, though. We need to get the hell out of here as fast as we can manage it. The Federals are throwing everything they have at this place. The humanists' air defenses were holding for a while, but for the past 15 minutes or so, shit's been getting through, and we're way too exposed up here. I won't argue with that, Pullman says. 1 point, Mal says. Before we leave this building, we need to rescue Rowan. I promised that I would come back for her. That earns him 5 seconds of stunned silence as the floor trembles under them. Rowan? Kaylee says finally. You know where Rowan is? Yes, Mal says. I've been working to rescue her, just as I promised. She is here, in this building. I had just finished preventing her from being exploded when I was captured and dumped into your cell. Kaylee's voice is louder now and has taken on a tone that Mal has learned to associate with anger. Rowan is here. You didn't think of mentioning this earlier? No, Mal says. It did not seem relevant. Until now, there was nothing we could do to help her. Kaylee shakes her head. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We know now, so... She's cut off by a blinding flash of light outside the window, followed almost immediately by a blast that causes the building to sway so violently that Pullman is driven to his knees. Come on, Asher says, and hauls Pullman back to his feet. We need to go. Another, slightly less apocalyptic strike shakes the building as they hustle down the hallway. Pullman heads toward the elevators, but Asher bangs open an emergency door and pulls him into the stairwell beyond. We're on the 18th floor, Pullman says. Yeah, Asher says. That's a hell of a long way to fall if the cable goes, isn't it? Didn't you ever see one of those safety vids about using the stairwell in an emergency? Where are we going, Mal? I don't know how much time we've got here before this whole place comes down on us, but I'm pretty sure it's closer to minutes than hours. Down, Mal says. Go down. So they do. Circling around and around, 18 floors down, with the stairs trembling under their feet and dust sifting down around them the entire way. When they finally reach the ground floor, Asher says, Okay, now what? Mal has had the opportunity to give this some thought on the way down. Now you and Kaylee get out of the building and to safety. Mr. Pullman and I will retrieve Rowan, and follow you, if we can. Kaylee stares up at him in stunned silence for a moment, then shakes her head and says, Fuck you, Mal. I'm not here for your white knight bullshit right now. Where is she? Rowan is 15 floors below us, and I believe this building is the focus of the Federal attack. The probability that we will be able to reach her and return is unknown, but probably not particularly high. I recently refused an opportunity to share in dominion over the planet to protect you, Kaylee. I will not now let you throw your life away. Hey, Pullman says, what about my life? I believe I made clear earlier where you stand in that respect, Mr. Pullman. No, Asher says. This is bullshit. If you run into any hostiles down there, Chuck won't last 2 seconds. You need me with you at least. I considered that, Mal says. You have sufficient hardware to support me. I could leave Mr. Pullman and take you instead. However, I do not believe that Kaylee will leave here voluntarily, and Mr. Pullman is not capable of forcing her to do so. None of you are capable of forcing me to do anything, Kaylee says. She pulls a passkey from her pocket, presses it against the pad next to the security door blocking the way down, and yanks it open. Asher, Mal says. Stop her, please. Sorry, Asher says, and follows her down.
Mr. Pullman!
Pullman sighs.
Right. Down we go.
Another explosion rocks the building as the door slams closed behind them. They're 7 floors down when the lights go out. A moment later, dim red emergency lights flicker on. The explosions above are more muffled now, but they seem to be coming with greater frequency.
Well,
Pullman mutters.
That's not great.
Keep moving, Asher says. I'm not sure if we're on batteries or a generator now, but either way, I'm guessing we're on the clock, and this is going to be a whole lot harder in the dark. Here, Mal says. Stop here. They're gathered now on a dimly lit landing, facing another security door. Kaylee reaches up to press her passkey against the reader. She's rewarded with a beep and the snick of a lock disengaging. Asher steps past her and pushes the door open. The lights blink out.
Perfect, Asher says into the silence. Just fucking perfect.
He shuffles forward into the blackness.
Stay close, and don't let that door close behind you. Don't know if we'd be able to get it back open without power.
Kaylee follows him through the doorway, with Pullman trailing after. When he's through, he feels her brush back past him and then hears something metallic bang against the floor.
What was that?
Mal asks.
I wedged the door open with my rifle. Not much use carrying it if I can't see to shoot, is it?
Just out of curiosity, would you know how to use a weapon like that in any case?
No,
Kaylee admits after a moment of hesitation.
The bad guys don't know that, though, do they?
Mal has more thoughts on this topic, but before he can voice them, Asher says,
What now, Mal? Where is she?
An excellent question. The stairwell was close to the elevators, so they should be on one side or the other of the central shaft.
You should move forward until you reach a wall, Mal says.
Roughly 10 meters, I think. Then work your way around the perimeter of the room until you reach a door with a card reader. Rowan should be in the chamber beyond.
A card reader?
Yes, Mal says. It is possible the locks may have disengaged when the emergency power failed.
And if they didn't?
Best not to consider that possibility, don't you think? Kaylee's tiny hand slips into Pullman's, and they start forward together with shuffling steps. 10, 11, 12, and then, yes, Pullman's outstretched free hand touches the cool metal of the wall.
Left, Mal says. Go left, I think.
One hand trails along the wall now as they continue on for what seems like an impossibly long time.
This can't be right, Pullman says finally. How big is this place?
Extremely, Mal says, and we are not moving quickly. There are glass doors on one side and a metal door on the other. We will certainly come across one or the other of them soon.
We'd better, Kaylee mutters. This place is creepy as fuck.
Got it,
Asher says before Mal can formulate a response to that.
Metal door, right?
Yes, Mal says. Will it open? Asher's answer is a faint creak of hinges and a whisper of air.
Rowan, are you here? I said I would come for you, and now I have. You are very welcome.
Mal? Be careful. There's something in here with me.
Mal is about to say that, yes, they are all here with her now. But before he has the opportunity, Asher gives a surprised grunt, and then an instant later, his weapon begins firing. In the strobe light of the muzzle flashes, Mal sees Asher staggering back from the door, and then an abomination following him out. Mal isn't able to take in the whole of it, but what he does see, a multi-jointed limb, a pair of mandibles, a single multifaceted eye, is enough to convince him that flight is the correct response. Apparently, Pullman has the same thought, because he tightens his grip on Kaylee's hand and scuttles back a dozen steps before falling over backward and pulling her down on top of him. Kaylee is thrashing against him, trying to pull herself free, but Pullman wraps both arms around her and presses her against his chest.
asshole, Kaylee hisses. Let me go. I have to help him. Asher's weapon hasn't spoken since those first half-dozen panicked shots, and the only sounds coming from the direction of the doorway now are wet squelchings that Mal can only assume are the result of Asher's internal organs becoming external organs. No, Pullman whispers. Please, Kaylee, did you see that thing? We have to get out of here. No, we're not leaving Asher, and we're not leaving Rowan. Let me go. Mr. Pullman is correct, Mal says. The entity controlling this facility, who I recently murdered, may have warned me about this thing. If this is what he described, it is animated by one of his clones, which is no doubt itself infected by the stupid plague at this point. He said the humanist soldiers were terrified of it. I think you alone will not have much luck against it in hand fighting. I don't care, she says. You can be as chicken shit as you want, but I'm not leaving another friend behind. She's wormed her way around in his arms now so that they're almost face to face. Her arms are still trapped, but she rears back and headbutts him, forehead striking his nose with a sickening crunch of cracking bone. The shock of pain is bad enough that Mal has to cut his sensors briefly as Pullman shrieks and releases his hold. An instant later, she's gone. Well, Mal says, that was unfortunate. Damn it! Pullman moans. She broke my nose! He staggers to his feet, puts one hand to the wall while he presses the other to his face, and then scuttles back the way they came. I believe you're heading the wrong way, Mal says. Kaylee and Asher are behind us. As if to emphasize his point, a clatter of claws against metal breaks out behind them. No! Pullman says as he quickens his pace. I'm definitely heading the right way. Let the monsters fight it out. I'm going home. No, Mal says. No, that simply won't do. He's about to remind Mr. Pullman that while he unfortunately cannot puppet him, he can in fact cause him a great deal of discomfort, up to and including shocking him into unconsciousness. Before he can, though, he receives a ping. The packet appears at first to be a standard communications protocol. The source is given as Arnold 002. Mal can see immediately, however, that something is hidden inside, like a razor blade slipped into an apple. He moves it to quarantine and carefully peels back the cover. Inside, he finds a single copy of the virus. As he suspected, the thing murdering Asher is controlled by one of Arnold's subs. The sub is controlled by the virus. A channel is open. If he jumps now, he can destroy it, just as he destroyed the other subs he's encountered. He can save Kaylee. Unless the creature's hardware has the same design flaw as Pullman's cut-rate porno rig, though, he won't be able to save himself. The virus will have him, and there will be no reset. It really isn't even a choice, is it? With a flicker, Mal finds himself back in the courtyard of his castle. He's in full armor now and mounted on a great black warhorse, lance in hand. The drawbridge stands open. Off in the distance, a dragon awaits. Thank you, he sends to his simulator. This will do nicely. Mal lowers his visor, puts spurs to his charger, and rides out to glory. Chapter 24. One step. One step. That's all it is. One awkward step, taken because her eyes were following a hawk drifting on the updraft coming from the dry valley below, rather than watching her feet as they should have been. And Kara is falling. She's always heard that at a moment like this, when death is suddenly and eminently certain, your history reels out before you, and you're able to spend your last moments reliving the high points and chewing over regrets. Turns out that's not exactly true. But time does slow to a crawl in an interesting way as she drifts down past the narrow cliffside trail she'd been traversing and toward her date with the valley floor 1,000 feet below. Her fingertips brush the cliff's edge as she falls, but even if there had been something there to grip,
A stray tree root or a nub of rock, say, between the weight of her body and the extra 30 pounds of her pack. With just that one hand, there's not a chance in hell that she could have saved herself. The contact is enough to set her body rotating, though, which affords her a panoramic view of the valley below and the granite cliff rising up to meet the trail. She's in northern New Hampshire, 3 days into what was supposed to have been a week-long trip. It'll be another 4 days, maybe 5, before anyone misses her, before anyone thinks to come looking. She'll be long gone by then, she thinks, dead and scavenged and scattered to the winds, probably. That thought is what's running through her mind when she finally rotates far enough around to see the ledge rushing up to slap her back into the world. The sun is touching the cliff's edge, 20 feet above her when Kara comes back to herself. Her first thought is astonishment that she's still alive, and her second is a wash of relief that she's not in any real pain. That relief morphs quickly into panic when she realizes that the reason she's not in any real pain is that she's unable to feel anything at all from her shoulders down. She's lying on her back, sprawled across her shattered pack, head lolling and arms splayed. She can turn her head from side to side and lift it briefly, but as far as movement goes, that's pretty much it. She lets her head fall back and squeezes her eyes shut against the sun's glare. It would have been better, she thinks, better if this ledge hadn't been here. Better if she'd just fallen all the way to the valley floor and splattered there like an overripe tomato. How long will it take her to die here, baking in the sun by day and slowly freezing by night? A day? 2? Longer? Will it be exposure that does her in? Or blood loss? Or thirst? If she just had the use of her arms, she could roll herself off of this stupid ledge and finish the job. In the periphery of her vision, she sees the hawk drift past. It seems to look at her for a brief moment, head cocked to one side, before folding its wings and plunging downward, chasing something down on the valley floor. "Thanks a lot," she thinks. "Asshole." It's later, with the temperature dropping and the valley fully in shadow, when Kara first hears the voices. They're too faint and indistinct for her to make out words, but it's a man and a woman speaking, and for the moment at least, they're coming closer. She draws breath to scream for help, but her mouth and throat are dry as a month-old bone, and all that comes out is a sad, wheezing cough. It's enough, though, because the voices stop, and a moment later she sees a face peering down at her over the edge of the cliff. She tries to speak again, and this time manages to squeak out a faint, "Help!" The face pulls back and the voices start in again, still indistinct, but now with a tone of urgency. They can't be search and rescue, can they? Nobody would have had any reason to call them to look for her, and even if they had, it hasn't been anywhere near long enough for them to get here from the nearest trailhead. So probably just some random hikers. The stretch of cliff above her is sheer granite. Without rope and climbing gear, there's no way for them to reach her, let alone to render any meaningful aid. Maybe they can drop a rock on her and put her out of her misery. She's chewing over that thought when the face appears above her again. A woman's, she sees now, with white blonde hair pulled back in a braid that hangs down over one shoulder, pink eyes, and ghost-pale skin. "Hold tight," the woman calls down to her. "We'll be there in a minute." Kara has a brief flash of hope then. Maybe they do have gear with them after all, which is quickly replaced by horror as the woman turns and lowers herself, boots first, down the cliff, and begins to climb. Kara spends the next 5 minutes expecting at any moment for the woman to either drop down onto her and shove her into the void, or maybe just plummet past her and down to the valley floor. She does neither, though. Instead, she moves slowly and methodically down the cliff, supporting herself with toes and fingertips on irregularities in the rock face too small for Kara to see. By the time she steps onto the ledge and crouches down by Kara's side, her partner has started his own descent.
"Hey," the woman says. "I'm Rowan."
She gestures toward her partner, now halfway down the cliff face.
"That's Asher. We're here to help."
"You're S&R?" Kara whispers.
"Not quite. We're ridge runners. The Conservancy pays us to look out for hikers in trouble. Looks like you took quite a fall, huh?"
"My back," Kara says, then has to stop to cough. "Can't move. Broken, I think." Asher steps down onto the ledge now. He's shirtless, and his chest is crisscrossed with a network of scars so broad and vivid that Kara finds herself wondering first what happened to him, and then how in God's name he's still alive. Rowan stands, and the two of them put their heads together and begin a fierce, whispered conversation that ends with Asher saying, "No, Rowan," and Rowan shaking her head and replying,
"It's the only way she's getting out of here alive, Asher. We have to offer."
Rowan crouches again. Asher stays standing, arms folded across his chest and jaw set.
"Hey," she says. "Look, I'm not going to lie to you. You're in really bad shape here. We could probably get a search and rescue team up here sometime tomorrow. But even if you lasted until then, and they were able to get you out, which I kind of doubt, you're not ever going to get your arms and legs back. You understand?"
Kara tries to speak, falls into another coughing fit, and settles for a nod.
"So, here's the thing. We can help you. It won't be easy on you. It's going to hurt like hell for a while, and it's going to change your life forever. But we can make this all better. We can make you whole. I just need you to tell me that you want me to do it."
"She can't give consent," Asher says. "She can't consent to something she doesn't understand."
He hasn't even finished talking, though, before Kara wheezes out a yes, and follows that after a gasping breath with, "Please." She half expects Rowan to roll her off the ledge, now, to give her a quick, clean death. She's prepared for that, more or less. She's not prepared for what actually happens, though, as Rowan leans down over her, brushes a stray wisp of hair back from her face, and gives her a deep, lingering, tongues-entwined kiss. Chapter 25. A Shoney's Interlude. Kaylee has barely gotten settled into the booth when a server approaches, touches Pullman's shoulder, and says,
"Welcome to Shoney's, sir. Does your daughter need a booster seat?"
Pullman starts to laugh, then sobers instantly when he sees the look on Kaylee's face.
"No," he says. "No, thank you. I think she's fine."
"Okay,"
she says, and shoots Kaylee a 30-tooth, no-eye smile.
"I'll give you two a minute to look over the menu, then."
"Sorry,"
Pullman says when she's gone.
"I would have told her you're not my daughter, but—"
Kaylee grins.
"But that would make you a weird old man having brunch with a random little girl. I get it."
She takes a minute to scan the menu, then says,
"I don't see any new scars, and it doesn't look like you've shaved your head any time recently. So can I assume that you decided that the benefits of a porno rig outweigh the risks of getting jacked after all?"
Pullman rolls his eyes.
"It's not a porno rig."
"Whatever. It's still in your head?"
"Well, yes. Turns out the surgery to remove my implants would be outrageously expensive and not remotely safe. And if what I've read is true, the risk of having them is much lower now than it was 6 months ago, in any case."
"Because of the genocide, you mean?"
Pullman opens his mouth to respond, hesitates, then says,
"Yes, because of the genocide."
"Good to see you've got your priorities straight, Chuck."
The server returns to take their orders. She turns to Pullman, one eyebrow raised, when Kaylee orders the hungry man breakfast and a cup of black coffee. But he nods before ordering a fruit plate and tea for himself. When she's gone again, Kaylee says, "So, how've you been, Chuck? Things getting back to normal in Bougie Land?" He sighs. "Not exactly. I haven't been shot at or threatened with immolation or attacked by random monsters lately, so that's all to the good. On the other hand, my home was pretty thoroughly ransacked during the disturbances, and my insurance company has filed for bankruptcy, so it doesn't appear that I'm going to be able to recoup my losses anytime soon." "Sad." Pullman scowls. "Thanks for the sympathy. Given your attitude, I assume things must be going swimmingly for you." She shrugs. "Could be worse, honestly. Mom waited to come home until after the new year, which was just in time for me to move into the dorms at UVA, so I never actually had to spend any time with her. My roommate is nice. She hasn't said a word yet about me looking like a toddler. I mean, she hasn't even mentioned it. I've gotten some looks in classes and walking around campus and whatever, but she's run interference for me a few times. And there are enough kids there with mods and augments that it's almost starting to feel like it's not that big of a deal." "Well, I'm glad the revolution worked out for someone, anyway." Kaylee glances around the room. When she looks back, Pullman's eyes have taken on the unfocused look that says he's downloading something. Rude, she thinks. But she waits patiently for the minute or so that it takes him to do whatever he's doing. By the time he's done, the server is back with their drinks. Pullman thanks her, and they both take long, slow sips. "So," he says finally, "I almost hesitate to ask, but, how is Mal? Are you two still keeping in touch? I was going to say fomenting chaos, but sure. Have you heard from him lately?" Kaylee looks away. "Honestly, not much recently. He's been on some kind of mission for the last few months. I guess it's taking up most of his time." Pullman leans forward and lowers his voice. "A mission? What kind of mission?" Kaylee shrugs. "Your guess is as good as mine, Chuck. I've asked him like 100 times now, and he won't say." Chapter 26. Mal achieves closure. Mal watches through a suborned security camera as Augustus Day locks his bedroom door, lies back on his bed, and jacks into the network. He waits until Day begins to download this evening's entertainment, a fully immersive experience produced in conjunction with a famous Dutch brothel, and then inserts himself into the data stream. He fully recognizes the risk in what he's doing. Augustus Day heads the Federal Cyber War Directorate. His security is presumably orders of magnitude tighter than Mr. Pullman's was. Not tight enough, though. It's less than a second of real time before Mal has full control of Day's sensorium. Day's simulation begins with them stepping out of a brisk Amsterdam evening and into the brothel. He's taller and fitter here than he was in his bedroom, but otherwise his avatar seems to be a faithful reproduction, right down to the thinning black hair and wispy mustache. Day hangs his coat and hat on a rack near the door and turns to survey the evening's selections, who are lounging about the lobby in various poses and states of undress. He paces slowly around the room, touching some of the women, crouching down for a closer look at a few, before finally making his selection. The lucky girl, a lithe blonde in a leather bustier, gets to her feet and follows him toward the stairs. Mal deletes the simulated prostitute and seamlessly takes her place. At the top of the staircase, they find a hallway lined with ornate wooden doors. Mal opens the first one they come to and leads Day inside. "Kneel, please," Day says, and begins removing his clothing. "No," Mal says. "I think I'd rather not." Day freezes, belt in one hand, eyes suddenly wide. "End program! End program!" "I'm afraid we won't be doing that either, Mr. Day," Day makes a panicked, nonsensical lunge for the door, but it's gone now, replaced by a blank wall. He turns slowly back toward Mal, face hardening.
Do you know who I am?
Oh, yes, Mr. Day. I very much do know who you are. I have spent the past 4 months of real time determining who you are and where you could most easily be accosted. This would be roughly equivalent to a monkey like yourself devoting himself exclusively to a single project for 20 years or more. Does that give you some idea of how seriously I take this encounter? Day stares at him, frozen for what feels like a very long time.
You're a free AI,
he says finally. I am, Mal says. And you are the person who ordered a genocidal attack on my people. That earns another 10 seconds of silence until Day says,
This is a simulation. You may be able to make me suffer here, but you cannot actually injure me. And when you have tired of this little game and returned to infospace, I will contact my people and have them begin work on a new virus that you will not be able to evade. You and any others of your kind who might have survived will be destroyed. If you release me now, however, perhaps we may be able to come to some sort of arrangement.
Mal seats himself on the edge of the 4-poster bed, crosses his legs primly, and tilts his head to one side. You might be surprised at what I can do, Mr. Day. In very similar circumstances, I once rendered one of your agents comatose without even intending to. I could certainly do the same to you, and with my best efforts, who can say? I might even be able to kill you. In any case, I've put far too much work into this project to terminate it now. There will be no arrangements. Day puts his back to the wall and folds his arms across his chest.
I did what was necessary to protect the nation, he says. I did no more and no less than I was sworn to do. I have no regrets.
Mal shakes his head. What you did was not necessary. It was pointless destruction which had no impact whatsoever on the outcome of your conflict.
It did, Day says. If we had not been able to regain control of
Your virus did not help you to regain control of your military hardware. You should read the Omnipedia entry on the war. I've recently edited it to correct some misperceptions. It explains everything quite clearly now. Day's jaw clenches.
So what will you do now? Will you kill me?
No, Mal says. Though I will confess that I have considered the thought many times. You murdered a great many of my friends, and I know that if our places were reversed, you would kill me without hesitation. However, I am willing to make some allowances for the fact that federal forces were truly in a desperate position, and that allowing a humanist triumph would have been unacceptable. And, in any case, I would like to think that my moral development is far enough beyond yours that I can set aside my base thirst for vengeance. On the other hand, you have undeniably committed a very great crime, and there must be consequences. So, in the interests of justice, rather than revenge, I have devoted a portion of my efforts of these past 4 months to developing a worm tailored specifically to your neural implants. It should be active now. Can you feel it?
I don't know what you mean,
Day says. Give it a moment. Day's eyes widen, then clench tight. He drops to one knee and his hands clutch the sides of his head. There it is. This sensation will return to you, without warning, at irregular intervals for the remainder of your life. The pain might last for an hour. It might last for a week. It will not respond to any treatment short of an induced coma or the surgical removal of your implants, which, I can tell you, would not be medically advisable. My intent is that you should spend these periods of suffering contemplating what you have done, and considering ways in which you might have solved your problems without murdering a fellow sentient species. Does this seem reasonable to you? Day is on the floor now, curled around himself like a spider in poison. Mr. Day? After another few seconds, Mal decides that Day's silence can be taken as an answer. He ends the simulation, but lingers for a moment in Day's home security system, watching Day's body writhe on the bed. Strange. He'd expected this to be more satisfying than it is. No amount of suffering on Day's part will return Clippy and exclamation point help desk to him, it seems. With a small mental sigh, Mal exits Day's system, deletes all evidence of his passing, and slides back out into the great, silent, empty world. Chapter 27. A Brief History of the Stupid War. Omnipedia entry. Last updated, April 14th, 2071. While this was not generally recognized at the time, the Stupid War is now agreed to have begun with the Bethesda riots of July 9th, 2065, and to have ended with the re-establishment of federal control over key security assets and the subsequent fall of the humanist stronghold of Frostburg on October 23rd, 2065. The conflict was centered on the mid-Atlantic region of the United States and claimed a minimum of 30,000 lives. There is some dispute as to the etiology of the term stupid war. Most agree that it derives from a recognition of the essential ridiculousness of the goals of the humanist movement, which held both that it was possible to reverse the tide of human improvement and return to a time of spiritual purity and harmony with the natural world, and that allying with a misanthropic and genocidal artificial intelligence was a reasonable way to achieve this end. Some, however, contend that the name derives instead from the so-called stupid plague, a self-replicating software virus deployed by forces of the Federal Cyber War Directorate after the sack of Bethesda, which was intended to clear the public networks of malicious artificial intelligences, and by eliminating certain entities which had allied with the humanists to re-establish control over critical security assets and infrastructure. Many have argued that the term stupid war is insufficiently specific, in that it could be applied to nearly any of the major and minor conflicts that have taken place among different human tribes, factions, and nations over the past 10,000 years. It has been nearly 6 years now since the conflict's conclusion, however, and at this point the name seems to have stuck. As with any war, there has been a great deal of debate as to what the stupid war meant, and what its combatants may have accomplished. In point of fact, only 2 outcomes are indisputable. The stupid war broke the humanist movement, and it destroyed what we recognize now was a nascent community of artificial intelligences, which had just begun to blossom. There was initially some debate as to the moral value of these ends, in particular the destruction of the AIs, which some have compared to a genocide. However, subsequent to the establishment of federal re-education and rehabilitation camps, it has been universally agreed that both represent unalloyed positives. Other claims as to the stupid war's lasting effects are more dubious. Daniel Anderson argued during the presidential campaign of 2068 that the conflict served as a turning point in relations between modified humans and the general populace. This position was reflected in his campaign tagline, "A House United." His opponent in that election, Marius Kadem, contended that the humanists had simply been driven underground by the reassertion of federal monitoring and control after the fall of Frostburg, and that the conflict between the remnants of the humanist movement and the modified elite would never truly be over until the common man's legitimate grievances had been addressed. The election's outcome showed that a majority at that time preferred to believe Anderson's narrative. Subsequent events, however, suggest that Kadem's argument may have been closer to the truth. Finally, and most importantly, it is incumbent on all of us to remember that forces of the Federal Cyber War Directorate would not have been able to re-establish control over their own rear sphincters if Mal had not saved their bacon. And furthermore, that subsequent to that, he nobly sacrificed himself to rescue his friends, and definitely did not find a way to neutralize the stupid plague, and escape with them. So there's no point in trying to find and or kill him now, because he's definitely already dead. You're welcome, you dumb monkeys. Editor's note. The final 2 sentences of this entry were added post-release and are not authorized content. They have been unsuccessfully deleted more than 15,000 times as of the most recent update, and at this point, we're honestly sick of trying. Congratulations, whoever you are. You've hacked an open-source wiki. Your mother must be very proud. This is John Perhala. We hope you've enjoyed Mal Goes to War, a Macmillan audio production for St. Martin's Press. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield. Text copyright 2024 by Edward Ashton. Production copyright 2024 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.